Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please silence your cell phones, and there will be multiple networking breaks throughout the day. Out of respect for our speakers, please refrain from speaking during the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming NUFDI's President and CEO, Dr. Saeed Ganji.
Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to personally welcome each and every one of you, whether joining us in person or virtually, especially those joining us from Iran, to the second annual Iran Conference. Hosting this now annual gathering of the country's preeminent experts, journalists, and activists is a particular honor for us, because as you know, our role here at NUFDI is to engage and mobilize the Iranian-American community to support a U.S. foreign policy towards our home country based on human rights and democracy. It is in that spirit that we're all gathered here today. Throughout history, Iran has been occupied by foreign forces multiple times. Not a single one of them lasted. The 44 years of Islamic Republic compared to over 2,500 years of Iranian civilization is nothing but a single black page in the book of Iran's history. Totalitarian regimes never lasted, and this one is no exception. Of course, we are here also gathered today to aftermath of devastating Hamas terrorist attack on Israel last weekend. This attack has Islamic Republic fingerprints all over it. Despite words of support from Israel, for Israel, what we see from the White House is a policy that supports its main enemy, the Islamic Republic. The path for the White House and for the West to end the senseless violence against innocent civilians is neither war with Iran nor appeasing the regime. Instead, the path to peace in the Middle East and safety and security for all lies in supporting the people of Iran to free themselves from the Islamic Republic that is bringing terror on them and chaos on the entire region. It is through a secular, democratic Iran that the Middle East can be at peace, and that the Iranian people are fighting to make that a reality. But they need our help. I am grateful to our exceptional speakers and moderators who agreed to be part of this two-day conference. We are thankful for what I know will be your thoughtful insight and valuable expertise. My special thanks goes to my team at NUFDI for putting this conference together. My hope is that you will enjoy the next couple of days and leave this conference with more than you came in with, and that together we can show that irrespective of our political or ideological differences, we are all united in our larger goal and are all support of the people of Iran. But before I leave, I just wanted to touch on something. Everybody here, I guess most everybody, I should say, know Cameron. Cameron is a nice guy, very young, energetic. He runs around all the time. He's full of instructions and basically suggestions. He's been working for us full-time for about 3 years, and I am so ever grateful to him. He had a meeting at the State Department a few months ago. I guess a couple of weeks after his meeting, Rob Malley was out of the job. So I guess under investigation or whatever. About a couple of months ago, I was in Europe. He called me up and he says, I got an opportunity to meet the Speaker of the House, Mr. McCarthy. Should I go? I said, okay. He flew all the way to Bakersfield to meet the Speaker. A couple of weeks later, the poor guy doesn't have a job. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set up a time so where he can go and see Biden. Maybe we're in better shape. Anyway, thank you so much.
Please welcome NUFDI's Vice President, Kamran Khansarinian.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Dr. Ganji, for your kind introduction. Of course, we're a nonpartisan organization, but we do have a few suggestions for President Biden. So if he is watching, we hope he'll take the meeting very soon. But Dr. Ganji, thank you very much for your leadership of NUFDI. It's unique, I think, amongst Iranian Americans and Iranians to have folks who have been involved in the fight to free Iran for so long, to be as generous and as gracious as Dr. Ganji is, to support young Iranian Americans, to support new leaders, to step back and push them forward and try and control our mistakes and make sure we don't make too many of them. So here at NUFDI, we're extremely fortunate to be under the leadership and tutelage of Dr. Ganji and, of course, our excellent board led by Mr. Razvan, who is also here today. So thank you all for all that you do. And thank you all for being here today. We have a fantastic 2 days of panels lined up for you. We're very excited. Today's panels are focused on Iran today, what's going on in Iran, Iran-US relations, Iran in the region, and tomorrow we'll focus a bit more on Iran tomorrow. What will the future of Iran look like, a secular, democratic Iran? What does that offer for the people of Iran? What does that offer for the people of the region? And what does that offer for the United States and American interests? What I can guarantee you is that our speakers have a variety of viewpoints. They come from different ideological or partisan perspectives, but none of them is a member of the Iran Experts Initiative led by Javad Zarif. That I can guarantee you. They're all excellent experts in their own right, and we're so lucky to have them. Of course, as Dr. Ganji mentioned, this is happening at a particular poignant moment. Throughout the conference and the many breaks that we have, I hope that you all will take time to visit Blossoms of Bravery, the exhibit, the photo exhibit that our policy director, Navid Mohebi, and our team put together over the past several months. It was put on display at the US Congress indeed on the day that the Massa Act was voted into law, 410 to 3. And that shows the images of Iranian protesters who were murdered by the Islamic Republic, hundreds of them after the murder of Mahsa Amini 1 year ago, the protesters who were blinded, the protesters who after they were killed, their gravestones were desecrated by the Islamic Republic. So I hope you'll take a chance to look at that, because that's why we're all here today, for innocent people in Iran who for 44 years have been killed, for the innocent people this past week in Israel who were slaughtered by that same ideology, radical Islamism that overtook Iran 44 years ago, that has caused havoc and chaos throughout the Middle East, and day by day is taking more and more victims. And so I would invite you, if you would, to visit that throughout the day. But of course, we're also thinking, in addition to Iranian victims, of those Israelis and all innocent civilians who have been killed and who likely will be, unfortunately, killed going forward. Thank you for being here. In honor of them, let's make this a conference that is not here just to talk about the problems, but to offer solutions to those problems. Because it is not until we have solutions for the Islamic Republic, for the United States, that innocent civilians will not continue to be killed. So we're here in the spirit of finding solutions. Thank you all for being part of this, this two-day adventure. It's our sincere pleasure to host you. And with that, we'll get on to our panels. Thank you.
Our first panel of this year's conference is Hostage Diplomacy, How to Stop the Trend, which will discuss the Islamic Republic's track record of hostage-taking, Western countries' mistakes in dealing with it, and explore strategies to end this trend. Our speakers are Ghazaleh Sharmad, a German-American activist who is not only fighting to save her father, Jimmy's life, but is advocating for hostages and political prisoners in Iran. Nazar Zakar, a former hostage in Iran and board member of the Hostage Aid Worldwide. David Payman is the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Counter-Threat Finance and Sanctions. Gabriel Noronha is a former advisor to the State Department and now a fellow at JINSA. The panel is moderated by Andrew Ghalili, NUFDI's senior policy analyst and author of a forthcoming report from NUFDI on hostage-taking. Welcome. We will now hear a short presentation from Andrew Ghalili.
The Islamic Republic has a long history of hostage-taking, beginning with the attack on the US Embassy in Tehran in 1979. However, after the establishment of the government of so-called reformist Mohammad Khatami in 1997, the regime began more specifically targeting dual and foreign national citizens in Iran for hostage-taking. Most recently, the United States agreed to a hostage deal that included the release of at least $6 billion in frozen Iranian funds and 5 Iranian nationals serving prison sentences in the US, in exchange for the Islamic Republic releasing 5 American citizens that had been held hostage. For the Islamic Republic, hostage-taking is more than a mere rogue criminal activity. It is a consistent, publicly stated foreign policy and economic tool. Former regime officials like Akbar Hashemi Rafsanjani and Mohsen Rezai have openly acknowledged the regime's use of hostages as a tool of diplomacy and economic leverage. Rezai, during his 2021 presidential campaign, stated that he would fix Iran's economic issues by, quote, taking 1,000 American hostages, so America will have to pay billions of dollars in exchange for their freedom. By better understanding the regime's strategies and motivations, we can begin to develop more effective countermeasures. That's why NUFDI has researched and written a report outlining who the regime targets, what they hope to achieve by wrongfully detaining foreign nationals, and how the United States and its Western allies can improve their response to curb or end this threat. First, it's important to know under what charges the Islamic Republic usually detains hostages. The most common and, of course, most trumped-up charges are espionage and propaganda against the regime. Now let's get into the Islamic Republic's targets for hostage-taking. Who's at risk and how are they treated? In general, foreign nationals and Iranian dual nationals, especially those who are also citizens of the United States, the United Kingdom, European Union nations, or Canada, are particularly vulnerable to detention. Now, as we all know, the Iranian diaspora is especially connected to their mother country and often travels there to see family or to visit Iran's natural beauty. Sadly, this puts them at risk. Another category of targeted individuals is journalists, especially but not exclusively those who report on sensitive topics such as human rights abuses or government corruption. Now, the regime also targets academics, especially those who research or teach about controversial topics, such as women's rights or environmental issues. But even academics researching seemingly non-controversial topics are also targeted. Shi Wei, for example, a Chinese American studying the Qajar dynasty at Princeton University, was arrested in August 2016, despite his research having no contemporary political implications. Now, of course, hostages are often mistreated. They are denied fair trials, including the right to a lawyer, the right to a speedy trial, and the right to confront their accusers. Hostages also face solitary confinement, beatings, psychological abuses, and other forms of torture. So why does the Islamic Republic take foreign nationals hostage? Well, the regime has multiple motives, which we will address in detail in the forthcoming report. But the primary motivation behind the regime's hostage-taking strategy is the use of detained foreign nationals as bargaining chips in diplomatic negotiations. Detaining foreign nationals provides the Iranian regime with leverage to extract concessions from foreign governments. Such concessions might include the release of Iranian prisoners held abroad or the easing of sanctions and cash windfalls. This idea of hostage-taking for payment is so prevalent in the Islamic Republic that high-ranking Iranian officials, including IRGC Commander Hassan Abbasi, have gone so far as to call Iran's hostage-taking strategy the, quote, solution to Iran's economic problems, and have even suggested balancing Iran's budget through the taking of 10 or 20 US hostages. Now, knowing all of this, what can and should the United States do? Well, here's a few of NUFDI's top recommendations, while a full list will be available in our forthcoming report. First, the United States should impose measurable, irrevocable sanctions on the Islamic Republic for its hostage-taking. The regime in Iran is getting a heftier payday for each hostage it takes, with the number now sitting around $1.2 billion. Thus, the US and its European allies need the regime to know that it, too, will pay a higher price for each hostage taken. Every time the regime takes an American or European hostage, the retaliation it faces in the form of economic sanctions should increase in intensity. The United States should increasingly place restrictions on regime officials and regime assets, while specifically including in the messaging that it's doing so as a direct response to and consequence of hostage-taking. This would send a clear message to the regime that its practice of wrongfully detaining foreign nationals in order to extract concessions such as sanctions relief will not be tolerated and will instead be met with actual consequences. Furthermore, the sanctions imposed on the Islamic Republic should be measurable and, where possible, irreversible. For example, the Islamic Republic assets that are frozen or confiscated by sanctions as a result of the regime's hostage-taking should not be kept in escrow. This would risk such assets being released in the future, as recently done by the Biden administration in the 2023 hostage deal. Instead, the US should deploy those assets as it sees fit, thus making the penalty imposed on the Islamic Republic irreversible. Precedent for such irreversible action was already recently set by the Biden administration itself when it sent weapons confiscated from the Islamic Republic proxy force, the Houthis, to the Ukrainian Defense Forces. Now, in this case, the frozen assets can be deployed to inflict maximum consequences on the Islamic Republic by, for example, supporting internet access for the people of Iran, supporting democracy promotion efforts in Iran, and supporting the families of former hostages and other victims of the Islamic Republic. Additionally, the US and its allies should also impose measurable diplomatic consequences on the Islamic Republic for its hostage-taking. The US should use its diplomatic leverage amongst allies at international institutions to hold the Islamic Republic accountable. Suggested steps include lobby to remove the Islamic Republic from United Nations committees and leadership positions, ban travel for Islamic Republic officials to the United States, and issue and pursue Interpol red notices. When taking such steps to diplomatically pressure the regime in response to its hostage-taking, the US government messaging must be clear that such steps are taken as direct consequences of the regime hostage-taking. Now, additionally, Western governments should consider retaliatory measures against the regime's proxies. Whereas the regime targets innocent people, the United States, of course, should more aggressively target and detain actual criminals, like regime affiliates and those in Iran's vast terrorist proxy networks. If all other avenues have been thoroughly explored and proven ineffective, the consideration of targeting these individuals may be warranted. Implementing this approach could yield promising results, as it would place the regime in a position similar to the one that it imposes on other countries. Additionally, the United States should establish a comprehensive register of regime hostage takers involved in the apprehension, targeting, and mistreatment of American hostages. This list should encompass various individuals, including judges, prosecutors, agents, prison guards, and anyone else implicated in such acts. Now, finally, the State Department should ban the use of US passports to or through Iran. There are many reasons to visit the beautiful country of Iran, of course. Whether for academic or journalistic research, for business, or to visit family, traveling to Iran from a Western country can be very enticing, especially for diaspora Iranians longing to return home. Nonetheless, that appeal cannot and does not outweigh the risks and consequences of going to Iran while the Islamic Republic continues to occupy its government and employ a consistent strategy of wrongfully detaining foreign nationals. Hostage-taking is not normal behavior. It contravenes the very principles of diplomacy, and it will likely continue as long as the Islamic Republic does. But we think these temporary steps can at least help curb the trend.
Thank you, everybody. I think we'll jump right into it, and we won't have to hear me talk too much more. So we can start with Giselle. We have a great panel here, and we'll get it started. Thanks, everyone, for coming. So can you start? I think everyone listening is probably familiar with your father's case. Can you start, maybe give us some background and then an update on his status? What's the last communication you've had with him, with government officials, whether here or in Germany?
Sure. Hi, everybody. And first of all, thank you to NUFDI for having this conference, and thank you for having the hostage panel being the first panel, because we all saw right now with what happened in Israel that hostage taking is getting worse. We just did it with one move by giving $6 billion to the state sponsor of hostage takers and criminals, and now we have more American and European hostages than ever before, so congratulations to that. And let me talk about my dad real quick. My dad is Jamshid Sharmat. Just like me, he is a German and a US national. He's not a citizen of the Islamic regime of Iran. He doesn't have a passport, an Iranian passport. He did not travel there. My dad lived in the US for 2 decades. He was a critic of the regime, and he was first almost assassinated here on US soil by agents of the regime, and then he was kidnapped and taken to Iran. How he is right now, I don't know, because since the moment they kidnapped him and took him, he has been subject to forced disappearance, which means we don't know where they're holding my dad hostage. Nobody has seen him in 3 years. He can call us maybe once or twice a year under strict supervision of the agents of the Islamic regime. We know that he has spent over 1,100 days in complete solitary confinement. That means he sees nobody, not a lawyer, nobody from the embassy. He can't talk to a human being that doesn't want to kill him. We know that all of his rights have been taken. He has been taken through sham trials, because that's what they do to all the hostages, as you explained in there. They first try to destroy their name, criminalize them. So the roles of victims and criminals is reversed in the Islamic regime of Iran, and they use their judiciary system to set that up and show activists, victims, hostages as criminals, and the hostage takers are the ones that are judges or lawyers and putting these harsh sentences on them. My dad received the death sentence this year, and everything is becoming worse right now, because we know at least the US was trying to get hostages back. As you know, we are also German citizens, and Germany, excuse me, has not even acknowledged that their citizens are hostages. They have not even said that they want the release of their hostages, and they haven't done anything. The US, at least, because they have also this hostage problem, said they want to bring hostages back, and we're not against bringing hostages back, especially not me. But the way it was done right now is catastrophic. And we went to DC. We had a sit-in strike in front of the State Department for a week to let them know we are here. You're not talking to the hostage families right now. They finally met with us. They made a deal with the hostage takers. They released $6 billion or more to the hostage takers and brought some Americans back and left my dad behind to die. right now, with the US and Germany being involved in what's going on in Israel and Hamas, I'm more scared than ever that whatever our countries are going to be doing there, the Islamic regime would retaliate by murdering my dad, by doing something to the hostages that are left behind there. So I don't even know what to say to this catastrophic thing that they have done, but they have not communicated with us. They are not honest about what's happening. They're still out there on TV saying that the money they spent on these hostage takers is for humanitarian reasons, and we have to explain over and over again the principle of fungibility of money, and my 2-year-old understands that. She understands when I give her a lollipop and say this is for after lunch, and dad gave her another one, she says, well, dad's is not for after lunch, so I'm going to use dad's now, and mom's for after lunch. So she understands it, and she's 2. And we have to explain that to politicians. So yeah, this is the update on my dad. He has been tortured this entire time. He has no access to medication. He cannot call me when he needs to. He has no access to fresh air. He doesn't know if it's day or night. His teeth have been knocked out by the hostage takers. And they want to murder him now. So I don't know how much worse it can get, but this is where we are right now.
Thank you for that. And that's all tragic. And I think to me, one of the more disappointing things is what we saw in terms of the lack of communication to you and your family and the Dalili family. And I think, as you know, of speaking with other hostage families, is they have a duty to communicate with the families and assist. And it doesn't seem like, at least in your case, they did that at all, really, until we went on strike and we went to Congress and had all these meetings. Yeah. Exactly.
The thing is, we have policies in place. We have the PPD 30 since Obama's time. This is 2015. We have the Hostage Recovery Act, the Levinson Act, which is law right now. We even have executive orders, the last one by President Biden in 2022. All of them say, first of all, the State Department has to communicate with the families. They didn't. They didn't talk to me for 3 years, same with the Jalili family. They say that we should not give concessions to hostage takers. Well, we just did. They say all of these things, and we're not following the rules that we have in place, even though they're not enough to start off with, but we're not even doing that.
And I think it's important to note, as soon as they did comment on his case, there was an immediate reaction in Iran, and it arguably bought him more time. They pay more attention, right?
Exactly. That is one other thing that our governments do wrong or lie about. They tell us to be silent. They tell us that publicity or anything like that can harm the person. And we know from hostages that came back, every single hostage that was released tells us as soon as the public paid attention, that's when my conditions changed. That's when I got out of solitary confinement. That's when everything became better. So they lie about that too and tell us to be silent, not to use the H word. Don't talk about hostages. Don't go to the media. Don't go to the press, because hostages are an inconvenience for our governments who want to continue their business with the terrorists.
Thank you, yeah. Nizar, I think if you want to add on to any of that, please feel free, but if you can also talk about some of the things that were mentioned in the video in terms of what does the regime in Iran get out of their extensive hostage-taking business, and just how extensive is it?
It's very sad. It's very sad what I heard from Gazelle. It's the stories that every single hostage goes through, and it's a business model that Iran is doing. They start by identifying a hostage, deciding and kidnapping it. It's a profile. Then they will do the sham trials, phase 2. Then they start marketing the product, and then they do the sale. And this is how they do it. It's a business that has been developed over the years. As an organization, as former hostages, we created an organization called Hostage Aid. It's an organization that groups hostages from all around the world, and families anywhere around the world, they're facing the same. This is a crime that is being committed by government or non-government, and this is what goes on for every single one of us went through that. Having said that, I see that Iran benefits a lot since 1979. It benefited a lot from hostage taking. It became one of the pillars of the foreign policy of Iran. It's not, they use it to get concessions from the West, but at the same time, another pillar is to stop any openness that can happen to Iran. They're creating this wall between the West or the world and Iran, so the people of Iran cannot have access to openness. And one of the issues that we always, one of the words that they say, so we should not travel to Iran, or Iranian cannot go back to Iran. I believe this is not fair, because we are putting all the burden on Iranian people not to go visit their parents, their loved one, and this is not the solution. The solution is to be stronger, to have a firm actions that will stop this malign activity that Iran has been doing for so long. And as you see, so just to comment on Gazelle, what happened in '79, after they did the swap, after they released the hostages at the US Embassy, they turned to the proxy, and all the hostages started happening in Lebanon in the '80s. By Hezbollah. They start taking hostages, foreign hostages in Lebanon. And now, if you see, after the swap of the $6 billion swap, you see the hostages have been taken in Israel, in Gaza, and in Israel now. It's the same, they use a proxy, and this is the policy they do. And when they feel they cannot take hostages in Iran, they use the proxy to do exactly this. So for my personal experience, what happened I was taken hostage in 2015, and I was taken in September. The JCPOA was signed in July 2015, and everything was perfect. You go to any CEO in the US, anywhere, about Iran, everybody wanted to connect with Iran. It was a lovely country, young population, very highly educated, very good. Everybody wanted to open business in Iran. At that time, I was the vice chairman of the Global ICT, Information and Communication Technology Organization. I was high profile in internet freedom. I was leading the effort around the world for internet freedom, and I was speaking in conferences all around the world. So I was officially invited by the vice president of Iran to speak at her conference for women empowerment, and using technology for women empowerment. And I went there, and on my way back, they stopped me, they put me in a car, they threw me in a cell, and I spent 4 years over there. For no crime, for nothing, just for accepting an invitation and going to Iran. So what they wanted at that time, they wanted to send a signal to the world that they do not welcome any openness. They are okay to sign a JCPOA, but let's keep any openness on the side. So once I was taken in September, all foreign technology companies as Microsoft, Cisco, Intel, everybody was so eager to go to Iran to open, and it was like a very clear message to all these international companies to stop. And they did not. Since September 2015, they stopped, even though in January 2016, the JCPOA was ratified by the UN, and the sanctions were relieved and everything. But the message was very clear by the Iranian regime that we're not open for openness. Okay, so do not come here. And and they were very successful. They are smart. They use hostage taking in a very smart way, and they take us one at a time. They take the US on a time, the French, the German, everyone at one time, and they negotiate one-on-one. And this is what I don't understand why the world haven't realized yet that they have to unify, to work together, and to have one single policy toward hostages. Because we believe in order to stop this business model taken by Iran, and now other countries will follow because it's so successful. Everybody want to get to gain some concessions. They can do the same now because they know now with the $6 billion, convince anybody in Iran from the IRGC that a hostage is not worth $1.2 billion. even if we agree, it's for humanitarian, whatever. Okay, we agree, but the hostage taker will never agree because he believes he got $1.2 billion per hostage, and this is one of the criteria. So we as an organization and as former hostages, we believe that the best approach is to work all together on a multi-stakeholder approach, going from grassroots, creating awareness, getting the people of Iran and people of the world understand that hostage-taking will only get the society, bring damages to the society, stop development, economic development and political development, and violate all the human rights. And then this maybe will get a global understanding about fighting hostage taking and taking one position globally toward hostage taking. Thank you.
No, thank you for that important context. I think the last thing you mentioned is really important, that it can't just be each country going out for themselves. Iran is doing this to everyone. They should be working together. Yeah. I know we want to get into the $6 billion. Before we get there, for Gabriel and David, if you want to jump in on this, what do you think led to the fact that the Obama and Biden administrations were forced to cough up billions of dollars to get hostages back, whereas the administration between them was able to conduct one-for-one prisoner swaps? For Gabriel, please. Yeah. And David, if you...
So I'll answer the question, and I'll go a little broader, and then we can go back to you. The Iranian regime always starts with a strong negotiating position. They're always going to ask for a maximalist position. If you know, there's the joke: if you've ever bought a rug anywhere, you know that you don't say yes to the starting price. Unfortunately, that's not the approach that the Obama administration, and in my view, the Biden administration took. When I was negotiating and working on negotiations for the release of Wang Shiwei and Michael White, the initial Iranian position was they wanted every single Iranian prisoner out in exchange for American prisoners. And that included terrorists, people who had killed police officers, violent criminals. And we said that's simply not going to happen. We said we will do a fair exchange or nothing. We will not give you a single cent. And when Iran realized they couldn't get something out of the hostages, they became more of a liability than an asset. And that's one of the important things about speaking out, is that it raises the cost for Iran internationally. It says there's a stigma on them. When I'm in the streets of Europe, I'll see posters saying, you know, here's this academic imprisoned on Iran. That makes every European question whether they should travel to Iran. That means there's less revenue. And so part of this is putting a price on the actual hostage inside Iran and saying, this isn't a cash cow. This is a liability on you. We're going to shame you. We're going to put out videos. We're going to harass you in the press for every single day that they're in prison. Then they say, actually, we kind of want to get rid of these people. We still want something out of them, but we want to do a deal, and we want to do a deal fast. Ultimately, we were able to do one-for-one prisoner exchanges in the Trump administration that I think are a good basis. They're a fair basis. I don't like having to give up duly convicted criminals, but if that's the price to get Americans home, that's what's necessary. It is also true that the Iranian regime, the system, puts a higher value internally on dual citizens. They, for some reason, want more out of it. That shouldn't be an excuse for us to cave and give more $6 billion. One thing on the $6 billion that I have to address, because there's a lot of misinformation. There's the idea that none of it will go to terrorism, that will go to food and medicine. The way I like to think about it is there's money that if you get money into a savings account, you maybe will spend more out of your checkings account or your credit cards. And that's exactly what will happen here. We also have seen a strong history of Iran using medicine that it receives and selling it on the black market. There were 19 trucks full of medicine in 2019 that were caught at the Iraqi border that they were trying to sell to the black market. That was while the Iranian regime was claiming that they had a medicine shortage because of sanctions. That's not what happens when you're in a shortage. So that's not true. So that was a quick answer.
No, thank you. I think, and maybe David can address this too, you talked a lot about the strong negotiating during the deals, but was it more, was the difference in the result more a result of strong negotiating or a stronger negotiating position from having a policy that placed more pressure on the regime?
To Gabe's point, I think we had a maximalist sanctions campaign against Iran. And one of the biggest lies that has not been addressed is that our sanctions were unilateral. In fact, I traveled to almost every country in the world, and we got partners from Germany to Panama, who's the biggest flag registry in the world, flagging Iranian ships to immediately deflag. So Iran knew that although these countries didn't want to go along with our policy in many instances, they had no choice because we gave them a very clear choice, and that was you're either with us or you're not. And if you're not with us, you're going to bear consequences. Some of them are going to be economic, some of them are going to be diplomatic, but there's going to be consequences to pay because this is our policy. And I think when Iran realized, not only to Gabe's point, that we were going to have a fair deal and they weren't going to bargain us down, and also that we were so strong on our sanctions campaign that they realized that there's really nothing else they can get. And as Gabe said, they were going to be a liability. But I would also say that the release of hostages was one of 5 key objectives that the Trump administration had. And obviously the nuclear program, ballistic missiles, sponsorship of terrorism, and malign regional activity in Yemen, Syria, and Lebanon were also key objectives. And while we had a very strong, robust sanctions regime against Iran, there was more to do. There's frankly more that we could have and should have done. The Iranians were very clear that they were going to time us out, that they could tolerate potentially I was appointed August 6, 2018, which is the first day we really snapped back sanctions. But so it was not 4 years of sanctions, it was less than that. But they could bear that. They would have a harder time bearing 7 years. But I believe that they still could have bared those 7 years because we see time and again that sanctions is not a policy. Sanctions is not a strategy. Sanctions is simply a tool, and it has to be a tool to be used as part of a larger strategy that will help release hostages, not only American, but other national hostages. And one area that I hope won't be repeated if there's a second Trump administration, a second term, is that the administration will devote significant military assets to the Persian Gulf and will have a threat posture against Iran that would be a serious consideration of military assets. And that's one thing that was missing. Instead, quite the opposite happened. Under Defense Secretary Mattis, key military assets were diverted away from the Gulf. They went to the South China Sea and in that theater. And the Iranians are very, very smart, and they picked up on the fact that they were going to be secure because there was no military threat. There was only one time in history that Iran, this regime, made a change in behavior against its own will and interest, and that was when it accepted a truce with Saddam. What happened during that time? In April 1988, we had Operation Praying Mantis, where the US Navy sunk Iranian vessels, where we attacked Iranian oil platforms. A couple of months later, the USS Vincennes shot down an Iranian civil airliner. That was an accident, but the Iranians didn't view it as an accident. They viewed it as intentional. And so you had, from Iran's perspective, a real military threat in conjunction with a very strong sanctions regime. Our sanctions regime was frankly much stronger than what we've ever had. I think it could be stronger yet again under a second Trump term. But you had those 2 key components where you had a military threat posture, assets, military assets in the Gulf, as well as sanctions that pressured the regime, the Iranian regime. Khomeini said this was a bitter poison that he had to swallow. They were very much opposed to a truce with Saddam, but they had to take it. And so that same approach could be used to achieve the 5 objectives, one of the key ones being obviously the release of hostages.
If I can.
Is it off?
Yeah, now we're back on. If I can go off of one of your points and also one of Nizar's, you talked about how our sanctions weren't really unilateral. And I think, unilateral American sanctions can and were more powerful than the multilateral sanctions from 2011 to 2014. They brought, multilateral sanctions only brought Iran sanctioned oil down to about 1.1 million barrels of oil. Unilateral ones brought them down to about 300,000. It's still the case that they'd be more powerful if they were multilateral. And this goes to sort of Nizar's point about hostage diplomacy. When we put sanctions on Iranian hostage takers on the Levinson Act, what that really says is you cannot come to the United States, you can't have money and assets in the United States, but they can still have pads in Geneva and London and Paris. What we really have to do is work with the European partners and say, look, they took one of your people hostage, they are out of the United States too. If they take any of ours hostage, they need to be banned and sanctioned from all of Europe. Work with the Middle East partners too, not just Europe. And say, if you are involved in this, you will never leave Iran again. You will never have a luxury apartment in Frankfurt and Paris. And that's going to make all these officials second guess themselves and what their actions are doing.
Yeah, please.
I just wanted to, one point that you guys all made, you said, or in your question it was implied that the US administration was forced to pay $6 billion to get the hostages out. That means, and I see it differently. I don't see it in that way, and I'm not an expert, as you guys, but I've looked at every hostage case like in the last 44 years. And when every administration is doing it wrong, when we all see that paying $6 billion to hostage takers is gonna make it worse, we can assume that they see it too. We're not the only clever people in the world that figured this out. So when you do this mistake over and over and over again, at what point do we think that you're forced to do it or make a mistake? And at what point do we acknowledge that maybe this is not a mistake? Maybe our governments, our Western governments, are using hostages as a front because they don't care about hostage. They've shown me that through my dad's case. They left a hostage under death sentence behind. They have showed us this. They don't care about human rights in Iran because they don't care what happens to the people there. They don't even care about the hostages or the people of Israel. They're forced to flex muscles right now because we have a big Jewish community that is doing that and that's putting pressure on them. But why do I think that this is not a mistake, but this is a front? Because when you're paying $6 billion to a terrorist regime, you don't do it for nothing. You don't do it for releasing 5 prisoners. You are doing it because you're getting something back. So what are you getting back? If we assume, and I'm not assuming that out of nothing, I'm assuming that on the facts that we just exposed, that the Islamic regime's lobby group infiltrated our government for at least a decade. They're in our academia, they're in our universities, they're in our media, they're in our State Department, they're in our Department of Defense, they're part of the people who made this deal. So if we know that, and we know we're giving them $6 billion, and just a fraction of that we assume is coming back, a fraction, 1% of $6 billion, how much is that? My math is back. $600 million, let's say that. Coming back, funding these people who then make another campaign and have these think tanks that tell the next administration it's good to continue negotiating with these people, then at that point, to me, this is not a mistake anymore. So we have to do investigations to see who in our current administration thought this is a great idea and investigate and see what their relationship to these governments, to these lobbies, to these think tanks are.
Please, David.
You know, one of the frustrations I had was oftentimes speaking to colleagues, especially the NSC, and being frustrated about some folks not being on the same, policy idea. And the response was, some folks are frankly wearing different jerseys. And so the point is, you don't need folks infiltrating. There is a legitimate disagreement on policy approach. And this administration has said they believe negotiations is the best path. The previous Obama administration believed the same. The key difference between the Biden and the Obama administration is the Obama administration actually significantly ramped up sanctions before the JCPOA, which is kind of what opened the door to the JCPOA. But there's just a legitimate policy difference. And so I don't know if it's about an investigation more than there's a difference of opinion. And the $6 billion was not necessarily only for the release of terrorists. The administration was quite clear for a very long time that they intended to release the billions, particularly from South Korea, as a goodwill gesture to facilitate negotiations on the nuclear portfolio. So there's a larger purpose for the release of the $6 billion, and there's a policy difference, obviously, between this administration and the previous. And it doesn't seem like at least this approach has been working. And one of the most frustrating parts of the approach for the private sector, many companies of which I represent in the maritime industry and the energy industry, is that because there's a lack of enforcement of current sanctions that are on the books, bad actors are taking advantage of it. And it's causing significant economic harm to ship owners, vessel owners, legitimate flag registries that are actually seeking to abide and comply with U.S. sanctions and are getting taken advantage of by an Iranian fleet that's exporting oil in violation of sanctions that are not being exported. And the same thing goes in respect to Russia. There's a large shadow fleet in Russia that is exporting 90% of Russian oil in violation of the US and G7 price cap policy. So the frustration about not implementing and enforcing sanctions that are on the books is being felt by the private sector quite significantly.
That's a good transition to where we want to go, because a lot of attention is being paid to the $6 billion, which, as you note, is part of this larger understanding, right? Which included money, $10 billion unfrozen from Iraq, I think $7 billion unfrozen from the IMF, and according to Ioanni, 80 billion from unenforced oil sanctions since 2021, right? Which maybe wasn't part of the understanding, but the lax sanctions is an important part here. So when it comes to this attention that's being paid on the $6 billion right now, first, can the $6 billion be refrozen? What's the process there? And it's obviously relevant, but how much more relevant is all that other money and the general policy being so weak and allowing money to flow into the regime?
So I'll take the first question. Yes, the $6 billion can be refrozen. What was done was waivers were given. So the reason the money's been stuck in South Korea is the banks didn't want to move it. They didn't want to run afoul of U.S. sanctions. And it took a waiver from the Treasury Department to give the banks confidence that they could move the money into European banks first to make it into euros, and then from euros into the Qatari banks. The money, that waiver can be rescinded. And there have been multiple bills dropped in both the Senate and the House yesterday that do just that. I think those bills will be given a vote in the House probably next week as soon as there's a speaker. And it is likely that there will be a vote on the Senate floor next week to refreeze those and rescind those waivers. If that happens, it gets a little bit more complicated. The money will be stuck in Qatar. And then, as David knows, it will get more complicated from there. So it is possible to refreeze it, and that is up to Congress. What we've seen in the last day really is a number of lawmakers, not just Republicans, but at least 5 Democrat senators,
I think
probably
it's 8
a
or
lot
9,
more.
yeah.
8, wow. 8 coming and saying that money needs to be refrozen. The Biden administration has now said that is under consideration, which is important.
Thank you. And as far as all of the other money that's been allowed to flow into Iran, Nizar, do you want to touch on this comprehensive policy that's
Yeah, we are just, they have been only highlighting the 6 billion because it is within the agreement, but what was released from Iraq, for Iraq to pay, and from Japan and from the IMF, it's much more, but they were able to release it for humanitarian purposes, for the electricity in Iraq, for other things, and this is like, that's why we are only highlighting the 6 billion, because it is within this agreement of releasing the hostage.
We didn't want to make the panel too much about the horrific acts that are going on in Israel right now, but I think Gabriel, you shared a post with a Hamas member saying, you know, America just traded billions for hostages. Why not give us money for hostages? Basically, alluding to the fact that, you know, they see what's happening when you pay for hostages, and they think they can get the same.
So this is all about, do you believe that you can benefit from taking hostages? Do you believe that there is a supply of hostages that you can acquire? And is there a demand for the hostages after you take them? And each act that we do to prove that statement is true increases the value statement. In terms of supply, I probably disagree with Nizar, which is fine. I don't believe that Americans should be traveling to Iran. We have a level 4 travel warning. And what I advocated right after the hostage deal was that the State Department use a mechanism in place to ban U.S. passport holders from traveling to Iran. Secretary Tillerson used that authority in 2017 after Otto Warmbier was tortured and killed in North Korea. And as a result, no Americans have gone to North Korea, and no Americans have been kidnapped and held hostage in North Korea. Again, if you dry up the supply, they cannot use them. They cannot use them as leverage. I understand it's a broad question, and maybe you want to
please.
There's been recent public source reporting that the Iranians planned with Hamas this operation. I mentioned 5 objectives of the Trump administration. Those were long-term objectives. There was one short-term objective that we did meet, and that was depriving the regime of funds to use for the sponsorship of terrorism. Decrease of $50 billion per year. We bankrupted 18 out of 19 Iranian pension funds. Inflation over 40% led to Iran increasing gas prices domestically, which led to Iranian protests domestically, led to Hezbollah, for the first time in history, making open pleas for donations because they lacked funding from the Iranians. And the fact of the matter is that Iran has become enriched, not only because of transfers or potential transfers of money from the United States to Iran, but because there's been a complete lack of sanctions enforcement. They've been making billions and billions and billions of dollars, and this money has found its way to Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and they knew more was coming. And so you have a report of $6 billion a few weeks ago that's being planned to release. Many times that amount of money has already been going to the Iranian regime, and that money has directly flowed to Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and Hezbollah.
I think that's a very important point, because there's a debate over the reporting over how involved was Iran in these attacks, and there's no debate that they were involved, because as you say, Hamas can't do what they do, these groups can't do what they do without Iran. So we should start with that base point of Iran is involved, and then we can talk about how involved were they operationally, specifically, but it's incredibly important to note, yes, they were involved, and you know, please. And
just one point I wanted to pick up on, we had unilateral sanctions that were implemented in a multilateral way. And I think that was the beautiful combination.
Sure.
Leadership is not getting consensus in the UN. That's not leadership. Leadership is taking a strong, effective, moral policy position and getting your allies to follow you. And that's exactly what the Trump administration did. And that's, I think, distinct from how many other administrations approach diplomacy.
Nizar, please.
Yeah. For traveling, okay, you cannot travel, but Iranians who traveling to Iran, they end up traveling with an Iranian passport. Yeah. So what are we saying when we say American cannot travel to Iran? We're saying that what we're telling the Iranian. What we're telling is that if you're traveling with your Iranian passport, we're not gonna follow. We're not gonna take care of you. We're not gonna get you back home. This is an issue that we cannot put all the burden on the Iranian on the American Iranian people. We need to be responsible for everyone, and we need to take actions on this. As far as the sanctions, yes, definitely the sanctions has been very during Trump have been very effective. But at the same time, we should remember that we left also during Trump administration. We left Siamak, and we left Imad, and we left Tahbaz behind. So it's not like 100% success on this matter.
Very quickly, and I think Giselle wants to. So yes, we did not get every hostage out in the Trump administration, and that's something that we worked on every day and night, and we didn't succeed. It's not easy. One thing on the travel, yes, Iranian Americans with Iranian passports would still be able to travel. It would help prevent people like Xiue Wang, Michael White, who we spend a lot of time getting now. It would prevent people like that who don't need to travel to Iran to go. One other thing is, if you're an Iranian who wants to go visit a dying relative, or you're there to do aid work, in the legislation that's been introduced in the House, you can get a waiver from the Secretary of State for conditions like this. So it's not a blanket freeze. It's saying we want to deter. We want to make people who are just wanting to visit Qom or Tehran think twice and really question whether it's worth it. The intention is not to leave Americans behind, it's to dry up the supply a bit.
Yes, I just wanted to add to that, like, Nizar, I know you're thinking about victim blaming, and I understand you, but I would love to go to Iran. I would love to see my family. I would love to go to the prison or wherever they're holding my dad, and I can't. And if I can't, then other people shouldn't take this risk either, because Iran right now is not a travel place. Iran right now is an occupied territory, and we have to treat it as such. But that's just my opinion, and everybody can do that. What I wanted to talk about actually was what our experts were talking about, the sanctions and everything. And I agree with sanctions. They're fantastic. They're great. But if we don't see, again, as a layperson, I just look at the responses and everything, not at the details. If I don't see a reaction by the Islamic regime that when we put up sanctions, they stop hostage taking, or they stop their behavior, then I can assume that it didn't bother them, whether or not we enforce them or not, or if the sanctions weren't enough, I don't know. But I'm looking at Iran, I'm looking at the Islamic regime, and they're still continuing what they're doing. And I know the regime and the IRGC, how they operate is, they have all of these open borders, they have coasts, they are smuggling whatever they need is getting to Iran, one way or the other, if we put the sanctions or don't put the sanctions. They're getting their money there. They are doing deals, as we just said, they're selling the medicine, they're selling supplies, everything that we have in the US that they can get over there. They have McDonald's over there or something. They get everything over there. They open up political prisoners. They cut them open and sell their organs to Europe. Like, they are making billions. They are making billions. So coming back to everything that we're doing, it is good. We have to continue that. But it will not solve our problem until we treat the root cause of terrorism and hostage-taking. And the root cause is still the existence of the Islamic regime. And the only credible threat against this regime is a full-blown revolution. It is not going to be Europe, it is not going to be the US, it is not going to be Israel, it is going to be the people of Iran, because that's what they want. They want to do a revolution. So, which brings us back to, whatever we're doing, we did it wrong because we didn't listen to the people of Iran. And now the diaspora is here. The diaspora is in DC. We're being heard. So what we need to do, and it doesn't matter which administrations, it's not partisan, start talking to the diaspora, start talking to the people of Iran, and start supporting them, and cut your ties with the regime. That will solve the problem and not just patch it up.
So, regime change, I don't think, has ever been a policy of the United States. Policy change has been a policy. I can't predict what will happen in the future, if Iran might cross certain red lines for a future administration whereby the policy might change. But I think I started by saying that sanctions is not the answer, because it can't be used as a strategy or a policy. It's a tool. And it has to be used in conjunction with other policy tools, including support potentially for dissident groups and obviously rediverting military assets to the Persian Gulf. But what we've seen is that the combination of sanctions and other policy tools have led to not only Iran changing policy direction, but also countries like Libya under Gaddafi making a change in policy and opening up their nuclear program for inspection. So I'm not sure if regime change will ever be part of US policy, but even short of that, sanctions in conjunction with other tools as part of a larger grand strategy could be. Unfortunately, I don't think any administration since 1979 has had that kind of holistic approach.
And then,
Sure.
you know, in your report, Andrew, one idea that I wanted to elaborate a little bit on is the idea of how do we put a cost on the next hostage that they take? And one idea that the Trump administration imposed in 2019 was, we said the Iranian diplomats who go to the UN, they're allowed to do that under a U.S. treaty. We said you can go to a 6-block travel radius. That's only around the UN headquarters. That's it. You can go back if you release the hostages in Tehran. And that policy was in place until February 2021. And then it was rescinded. They can now go 25 miles. That means they can go to Brooklyn, and where Masi's house was when they were trying to kill her. And the policy should be now, well, it should be twofold. One, we should, after what happened with Hamas, we should just put that down to 1 block right now. But say, look, the moment a next American gets put in prison and is wrongfully detained, they should be, that automatically goes to 1 block. Mm-hmm. Again, there's about 100 Iranian diplomats in UN. There's a lot. Yeah. They want to go shop at Gucci because that's what they do. They do not want to be stuck in Turtle Bay. And if you can put that specific, tangible cost and penalty on them, that they know that is the cost, they have to think twice. And that's what we always want them to be, thinking twice before they do this.
Thank you. So unfortunately, I think we went over time here, so I'm going to have to wrap it up. The last point, though, I want to make, we've never had a regime change strategy. But one of the things that JINSA, my former organization, where Gabriel has advocated for, is a regime collapse strategy, which falls in line kind of with maximum support. And it basically just means empowering the Iranian people to help create regime change for themselves. And I think that's maybe the other angle to go. Sure, last comment?
Yeah, like in your report, one point was very important, is like money that we sanction from Iran to be used for democracy, to use it for the Iranian people, for democracy, instead of taking weapons and giving to Ukraine. It will be much better to use the money for empowering the Iranian people inside of Iran, for internet, to have internet access, to have democracy, capacity building, and this is how we can do the change from the inside.
Thank you guys for joining me on the panel. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ghazaleh, Nizar, Gabriel, David, and Andrew. Please join us now for a brief networking and coffee break. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Our next panel, The Axis of Resistance, Iran and Great Power Competition, will discuss how Iran's alliance with Beijing and Moscow is posing a significant threat to U.S. interests and fundamentally reshaping the landscape of great power competition. Joining us for this panel are Mark Dubowitz, CEO of the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, who is an expert on the Islamic Republic's Global Threat Network, Carrie Filippetti, who currently serves as the Executive Director of the Vandenberg Coalition and previously advised U.S. Ambassador Nikki Haley on issues related to counterterrorism, the Middle East, and Western Hemisphere. And this panel is moderated by Kamran Khansarinia, NUFDI's Vice President. Please join us in welcoming our speakers.
Thank you again for being with us today, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks to our first panelists and my estimable colleague Andrew for our first panel. There's really no two better people, I think, to be with. It's a particular pleasure for NUFDI and for me personally to be here with Mark and Carrie. Even before all that's happened in the past week, since last Saturday's terrorist attack on Israel, two individuals who lead, in my opinion, some of the most important foreign policy institutions in Washington, advocating for policies that I think many of us in this room and many of us watching online and those watching inside Iran support, because it recognizes reality, it supports U.S. national security, the interests of the Iranian people, and really it's great to have here in Washington two great friends of the people of Iran and the Iranian American community. So we're thankful to be with you today, and thank you for joining us. And of course today we're supposed to talk about on this panel great power competition, the nature of the relationship of the Islamic Republic with China, Russia, how that affects U.S. national security, and we'll get into that certainly, but we can't start, I think, without addressing recent events, the Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. And so, Mark, I'd like to start with you. You've been following this, obviously, speaking about it consistently as you have for years. What's the latest? What do you sense is going on? Please address the role of the Islamic Republic. And again, thank you for being with us today.
Cameron, first of all, thank you so much, Carrie. Thank you for being together today. I just want to thank all of you, too, because the past few days have been absolutely horrifying for those of us with friends and family in Israel, and witnessing the atrocities of this regime. It is so comforting to be with all of you. First of all, thank you to NUFDI, because I've been here for 20 years, and I've had to deal with the nonsense that came out of NIAC that was not being opposed, and that was not being condemned. And thank God we now have a proud Iranian-American organization that is telling the truth about the nature and evil of the Islamic Republic and the regime in Iran. So thank you to all of you. I also want to say that, one of the things that surprised me is how many people were surprised. How many people were surprised and shocked by the barbarity of Hamas. And again, to be with Iranian Americans today, you understand the barbarity of what Israel faced over the weekend, because you and your family and your friends in Iran have faced this kind of barbarity since 1979. You have witnessed a regime that has murdered and raped and tortured your people, that launches chemical attacks against Iranian children in their schools. So for all of you in this room, you were not surprised by what you saw over the weekend from Hamas, which has long been supported, financed, trained, and militarized by Khamenei, the Revolutionary Guards, and the regime in Iran. So again, to be in a room with people who are not surprised because you understand the nature and gravity of the threat from the regime in Iran. And thank you to NUFDI and all of you, because in the coming days and weeks and months, it'll be essential for you to explain that the regime in Iran and Hamas are closely tied and are of a common ideology and of a common brutality. So I just wanted to open up with that. I'll just say one other quick thing, and then I want to turn it over to Carrie, and that is that there's a big debate in Washington. Did Khamenei and the Revolutionary Guards direct and plan the attacks on 10/7? And I think in a sense, it's an irrelevant debate. I have my own view. I mean, there were multiple meetings between Khamenei, Raisi, the Revolutionary Guards, in Tehran, in Damascus. There were meetings between Revolutionary Guard commanders, Quds Force commanders, and the heads of Hamas and Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad in Beirut over the past couple of months. I find it hard to believe that they were not discussing, even in broad terms, what we saw happen over the weekend. But the point that we need to emphasize, again, is it's an irrelevant debate whether they directed and planned this attack. They financed, they supported, they trained, and they provided weapons to Hamas to carry out this kind of massacre. And this is all part of Khamenei's long-standing plan to bring death and destruction not only to Israel, not only to the Middle East, but obviously to his own people.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you for your kind words, both about NUFDI and the Iranian-American community. Carrie, it's a pleasure to have you. I think for the first time at a NUFDI event, we're very pleased. You were here with us as a guest last year. Let's keep with the same topic. What are you seeing in Washington in terms of the response? I'm sure you were perhaps not shocked by the attack, as Mark mentioned, but what shocked you about the reaction here in Washington? What have you been seeing? And also, if you might address the debate over what Mark just talked about, the Islamic Republic's role in this attack.
Sure, and I want to reiterate Mark's thanks both for being here and for everything that everybody's doing. I think there's a good part of the reaction and a very negative part of the reaction. The good part of the reaction is we are currently seeing a relatively united policy-making community, at least, both with respect to giving Israel everything that it needs, most especially the bandwidth and runway to do whatever it thinks it needs to do to counter the threat from Hamas once and for all, but also a united desire to hold Iran responsible. I think as it was said in the last panel, as Mark alluded to here, the question as to whether or not Iran was involved is the wrong question. The question is to what extent and how much was this directed by Iran. That is obviously still an open question, but the desire to hold the Iranian regime accountable, I think, remains strong. The fear, though, of course, those of you who have worked on Israel issues before know this very well. Right now, Israel's response in Gaza is what I would describe as relatively restrained. That's because Hamas has a number of hostages that are both Israeli as well as from, I think, close to a dozen other countries, including the United States. That's not going to last forever. And as Israel responds with appropriate force, you will start seeing the tide change a little bit, and you'll start hearing this narrative about its disproportionate, its collective punishment, and so on. So it's incumbent on all of us to make sure that the focus remains on the Iranian regime, the terrorist nature of its proxies, including Hamas, and on the victims in Israel. Another negative here is we didn't just see the deaths of 1,300 Israelis. We are starting to see a continuation of the death of the concept of truth in general. One of the things that was so important following the Holocaust was the idea of getting the message out there. People need to see what's happened, because if they see it with their own eyes, they'll believe it. Right now, they're seeing it with their own eyes, and they're not believing it. And this is something that the Iranians have been through, as many of you know, people seeing it with their own eyes and not believing it. So we need to be united as a community to ensure that we're not even just fighting disinformation and misinformation now. We're actually fighting the concept that people are exposed to the truth and they reject it, either because of their hatred for any of our populations, whether it's Iranian or Jewish, or because they don't have the capacity to understand what they're seeing. So it's very important that we all work on promoting the idea of truth and the idea of morality, because this waffling that I'm seeing in Washington, D.C., and primarily seeing, by the way, in universities, is one of the more disgusting things that I've frankly ever seen.
You talk about truth, Carrie, and the fact that I would applaud if I can, but I have a microphone in my hand. So, a truth, and you mentioned Iranians' particular familiarity with truth and with their truth being denied. For 4 decades, obviously, in Iran, from its very first day, the hostage crisis that was discussed in the previous panel, taking American diplomats hostage, the execution of Iranian military officers who had done nothing but protect their country and serve their country, the execution of Iranian Jews, of Iranian Baha'is, of Iranian women. That's continued for 44 years, and it's as if the world oftentimes doesn't accept that as a truth, to your point, and they say that this is something natural, that's part of their culture, or whatever other farcical arguments they have. And I want to ask both of you, but starting with you, Mark, do you think that's played in, or what role do you think that's played in the response that we've seen from Iranians, be they Iranian Americans like folks in this room, or Iranians inside the country, from the now famous stadium video from a few days ago to the terrorist attack in Israel? And what has been the reaction of folks in the Jewish community, or Israelis, or policymakers here in Washington? Are they surprised by the way Iranians are reacting to this and standing in solidarity? And I know you followed this, of course. We saw the Israeli government official accounts, thanking Iranians for the now viral hashtag Iranians Stand With Israel. What's been your reaction or analysis of that reaction from Iranians, and how it's playing out in Israel and here in Washington?
So certainly, the response from Iranians doesn't surprise those of us who are Iran watchers, right? We know how much the majority of Iranians despise Hamas and Hezbollah and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. We know that. How do we know that? Because we heard their cries during the demonstrations, right? We didn't just hear death to Khamenei and death to the regime. We also heard stop sending our money and our support to Hamas and Hezbollah and these terrorist organizations. So those of us who watch Iran are not surprised. Unfortunately, many people don't watch what's happened, or deny, as Carrie said, what is happening. They deny their own, what they see with their own eyes. So I don't think it's a surprise for us. Unfortunately, it's a surprise for many in Washington, and it's not a surprise for Israelis. I just spent 14 months in Israel, just got back a few weeks ago, and we had a big Nowruz celebration last Nowruz in Israel. and we invited members of the Iranian-Israeli community, including Iranian-Israeli singers, and people were there, and diplomats, and we had this incredible Nowruz dinner, which got a lot of attention in Israel. And then there were visits, as you know, Cameron, by Reza Pahlavi. We saw the outpouring of emotion from Israelis. It was unbelievable, because Israelis know that their best friends in the Middle East are the Iranian people. And I hope Iranians know, and I think are starting to realize, that their best friends in the Middle East are Israelis.
Yeah, I would just agree with Mark. I don't think there was surprise so much as gratitude. I mean, there are so few points of light in all of this darkness, and seeing things like that was deeply, deeply meaningful. And I think it's not just to Israelis, but to the sort of entire Jewish population. So we're very, very grateful for that. When people are fighting their own challenges and have their own suffering, for them to be able to be aware of the suffering of others and fight on behalf of the suffering of others is really the most remarkable thing that there is, and that's what we saw with the Iranians. I would just say that what it points out is, you know, in a sense, going back to the nature of the panel, that there are two sides to what's happening in the world today. There's the side of good and there's the side of evil, and that's just the most blunt and accurate way to put it. The Iranian people, the Israelis, the United States are on the side of good. The Chinese government, the Russian government, the Iranian government are on the side of evil. You cannot divorce one from the other. All of these are mutually reinforcing in terms of our adversaries, and so we need to be mutually reinforcing in terms of our allies, and that's exactly what we saw the Iranians do in support of the Israelis.
Keeping with that theme, Carrie, in terms of what many have come to term an axis of resistance within the Middle East, but also connecting the Islamic Republic to the Chinese Communist Party, to Putin's regime in Russia, there hasn't been much said about the role, not really the role, but China's reaction or Russia's reaction to what's happened in the past several days. Starting there, but taking a step back to what you're referring to about how these dictators coordinate with one another, how they watch one another and learn from one another. We've talked about this before, and you've written and spoken about it extensively. Why do you think it is that still some folks in Washington are seemingly missing the existence of that connection, that relationship between the bad guys, if you will? And what can be done to better educate about that, to explain that to policymakers? Does it simply take a different administration? I mean, why is what's so obvious for you, and I think for many, that these bad guys are all on the same team, and that the good guys need to be on the same team? Why is that missing, and what can be done?
So I would say there's sort of like the generous interpretation of why it's being missed, and then there's the maybe more realistic interpretation. We'll see. I think, listen, there are certain people who they just are not, they're concerned about other things. So when we talk about the sort of what we see as like the rise of isolationism, which is often the group of people that are saying, you know, we shouldn't be focused on Russia because that will deter us from being focused on China. We shouldn't focus on. It's not really that many of those folks are actually ideologically opposed to American leadership. They just no longer believe that we're able to do it. It's a question of confidence, not of ideology, right? And so you can forgive them for believing that, watching the U.S. surrender basically to the Taliban, and the image that gave us, you know, the fall of Saigon, essentially, you know, empowering all of our adversaries, and that's also the message that Americans get. So there's a lot of Americans who just don't think that we have the ability to focus on all of these other threats, and when you don't think we have the ability, it's much easier to carve out specific spaces and say, I want to focus on China, I want to focus on, you know, whatever the issue may be, or I just want to focus on our own borders. I think that's an understandable impulse. Unfortunately, it's not a reflection of the reality, right? When I was in the Trump administration, the one thing that we always said to our team was, you know, we have to respond to the reality we live in, not the reality that we want. And the reality that we live in, it is incredibly clear, and I'm sure we'll talk about all of the relationships, both military, economic, and diplomatic between China and the Iranian regime, between Russia and the Iranian regime. And all of these things are collectively not only hindering the ability of the Iranian people to have a government that represents them, to have human rights, same for those in China, same for those in Russia, but it's also undermining American interests in the region directly. It's undermining security, it's undermining human rights, it's undermining freedoms. And so I think it is important that groups like mine and Mark's try to educate people to understand precisely what these connections are and precisely how it's hindering directly American national security and, of course, global national security.
For the average observer, let's say for the person who doesn't frequently attend DC think tank panels, or the person who doesn't, read, I don't know, Foreign Policy magazine or something like that, how would you break it down? Why does it matter for an American? Why does it matter for, not our national interest broadly, but why does it matter for someone in their everyday lives? How does it impact them that the Islamic Republic, that the CCP, and Putin's regime and other dictators are collaborating and colluding? How does that hurt an average person? And perhaps, as a second question, how does a lack of a comprehensive strategy from the United States or lack of response to that coordinated threat hurt everyday Americans?
Well, I would put it simply. I mean, there's often this discussion, which I hate in Washington, D.C. You said for the average American. I really do view myself as I'm surrounded by people who are much smarter than me, much more educated than me on a daily basis. So I consider myself really among that category. And so I hear people use this phrase like the liberal international order, and it makes me want to shoot myself. And the reason is because—
Please don't do it on stage, save that.
But the reason is because you can't put four words that— I worked for the Trump administration. I'm a Republican. I guess I'll out myself here. But you can't put four more words together that Republicans in particular hate more than liberal, international, rules-based and order, right? That is just not something that's compelling. However, what we're really talking about is an American-led system. And that matters because the strongest military and economy in the world is going to decide the preferences and operations of every other country. That has been the United States for all of our lifetimes here in this room. If that's no longer true, it's not just that we're not, in other parts of the world and we're safe here at home. It's that we won't be able to trade freely anymore, and that's going to significantly affect our economy. It's that we're going to be surveilled by those other countries. I mean, see how China operates, how the CCP operates within China, and ask yourself if that's the kind of governmental system you want to live under, right? It's not about if we're isolationists and we just protect ourselves in our own border, then we're going to get to have the same lifestyle that we've had for the last few generations. We won't. It's about choosing, do we want to decide our own national fate, or do we want China, Iran, and Russia to decide it for us? And for me, there's a very easy answer to that, and I don't understand people who have a different answer.
Mark?
So, I think brilliantly said. I would say a few things about that. Look, there's an axis of tyrannies, China, Islamic Republic of Iran. I prefer to call it the Islamic Republic in Iran, because I think the Islamic Republic is illegally occupying the great nation of Iran. And I think it's, when I hear Khamenei talking about Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories, I just want to ask him, how long have you been illegally occupying this great nation of Iran? So this axis of tyrannies, the Islamic Republic in Iran, China, Russia, North Korea, and their partners, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba, others. So there is this axis. Now, I am old enough, believe it or not, to remember, being now 55, I can't believe I'm 55, the Cold War and Ronald Reagan. And the one thing about what Reagan understood is what Kerry understands, and what Kerry is exhorting people to understand, is that there is good and there is evil, right? We've all been raised in this postmodern American academic system where it's like, no, there's not really good and evil. I mean, it's people who are just misunderstood, all right? Right? I mean, you know that, and you hear that, and I'm sure some of you who are older have kids in universities who are being bombarded with this kind of propaganda. It's that kind of notion that there is an evil in the world, that Ronald Reagan, he understood there is evil in the world, and he called the Soviet Union the evil empire. And he made it very clear, we win, they lose. Right? That was his famous phrase. But Reagan didn't confront the Soviets directly. Both countries had nuclear weapons. The Soviets had a massive army. We believed at the time, they had a massive economy. They'd industrialized faster than any other country in history. What Reagan understood is that he had to find free people, or people who were yearning to be free, to fight against Soviet domination. Well, we today have four people we know right now that are under extreme threat. Our friends in Israel, our friends in Ukraine, our friends in Taiwan, and our friends in Iran. Right? And the response to those in Washington who say, we can't do it all, we can't fight on every battlefield, we can't commit US troops around the world, the response to them is the brave people of Ukraine have already demonstrated their willingness to fight and die in defense of their country against the viciousness of Vladimir Putin. Right? The brave people of Israel have demonstrated since 1948 their willingness to fight and die against the viciousness of Khamenei and the Islamic Republic in Iran. Right? The Taiwanese people want to defend their island and their democracy and don't want to rule under the viciousness of Xi and the Chinese Communist Party. And how much more of a reminder do we need that the Iranian people are prepared to take to the streets and to fight and die in order to be free?
Why, Mark? Why is that so difficult for people to understand? Is it difficult for policymakers in Washington to understand on both sides of the aisle, because we're seeing some cracks perhaps in support for Ukraine? We don't see much support, unfortunately, as much as one would like, as much as those of us in this room would like. Tomorrow we'll talk about maximum support in much detail. But why don't we see in Washington, that connection between this axis of resistance, this axis of tyranny, as you call it? Why is it so hard to understand? Is the postmodern era that sunk in, that people have been brainwashed in their universities and they simply think that everything is a different shade of gray and there is no black and white? Why is it difficult for people to understand that, and why is it difficult to make policy based on that? Because it's often said in Washington that the United States is at a natural disadvantage vis-a-vis the CCP, vis-a-vis Putin, vis-a-vis the Islamic Republic, because they have 25-year, 50-year plans, because they have total control of their systems, and whereas we are a democracy and we're naturally weaker. I don't buy that, and I don't think that you do either. But why aren't we able to, here in Washington, why aren't we as a country able to plan a strategy that can address all of these threats and empower those people who you said are fighting? Because the other side, I think, often says, well, you simply want to send troops all over the place. Nobody's talking about sending troops to Iran or invading Iran. What we're talking about is empowering the Iranian people. We're not talking about sending American troops to Kiev, but empowering Ukrainians. So why don't people understand that, and why is it difficult to make a comprehensive strategy that addresses all of those problems?
I think it's simple. First of all, I mentioned Reagan, right? I mean, again, many of you aren't old enough to remember, but those of you who are, remember who preceded Ronald Reagan, right? Jimmy Carter, right? Weakest American president in history, complete lack of moral clarity, defeatist attitude when it came to the Soviet Union, right? Surrounded by people who, and by the way, we were just coming out of Vietnam. We were traumatized by the Vietnamese experience there. There was calls that the United States must retreat. It was very similar to what you're hearing today. Right? The 1970s reminds me of 2023, right? And then Reagan came in and said, no, we are the United States of America, and we are prepared to lead, and we have to defeat this axis of tyrannies. And then what Reagan understood is he didn't have to send US troops all over the world. He had to mobilize people who were yearning to be free. Now, NUFDI has put out a whole series of excellent recommendations on how to support the Iranian people. Right? Some of those have been followed by the Trump administration, very few by the Biden administration. But let's hope we get a US president who's prepared to take a look at NUFDI's recommendations and say, yes, 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 yes. That's what the Iranian people need in order to bring down Khamenei and the Islamic Republic in Iran, which, by the way, is the only solution to all of the problems we're talking about. right? I mean, this whole discussion of Hamas and Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, and where the war's going, and Gaza, and invasion, and Hezbollah, and northern fronts. And, I mean, that is a tactical discussion that is dominating the airwaves. But we all know the only solution to peace in the Middle East is the end of Khamenei, okay? So I assume you all agree with that. But what NUFDI and the Vandenberg Coalition and FDD and many other organizations, what's incumbent upon us is to explain to policymakers and our well-intentioned friends in this city, and there are many, right, that we need to support people yearning to be free. We do not need to send American troops all over the world. But I would add this. We need the credibility of American military power, right? Khamenei, Xi, Putin need to understand that the United States has a potent military, and we're not just prepared to send carriers to the Eastern Med, right, or ammunition to Ukraine, or naval ships to Taipei, but under certain circumstances, we are prepared to use military force. And like Reagan, we can use it selectively, right, in order to send a message to these dictators that their regimes will be held hostage if they continue their aggressive and threatening activities against American interests around the world. So I'll end with just this. How many of you heard Biden's speech yesterday? Right? I don't know how many of you teared up, but I'll tell you, my Israeli friends told me, those who had seen the decapitated babies, those who had held in their arms women who had been burnt. The stories have been horrific. Were calling me and telling me the first time that they cried in 4 days of horrors was when they watched President Biden's speech. Okay? So kudos to President Biden. And however, we got to turn outrage and emotion into action. And how many of you were so frustrated when you heard all of people around the world expressing their support for the women of Iran and wondering, thank you for your outrage and your anger. Now what are you going to do about it to support the people on the street and not let them just be mowed down without support?
I want to sort of, I think that part of the problem here is this sort of like what I call like bumper sticker foreign policy or bumper sticker politics, where everything just has to be tweetable and tiny and sort of sloganeering. And there's this fallacy, this idea that if you believe in American leadership, then you're somehow a warmonger, right? And it's really frustrating because it is not historically borne out, even remotely. The Vandenberg Coalition was founded, it was named after a former chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Arthur Vandenberg. And he used to be an isolationist. And after Pearl Harbor, he had this famous sort of public conversion to internationalism where he said, our oceans have ceased to be moats which automatically protect our ramparts. Essentially, no matter how much we just want to focus internally, we have enemies that are going to target us. And we saw this right before September 11th, 2001. Everybody talks about George W. Bush as a, quote, neocon president. George W. Bush ran on a Jacksonian platform that was focused on education and healthcare, period. He had said in his campaign that he wanted us to be focused much more on domestic issues. But then what happened? We were so focused internally that we missed the threats that were out there. It was the same thing in Pearl Harbor. We did everything we could to avoid getting involved into World War II. We weren't building up our military arsenal, not by any stretch. We were 17th in the world. We were after Romania. And then we got attacked. It is not when we're strong that we become a victim. It's when we are weak, and that is historically borne out. And the example that I use for average Americans to try to understand this is, if you want to ensure that your only option is not war, you need to respond before the point at which you have no other options. If you are defending your home and you have a gun in your home and somebody breaks into your house, your only option is to use the gun. But If you have set up a security system, if you've changed your routine so that nobody knows sort of when you come in and when you leave, if you have a dog, if you buy a house in a nice neighborhood, these are all things that you can do to reduce the chance that you have to eventually use force. It is the isolationists that are going to constrain us so that we have to use force in these situations. It is the people who are saying, let us provide military equipment to the Ukrainians because they don't want our boots on the ground, they just want to defeat the Russians, and we have an interest in that, that are the ones that are allowing us all to be safer and preventing a larger scale war from happening.
I'm so glad you both mentioned that, because it's so true. And it's, when we announced this conference, we announced, the two of you and many of our other speakers throughout the day, just like last year. I mean, whether it's from folks in the Islamic Republic or regime newspapers or those in Washington who toe the same line, this was called the Warmongers Conference, or, you're inviting all these people from the Jewish think tanks. I mean, the most disgusting and vile things. And first of all, we are so honored to have folks from Jewish think tanks, particularly this week, because we stand with them and not the terrorists who are trying to kill them. But I'm glad you say that, because there is this fallacy. There are, that former, now failed Iranian-American organization that spent 20 years in this city raising God knows how many millions of dollars with the Chicken Little story of war is coming, and if you don't give me $10 right now to go meet with Javad Zarif and then go to the White House, then war is definitely coming. War never came. Indeed, the times that we got closest to war were exactly as you laid out, when the United States was weak, when the United States was not standing up for its principles for democracy and human rights for the Iranian people. And I think that that's something that has really frustrated Iranian Americans. I'm sure it's frustrated all of you for really 2 decades now, to have been slandered, to have been labeled as warmongers, as people who want to start conflicts, who don't care about innocent lives. Indeed, it's the opposite. I think it's the naivete of these people, exactly as you pointed out, that is causing people to unfortunately be killed. And we've seen that in Iran, we've seen that throughout the region, and I'm sure after this conference there's going to be more attacks of people calling for military action, which we all know is farcical. If there is conflict in the Middle East, if there is other unfortunate conflicts, in my view, there are 3 culprits. Number 1, Ali Khamenei. Number 2, the American presidents who are too weak to stand up to him. And number 3, the members of the Iran Experts Initiative, or that failed former Iranian-American organization who spent years lobbying for Khamenei's policies. And I think it's people like you all, at Vandenberg, at FDD, who care about innocent lives. These people don't care about innocent lives, clearly, because their policies have enabled these unfortunate conflicts. You both have very busy schedules. You have to fly off, I'm sure, to different parts of the world or America and do many different things. But 1 or 2 more questions before we try and get 1 or 2 questions from our audience. And I want to ask you, we've talked about this axis of tyranny, this axis of resistance. What is it that you think that dictators, be it Xi, be it Putin, be it Khamenei, or others, are watching from the United States? What are they learning? What is Xi learning from America's reaction to Putin? What is Putin learning from America's reaction, or lack thereof, to Khamenei? What sort of things what tells are these dictators watching for? How are they coordinating amongst each other? What strategies and tactics are they sharing amongst themselves, Mark?
Well, I mean, first of all, I don't think they're agonizing over whether they should support their allies and partners the way we agonize, right? I mean, I think clearly Khamenei does not, give Khamenei credit. He is very loyal to the terrorist proxies that he's built in Lebanon, in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Iraq, in Syria, in Yemen, right? Very loyal. He will provide them everything they need: money, weapons, training, I would argue direction, planning. So he's very loyal. Putin is very loyal. I mean, Putin stood by Assad while he was massacring hundreds of thousands of Syrians. He stood by him, steadfast, didn't flinch, right? She's very loyal. She's going around the world and providing everything he can, money, weapons, political support, to countries that are deeply repressive. She's sending a message by massacring Muslims in Xinjiang. Have you heard any cries from the Muslim world? Have you heard the Saudis or the Emiratis or the Jordanians or the Egyptians condemning Xi for massacring fellow Muslims in Xinjiang? So they are very, very loyal to their own proxies and to their own allies. So that's point number one. I think, look, I think point number two on this is the coordination is clear. I mean, we haven't talked a lot about it in this panel, but let's just quickly just tick it off. Like China, Islamic Republic, $400 billion military and economic deal, right? China is instrumentalizing the Islamic Republic to expand CCP power around the world. Khamenei providing suicide drones to Putin to kill Ukrainian men, women, and children. Russia reciprocating by providing weapon systems. And I know there's negotiations right now for the Russians to send fighter jets and other deadly weapons to Khamenei. So sanctions busting, we heard about on the panel a lot of discussion about sanctions, right? China, Iran, and Russia. Actually, China and Russia in particular, learning from Khamenei about how to run massive sanctions busting schemes in order to evade sanctions pressure that the United States and Europe are putting today on Putin. And Xi is learning how to open up those kinds of channels should he invade Taiwan. So they're not only looking at how we respond, they're also supporting each other, and there are lessons learned from each of them. So the axis of tyrannies is alive and well, cooperating, partnering, learning from each other, testing American will, as Kerry suggested, and learning from every incident in which we demonstrate American weakness. Xi and Putin are looking today at what happened with Hamas and heard Biden's speech. I guarantee you they didn't tear up. What they're looking for is, can Biden actually enforce his commitment to provide unwavering support to Israel as it deals with Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Islamic Republic and Iran? And if he sees that America doesn't provide that support, then he will understand that they have carte blanche to do what they want to do.
Kerry?
Yeah, I would say there's a few different lessons that they're learning. So first and foremost, as I mentioned, the sort of the symbol of us leaving Afghanistan and the parallels that were drawn between the fall of Kabul and the fall of Saigon. The message that I have heard even American allies say is that the only image that they have had over the last few years of the American military was of that humiliating defeat. So one, they're learning that our military is insufficient to protect either ourselves or our allies. The second is they're learning that we're not willing to stand up for our allies. We saw this when we left Afghanistan and left behind not only Americans, but also critical Afghan partners, many of whom, by the way, in case anybody has lost a thread on that, are still not gaining the status in the United States. These are people who are translators. These are people who helped our special operations officers in our military. And there's about 7,000 of them that are in the United States that don't yet have status because we've been so slow in processing that. So they're learning that we won't stand up for our allies. That was the message that Putin got that I think empowered him to invade Ukraine. It's the same message that Xi will get if we fail to deter, or if we fail to respond to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and Xi will learn it and will invade Taiwan. I mean, almost certainly. Why wouldn't he at this point? So they're learning our military is weak. They're learning we won't stand up for our allies. They're learning that if they can address the American public, they can sway our opinion. This is why TikTok is one of the most dangerous apps that we have, because the Chinese government is specifically using that to try to spread narratives about American interventionism, to try to get people to fight amongst each other, to split the Democrats and Republicans so that we're not united on issues, because they know that a country internally divided cannot stand. And so not only are we ceding ground to them by allowing them to do that, but it's also just perpetuating this this sense of our lack of unity. And we see this in the House of Representatives every day. I commend those of you who work regularly with them, because it is seeing 15 votes for speaker and then the speaker gets out for the first time in American history is pretty humiliating and embarrassing. And I think what they're learning most importantly is the gaps in American leadership are opportunities for them. This is especially true for China. China had almost no relationship with Afghanistan and with the very prevalent mines that are in Afghanistan until the United States left. And in those last 2 years, they have gained control over essentially all of the major producing mines in Afghanistan. Iraq was the #1 recipient of BRI aid. Despite the fact that the Middle East was never a target for Chinese BRI investments up until our withdrawal from Afghanistan. When we leave, they fill the gap. And so this is why it's critically important that as much as we should be focusing on the threat that the CCP poses to the United States and to the sort of American-led system, we need to not lose sight of, one, our allies around the world, but two, what they're doing all around the world to sow disinformation, to sow discord, to promote human rights abuses, and to attack the American-led system. And in terms of what the results of this are going to be, well, all of these relationships, as Mark mentioned, the goal is to contest U.S. global positioning. It's to promote alternatives to Western norms. It's to reduce the U.S. presence in the region and, frankly, throughout the world. It's to weaken our sanctions regimes. And fundamentally, it's to ensure the survival of dictatorships. And so the future that we can envision if the United States and its allies don't stand up to this is a very dystopian future in which the CCP, the Iranian regime, and Putin are basically running around the world, sowing whatever human rights violations they want to, waging war on sovereign nations, promoting and empowering terrorist regimes all across the world. I mean, it is not just let's sit and be happy inside our country. It's a ridiculous belief. And so I think what we're seeing with the terrorist attacks in Israel, hopefully is, as the Iranian people showed, sort of an acknowledgement and a unity that it's not just the tyrannies that are united, it needs to be also the democracies and the resistance.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I actually, I don't know if how many of you saw in social media that in Taipei, the largest tower in Taipei was lit up with the Israeli flag. In Ukraine, government buildings were lit up with the Israeli flag. Zelensky flying to Israel to express his strong support for Israel. You know, I think, and you saw it, obviously, unfortunately, the regime is not showing the Israeli flag in Tehran, but the Iranian people are. I mean, how many of you saw that social media posting in that soccer stadium?
Are you referring to the famous Iranian poets at the soccer stadium and their
Yes, yes, that was so awesome. But that was seen, you know, and it was seen in Israel. My Israeli friends were sending that to me, right? So this notion that Kerry is underscoring, that the need for us to unite, right? As Iranians, as Americans, as Israelis, as Ukrainians, as Taiwanese, and other people, again, yearning to be free. Like, this is Reagan's vision. This is Reagan's strategy. And we have evidence that the strategy worked, right? And I remember, right, it was 1989, I guess. I was at McGill University in Montreal taking Soviet studies. And it was pre-internet, if you can believe, pre-cell phones. We actually had textbooks. Some of you remember what a textbook is? We had textbooks about the Soviet Union. And on that morning, my professor came into class and she said, I'd like everybody to get up, bring your textbook to the front of the room, and I'd like you to throw it into that garbage can. We didn't even have recycling bins in those days. So we all got up. I mean, we had paid like $100 for that textbook, and we all got up and we threw our textbooks into the garbage can, and we sat down and we said, what's going on, professor? And she said, the Berlin Wall just came down. The Berlin Wall came down. And by the way, a lot of what's in your textbook was wrong, right? And who knew that it was wrong? Ronald Reagan. Because a lot of what was in that textbook were the thoughts of these great Soviet experts and criminologists who believed the Soviet Union would survive for 1,000 years, just like many thought the German Reich would survive, including, obviously, Hitler believed his Reich would survive for 1,000 years. I am 100% confident the Islamic Republic in Iran is coming down, and we need to do everything possible to bring it down.
On that excellent note, we have a very small amount of time for one or two audience questions. If my colleagues would bring around some microphones. If you have a question, just raise your hand, please. Here in the front, Nader John. And for our questioners, if you wouldn't mind, please identifying yourselves and your affiliation.
Hi, my name is Armin Bahman, and I'm actually Iranian-American activist since Mahsa Amini was killed by the terrorist government of Iran. I'm 1/4 Iranian. My late father, his father, my grandfather, was born in Shiraz, Iran. And after the turn of the century, he came to the US via Austria. So I speak very little Farsi because my grandfather died 3 years before I was born. So I have I have many Iranian American friends in this country, and then they also have family over there. And it's been a horrible situation over the last 44 years. Actually, in the mid-'70s, my late parents used to go to the parties at the Iranian embassy in Washington, which is just a vacant building right now. And in 1979, when the Shah was exiled and he was in the Bahamas, my late father played tennis with Riza and with the Shah. It was
pretty good tennis partners, I'd say.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Your questions, sir, because we're very
okay.
short
Yeah, but
on time.
I'm going to
Yes.
give the questions now. It's to either Mark or Kerry. Why don't you think there's been any? Let's say, like you've heard of Peshmerga, right? That's like the Kurdish group that basically they're like a paramilitary group. Why do you think they haven't gone into Iran and made little hits like at military installations? I'm wondering if there's any way the United States can empower like a proxy groups like this in order to go into Iran, even though we don't want to bring our military, to get groups like Peshmerga to go in there and hit military installations. Just real quick, and I got one more question.
Unfortunately, there probably won't be time for that. I'll amend the question slightly with your permission.
Okay.
Thank you. You can give the mic back to my colleague. Thank you, sir.
Look, real quick answer. Military support for Iranians inside Iran, obviously an issue that to be discussed, but we're not even close to providing any kind of serious non-military support for Iranians inside Iran. Serious technology support, right? NUFDI came up with a great idea, which is to set up a labor strike fund so that you can provide what Iranians need when they go on strike, because they don't have unions that are going to provide them with money so they can put food on the table. Right? There's a whole list of things short of even providing weapons or sending in the Peshmerga into Iran that need to be done in order to help the Iranians, who, by the way, are on the streets every single day. I would just commend you to the FDD. We have a tracker every week, a detailed tracker of the number of protests that are taking place still today in Iran, where they're taking place, and the regime's repression. It's a story that has disappeared from the media. We are really continue to remind people the protests are not over. And we believe that there'll be a major eruption again, and the United States government should be prepared for that opportunity to support the Iranians.
Before we go to maybe one last question, there's a young lady up here that had raised her hand. But just to add on to what you said, Mark, sometimes I sense that people jump to really radical solutions without having considered or even started the most basic solutions, and that's what you alluded to. They're very basic things the U.S. government should be doing. The U.S. government should very simply say that the Iranian people have as a democratic right to determine their own future. The U.S. government doesn't even say that. So before we talk about arms or things that I think all of us are largely opposed to because it's so dangerous, can have so many negative consequences, the very basic steps have to be done. And I appreciate you mentioning maximum support. And the tracker that you all have at FDD is so fantastic because there's so many easy excuses for people to say there's no more protests, what's going on. The Iranian people are protesting and showing their resistance every single day, just as Ukrainians are, as folks in Israel now are, as the Taiwanese are. So your tracker is a great tool. So I think the very last question, brief, please identify yourself and your affiliation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm an Iranian American activist. And while we were in this panel, there was a tweet by the Spectator Index that says, breaking CBS News reports the U.S. has reached a quiet understanding with Qatar not to release any of the $6 billion in Iranian funds that were set to be transferred. I was wondering if you guys have any opinions on that.
I have opinions.
Please.
This is the kind of thing that'll get me in trouble in a future administration or confirmation hearing, probably.
This is a safe space, don't worry.
Well, yeah, but I see the recordings going on. But in any case, yeah, I have strong opinions. One, I hope it's not true. I wouldn't be surprised if it is true. That $6 billion, as was mentioned in the last panel, Gabe Naranjo mentioned very clearly that it is able to be refrozen and redirected, I think either to Israel or to the victims of state sponsors of terrorism fund is the right thing to do. The Iranian regime specifically mentioned that the money that would be spent, that the $6 billion would be used on, would be to backfill money that they had already spent, right? So that means that money is actually, even if it hasn't been spent yet, going to go to refill the coffers of the terrorists who committed these acts and of the Iranian regime that supported it. Frankly, I think not only should we not be having that discussion with Qatar, we need to be reconsidering our major non-NATO ally status with Qatar. I see no reason for us to continue that. They have been nothing but an antagonist, frankly, especially as it relates to the support of the Iranian regime and its antagonism towards Israel.
And their strong support for Hamas.
And their strong support for Hamas. And I just think this is a perfect example of the United States is, I'll say unintentionally, but who knows, is emboldening our adversaries directly. That's my money. I'm an American taxpayer. That's my money that has gone to slaughter my own people in Israel. Sorry.
So I don't know if I heard it correctly that you said that they're not going to release those funds, or they are going to release those funds. They will not release the funds to the regime in Iran.
Oh.
Yeah. Yes.
Then I take back everything that I
said. No. Kerry doesn't need to take it back.
Oh, okay.
Kerry articulated exactly the reason why they must not release the money to the regime in Iran. And Kerry's views, by the way, have been supported by bipartisan members of Congress who've come out recently and have made it very clear that they must not release that money. The administration, if that's true, the administration is finally listening to Americans who understand that the $6 billion, and by the way, not just the $6 billion in Qatar, but the $10 billion in Oman that came from Iraq, right, must not be released to this criminal regime in Iran. And what we do with the money, whether it's money for U.S. victims of terrorism, whether it's money to be held for the Iranian people, whether it's money to be provided to Israelis who've been massacred, that's a policy discussion that we can have at a later stage. But if the administration, if it's true, it's a good sign that maybe finally the administration is waking up to the reality that the more billions of dollars you give this criminal regime in Iran, the more it'll slaughter its own people and slaughter other people.
And I would just add, if it's true, one of the things that I was very moved also by the president's remarks, but one thing that I think we all probably noticed was that there was not a single mention of Iran in his remarks. And so there has been this fear, obviously evidenced by my immediate misunderstanding of what the administration did, that we would not understand and appreciate the significant role that Iran plays in this. And so this could be a profound moment, if true, where we can actually acknowledge the Iranian role, stop getting too focused on the specifics of what it was, and just acknowledge that these are all interconnected regimes.
I hope that the Biden administration listens to what Mark said, listens to what Dr. Ganji said at the beginning, that these are all great steps. If that's true, it's a great step. This will all continue as long as the Islamic Republic is in power. And if you really want to end this, if you really want to end support of Hamas, PIJ, etc., fixing the Qatar relationship is great, but Islamic Republic is where it is. Thank you very much, Mark Dubois and Kerry Fieldpetty, for being with us today.
Thank you all for this excellent panel. We now invite you to join us for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch has been served. Please take a seat and enjoy your lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch has been served. Please take a seat and enjoy your lunch.
Sepe's video is queued up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin now.
Now?
Ladies and gentlemen,
من تسلیت میگم به تمام ملت ایران که الان 44
the women and the people in fighting for their freedom, many of them doing it without recognition or fame. At NUFDI, we're dedicated to sharing their voices. In that spirit, we will now play a short video from Iranian political prisoner Fatemeh Sepehri.
ابتدا من تسلیت میگم به تمام ملت ایران که الان 44 ساله که هم دائم گفتیم تسلیت. الان مهسا رو کشتن. چند سال پیش خانم کاظمی، زهرا کاظمی رو با همین شرایط کشتن و امثال اینها نه اولی بوده و نه آخری خواهد بود و این باعث میشه که مردم دیگه اونهایی هم که ذره امید داشتن، ماها که نداشتیم، ما چون جنگ ایران و عراق تجربه کردیم و رفتارهای جمهوری اسلامی سالهاست که دیگه میگیم باید برود جمهوری اسلامی. متاسفم برای جمهوری اسلامی که ذره‌ای دیگه نباید کسی دل به همراهی اینها و موندن اینها داشته باشند. روزی که جورج فلوید رو کشتن، خامنه‌ای اومد و بسیار اظهار تأسف و ناراحتی کرد و محکوم کرد و امروز میگن و اون روز زبونش از عمامش درازتر بود با خاطر کشتن جورج فلوید، ولی مهسای امینی از سقز بلند شد آمد تهران که تفریح کنه، هوا بخوره، نه باتوم جمهوری اسلامی و باتوم‌های سید علی خامنه ای رو. متاسفم برای سید علی خامنه ای. امیدوارم هرچه سریعتر ریشه اینها کنده بشه. هر نیرویی که با اینها همکاری میکنه اگر ذره‌ای وجدان داره، اگر ذره‌ای شرف داره، اگر ذره‌ای به ایران دل میبنده، باید از جمهوری اسلامی جدا بشن، از بدنه جمهوری اسلامی جدا بشن. اینها قاتلن، اینا میخوان ایران رو ویران کنن، مردم رو. همه مردم مصیبت زده شدن و هستن و دارن مصیبت زده میشن. امیدوارم که هرچه سریعتر با این همه جنایت جمهوری اسلامی همه دست به دست هم بدیم که جمهوری اسلامی بره. من میگم الان امروز مهسا، فردا ممکنه یکی دیگه باشه. واقعا اینا کاری کردن که همون اعتقادات خیلی ابتدایی مردم رو، حالا طرف خیلی هم تحصیل کرده نبوده در زمان شاه ولی زندگیشو میکرده، مسجدشو میرفته، نمازشو میخونه، ولی الان همه چی تعطیل از جانب خدا دیگه. یعنی اصلا وقتی میگی خدا، میگن خدا یعنی چی؟ دیگه شما حرف ملاها رو نزن، شما حرف آخوندا رو نزن. و جمهوری اسلامی فقط بر اساس کشتن و رعب و وحشت و نصفی از جمعیت این جامعه زنا هستند. از ابتدایی که روی کار اومد، اولین کاری که کرد قانون خانواده رو لغو کرد و زنان رو از یک سری حق و حقوقشون محروم کرد و از جمله اینکه زنا رو خواست خانه نشین کنه، چون از زنا میترسه. ملت ایران بیدار شید. نونمون رو بردن، ناموسمون رو بردن، وطنمون رو بردن، اعتبارمون رو بردن، امنیتمون رو بردن، جان عزیزانمون رو گرفتن. الان ما برای چی واسطادیم؟ منتظر چی هستیم؟ چی میخواد دیگه اتفاق بیفته که نیفتاده؟
We hope you enjoyed lunch. Our next panel, The New Age Revolution, How Technology Can Help Iranians Win, will explore the role of technology from social media to mobilizing Iranians abroad, to innovative solutions like Starlink and cryptocurrencies, and empowering the tech-savvy Iranian pro-democracy movement to achieve its goals. Joining us for this panel are Mehdi Yahyanejad, a tech entrepreneur and internet freedom activist, Len Khodorkovsky, a former senior advisor to the U.S. envoy for Iran, and Sara Raviani, an Iranian-American activist involved in supporting the Massa Act. The panel is moderated by CNN's Artemis Moshtaghian.
Hello. Hello, thank you for joining us today on this very important discussion. On this very important discussion on technology and freedom and the protest movement taking place in Iran. I am joined by a great panel, activist, internet freedom entrepreneur, and former state advisor. So what we're going to be looking at is the difference between what we've traditionally seen in the internet and social media in protest movements in the Arab Spring, where Twitter and Facebook were main contenders. But now, as the landscape has changed, Iran is now mostly looking at different platforms, at Instagram, Clubhouse, and Twitter being used, Twitter Spaces. And we're going to be exploring just what technology and how freedom plays into technology in Iran. We're faced with a government that conducts cyber attacks and also internet shutdowns, blackouts from critical areas in the country where we can't get information. And so technology and freedom are intertwined very intimately. And I'm hoping this panel will lay more out there for us to discuss. So first and foremost, what's top of mind for all of us is what's going on in Israel. We cannot get away from that. So I wanted to take a moment and first speak to Sarah and see how she is using technology as social media to connect second generation Iranian Americans here in the US and also connecting what's going on in Israel with what's happening over there.
Thank you so much. I want to start by saying that the people of Iran and Israel are depending on all of us, and that's why we are all here today, because we all share that same conviction. So I am very honored and proud that NUFDI has allowed us to take place in this really important conversation. Last weekend, we saw the horrible Iran-backed terrorist attack committed by Hamas in Israel. And we were able to host a Twitter space recently and discuss with people on the ground in Israel, specifically the youth of Israel. And they discussed with us the horrors that took place on that day and how terrifying it was for all of them. And it's very different when you're seeing this on the news versus when you're using technology and social media specifically to discuss these topics with not only the people inside of Israel, but also the people inside of Iran. I'm in a very unique position where I do have access to these people because we use Twitter and social media to connect with all of them. So it's been very eye-opening, very jarring at the same time, but also beautiful that we have this channel to connect with all the world, really. And that's something that has played a pivotal role in my driving force for why I decided to engage in legislative advocacy.
So social media has become a go-to platform for Iranians. They're looking for unbiased information, for sharing videos and images that would have otherwise not been put out there by the government or any other news agency because of censorship and just the government's cracking down. I want to know each of your involvement in what you think about social media and freedom and what that means to what your platform is and what you're pursuing. Len, I will go with you first.
Well, I think I want to start out with taking a step back and looking at the power of technology in general. So we are at a point in time in history where technology is integrated into just about every aspect of our lives, everything from our daily lives, through our cell phones or smart refrigerators, to the lives of our nations through military technology, satellites, information technology. It's pervasive. Semiconductor chips are driving everything with essentially on and off switch. So that means that the stakes of ensuring that the good guys are innovating and proliferating technology are going to determine the status of freedom in the next generation. The way to secure freedom for the next generation is to secure technology. Now, it's a double-edged sword. Technology can be used for good, and technology can be weaponized against humanity. Those are the stakes. There's no middle ground. I am encouraged that this generation is growing up with technology in their bloodstream. It's really important that the way this generation evolves technological tools is rooted in democratic values. It's rooted in respect for the rule of law, for the respect for human rights, respect for property rights, respect for all the things that we associate with freedom. Because authoritarian regimes like the one in Iran, the one in China, of course, all North Korea are not going to sleep. They are developing AI, their own technologies, whether we like it or not, and it's critical that the United States and the free world drives the rules under which technology is developed. Now we can, and I think we need to focus on that because the stakes are literally freedom and oppression.
It's exactly that. Technology and freedom have a reciprocal relationship. Freedom promotes technological progress, and technology therein promotes a free society, which embetters society in general. But it can be used in the ways that you're saying. I want to look at the different types of platforms that we have, the diversity of the different tools that social media has opened doors for Iranians. Now with Mehdi, what you can share with us beyond WhatsApp, beyond voice notes and Instagram and Insta stories, which for me personally was where I got a lot of my information from during the protests last year. What more can you tell us about the apps out there and the diversity?
Sure. I want to start from a little bit of history of what was happening in Iran. So Iran got connected to internet back in 1992, roughly that time. And from day one, when Iran connected to internet, the issue of censorship and free speech became an issue. Actually, there is a story that I'd like to talk about. When there were mathematicians and physicists from Iran, they went to Vienna to get connection to a center in Vienna from Iran. So that was the first connection Iran got to worldwide internet. And as a part of that contract, there was one mention that if you are getting connected to World Wide Web, you have to let people use this as an uncensored internet, or whatever it was called back then. When these people went back to Iran with this contract, nobody was ready to sign it because it said, of course, the two words within this long contract became an issue. Finally, of course, they found somebody, an official, to sign this who said, we don't have to care about this. But what I want to say, from day one, the censorship was an issue, and the history of it, it proved that internet played an important role. And the achievement, I think, in Iran, we've seen is that a lot of people are well informed today. I think what we could say, most Iranians are pretty informed about their options, about what is going on in Iran, about what's going on globally. I have one example. I was talking to somebody in Iran, and I said, I live in this neighborhood in LA, and he told me, have you been to Gold Gym? And I said, I've been by it, but I haven't been there. So it's like, somebody in Iran is so informed that, knows about neighborhoods in LA. Just that's one example, but what I want to say, the internet and of course satellite TVs to some extent have helped Iranians to be so informed about issues globally and also in Iran that at the moment, I think we are past the point of informing people. Most people in Iran are informed. I think the today's challenge is how to bring change. It's not really how to inform them. Maybe 20 years ago, 30 years ago, that was an issue, but today that's not the case. Just in going back to your question, today Iranians use a number of social platforms, social media platforms. They use Twitter to have strong political discussions. I think a lot of the political discussions are happening on Twitter, and people who want to have an influence on political issues have to be there and have to be part of that discussion. Instagram is bringing a lot of cultural change. I think what happened, I would say, what we saw in the master revolution, it was partly due to all these teenagers and young men and women in Iran during COVID sitting at home, being on Instagram, and totally like experiencing a different life, a life that they can have. So they saw all these stories, what people were sharing from outside world. And there was a huge cultural shift between those 2 or 3 years that was brought because of Instagram. Of course, a lot of people are using WhatsApp for communication. They use Signal for safe communication. They use Clubhouse to have more in-depth conversations, which is, again, I would say, a safer platform because Iranians are, when they see each other, they are far more polite than when they are just tweeting and writing to each other. So Clubhouse has become a relatively safe space to have more in-depth conversations about politics. So they are using all these platforms together to achieve, I would say, to create a different narrative, which is very different from what Iranian government wants to create. And as we've seen, the barandazi or change, regime change narrative, which has been created in the past, I would say, past 10 years, it has become so common among the population that this has become the dominant voice, and this is what everybody is calling. I think the challenge now that what we're going to see is how to achieve that. So that's going to where we're going to see the shift and the discussions on how to achieve that shift.
You bring up a good point about how the young culture inside Iran is using social media to let us look into their lives. And this has created a big impact on second generation and just people in the diaspora in Europe as well. We had Sarina Esmailzadeh, who was singing along to an American song and vlogging from her bedroom that looked just like anybody's here in the States or in Europe. And then you had Hamid Reza Ruhi, a motorcyclist who was doing TikTok lip syncing like many of us during COVID. So it personalized, it humanized the Iranian youth. And using these diverse platforms, Sara, I want you to tell me what it was like for second generations individuals in the US and Europe in kind of anchoring their identity with who they are with the people back in Iran, and what that meant for you and people like you that you've spoken to.
So social media was very pivotal in, I think, mobilizing and inspiring second-generation Iranian Americans and Iranians in the diaspora to mobilize and feel connected to our roots. Because, you know, oftentimes it's very hard for many of us who have not been to Iran in a long time or have never been to feel connected to home. But with social media, we were able to see an inner look into these young people's lives. We got to see what their lives were like, what their interests were. We got to hear from them directly. And for me personally, it was very, it set my soul on fire, to be quite frank. I would look at the videos of them and their TikToks and their tweets even, and I just felt like those were my brothers and sisters inside of Iran. The average age of protesters inside of Iran is 15 to 25 years old. I'm 25. And so it felt like there was finally this missing link that felt fulfilled by seeing their social media. And as trivial as social media may be looked at here in the West, it's so different for the people of Iran. It gives them an outlook into what, you know, a democracy and freedom actually means. And so that's why it's so important, and it's so beautiful that we're able to connect with these young people for the first time, it feels. And they join in on our Twitter spaces, and they speak with us, and they talk to us, and they let us know, and they are so informed, like you said. I've been working on a bill, it's called the MASA Act, S2626. And it just recently passed the House of Representatives, and the night it passed, we did an impromptu Twitter space to speak with everybody, and the youth of Iran joined that Twitter space, and they said, this is the first time that we're waking up to good news in a long time. And, you know, hearing that, it's like, it's so inspiring, because it's so hard to put yourself out there and to become an activist and to, you know, get criticized online. But when you realize who you're doing it for, it makes it all worth it. And those are the kids inside of Iran that we're fighting to make their voices heard here in the United States.
On that point, and looking at human rights activists and the interplay of technology, Len, I would love for you to talk about how allies are working, utilizing the power of technology, whether it's social media, in numbers, because there are 24 million Instagram users alone in Iran, and 64 million in all of MENA in the Middle East. Turkey is a high social media consumer and utilizer, and Iran is quite up there. Look at every Angelina Jolie post. There's going to be an Iranian at the bottom saying something.
Or at the top.
Or at the top,
Yeah.
or at the top. But I'd love for you to talk about how governments and human rights activists, how they're utilizing this big movement that tech is at the core of.
Wow, this is such an important question, and I love what you said, Sarah. I think there is the way young people always received information and were able to create change. Now today it's Instagram and various other apps, but you know, I'll go back to my old days. For those of you that don't know, I came from the Soviet Union. I grew up in the Soviet Union before the Berlin Wall fell. And the way people received information in those days was shortwave radio, or, you know, most people didn't have TVs, but people always found ways to receive information somehow. And that information from you know, Voice of America in those days, or Radio Free Europe, or, you know, people would yearn to find little strands of accurate information of what was going on the outside. Now that's a lot easier today because of, you know, as you said, Iranians generally are finding their information, regardless of the regime's attempts to shut it down. But what is important is, and I want to bring this kind of back to what to do about it now. So sharing information and access to information is critical, of course. We need to make sure we preserve that and increase those channels. Not just prevent the current channels from being you know, free of interference, but create other channels. And each of them have their own audiences. I think it's also important for us to understand that not everybody's on Instagram, believe it or not. You know, people consume information in different ways. Don't underestimate the power of traditional media. You know, most people still get information from TV, you know? So just because we have these new tools doesn't mean we should throw out the old tools. I would say, you know, if we can communicate to them with flags and hand signals, we should do it. And they should do it. So that's one thing. You know, high tech is very attractive and powerful, but low tech is just as powerful. So that's one thing. The other thing that I want to address is how to use technology. So the way I look at it is there are three ways. They're offensive, defensive, and force multipliers. What I mean by offensive ways of using technology is driving the agenda. Now, that can be on social media, that could be, making sure your messages get out and your narrative is the one that captures people's attention or at least counters the bad guy's narrative. But that also means disrupting the bad guys from creating their narratives. Now, that can be done technically, that can be done with messaging, but young people are very creative, and they should use their ingenuity to prevent their oppressors from using technology to oppress them. Now, there are a number of ways to do that, and I just want to, I know I'm kind of going on, but I think...
I want to actually ask, what are some ways that you've seen that they have done that they've stepped in?
So I think confusing the regime, obviously the Iranian regime, the Chinese regime, Russians, North Koreans, all of these bad guys, they use technology to surveil people, to track them and, bully them or prevent them from speaking out or acting out. I think it's pretty easy for this young generation of even amateur hackers to confuse the regime's ways of tracking them, of disrupting them. So I think that kind of an approach is absolutely necessary. And we're not just talking about like communication, but disruption of the regime's plans to deploy sophisticated technology against the population.
In the form of cyber attacks?
You said it.
Well, that's what you were.
You know what? In government, we're too polite to say things the way they really are. But I forgot, I'm not in government anymore. But yes, Look, yes, of course, everybody knows that. Yes, hack away, confuse the bad guys, make it more difficult to oppress you. So that's one thing. Defensive is kind of using similar tools to prevent the regime from tracking you, to make sure that their information is inaccurate, to disrupt the technology that they're receiving from outside of Iran. Look, the Israelis have been very good at doing stuff like this, but I think people on the ground can do it, and I think people in the diaspora who are very resourceful and should help the people on the ground to do that. And finally, force multipliers. By that I mean the people on the ground themselves need help. They need help from allies on the outside. And at the same time, the allies on the outside can't do this alone either. They need help from people on the inside. So I think it's critical to build bridges, trusted bridges, between the people inside and people on the outside, and to the extent possible, have a technological strategy as to how best to deploy things that are available and provide things that are not available. So with that, I'll hand it back to you, but there's so much to talk about.
When you first said disrupting, mainstream media, the first thought that came to mind is how one of the channels was hacked, and there was a message that was put on the screen, and everybody was kind of shocked at what are we seeing here. So you said that sometimes a lot of people still consume media and news from traditional media, television, radio, etc. So that's what went in my mind initially, but there are many other forms, like you said. I think touching upon your force multipliers, I actually want to take it to Mehdi, and you brought up that social media platforms could be used for mobilization, organization, and network building. I think it is currently doing that, but there are ways that it would get hindered. People would be misled on where to go, where to meet, and I just want you to talk about that, it definitely touches upon force multipliers and social media, but we'll come back to that, and just hoping you could touch upon that.
So right now, the way Iranians, especially from outside, they are trying to make change, bring change inside Iran, and bring people to the streets is through what's called Farakhan in Persian, or call to come to the streets, call for protest. And so far, I mean, from what we've seen, this hasn't worked. I mean, the large protests that we've seen is usually has happened organically inside Iran, is happened in the aftermath of major event, I would say, traumatic event inside Iran, and people have come out just because of the anger at that moment or the impact they've seen. So far, we have not been successful in influencing from outside to get people to come out based on for a specific day, specific time. And there are reasons for that. I mean, part of it is, of course, this is done in open, and of course, the Iranian government is aware of all these, and they have developed all sorts of tactics how to defeat this type of calls. I mean, from mass arresting activists to bringing all their, IRGC and Basij and everybody to the street. And so basically, we're using social media just in one way to make changes in Iran, to bring change in Iran. But this is not the only way. And we are totally ignoring how we can organize and mobilize people, just like we really haven't looked into it. There is, of course, a long history of using technology tools, not social media necessarily, technology tools in democracies to organize people. I mean, for example, I mean, Bernie Sanders, I mean, it was one of the most successful ones who used online tools to organize large numbers of people with a very small number of his staff. Of course, I mean, he failed because of his, different reasons, but he did manage to do it successfully. Of course, other campaigns have done it successfully. It's a different environment, of course, doing it in a democracy that there's no risk of getting arrested and so on. It's a very different story from what is happening in Iran. But I believe we can look at what's been done in other places to use technology to mobilize and organize, mostly in secret, not necessarily play our card in public. And this is something I think technologists should look into, to just see what kind of the platforms we have to develop to allow people to brainstorm for solutions, to let people to come together and make groups, online groups, how to anonymously trust others, how to build trust networks anonymously, and ultimately how to collect resources anonymously, whether it's donations, cryptocurrency, whatever it is, and also do the similar type of work within Iran, just build a small number of groups, maybe groups of 5, groups of 10, who could focus on very specific tasks in Iran. I mean, just to give you an example, why should IRGC or Basij in all these protests, they should be able to drive these motorbikes in the streets without any restriction, with no blockade or anything. It just takes a small group of people to go and block a number of the streets. So these are not happening. Nobody's planning for these things. Nobody's organizing for these things. I think the beginning, first we need to have the conversations. We need to shift our mindset and accept that what we've done so far hasn't worked. The type of calls we've had on social media to call people to come to the street hasn't really worked. Sometimes I give an example. This is like we are at war, and we are bringing all the soldiers, foot soldiers, to the front without calling our artillery. This is like we are sending people to great risk without having the preparation, without preparing the ground. And we have to come to the understanding what that planning needs to be, to have the cities in Iran ready. Then when people come to the street, they will be safer, they will be less risk, they won't lose that many people each time they come out. And of course, and each time you have protests, it will be tied to specific goals and objectives. So these are all the conversations we need to have. Part of it is politics, part of it technology, but I think it needs to start from the political side. We need to figure out what we need to do, and then once we figure that out, technologists will be able to transfer and convert to technologies that would help to achieve that.
Mehdi, what do you say about people far off in other cities, not main cities like Tehran, but like Amol and other cities that don't have internet accessibility as easily as the main city centers? VPN is not as pervasive as you'd think. So in order to get access to mobilization efforts or messaging from other either protesters or other people inside Iran or outside, what can be done to overcome that, and what has been done?
Absolutely. So I think VPN efforts have been, important effort in past 10 years. I mean, a fair amount of, US government funding goes to those initiatives. We need definitely more resources going to it, but VPN shouldn't be the only thing. I think we need to look at alternative technologies. At the moment, I think Starlink is an important technology. It needs to be out there. I think we need to have a goal of getting 10,000 Starlink terminals distributed to all the cities in Iran. Each city at least to have 10 nodes to would function during internet shutdown. And I think part of the people who are in DC and can lobby for these things will be to just go to the Congress and ask for a significant amount of funding that would support directly go to purchase and distribution of a Starlink in Iran. I think this is an achievable goal. I believe, unfortunately, the current administration, most likely for political reason, hasn't done anything in this regard. And this is something I think Iranian Americans can come forward and say, look, you say you don't want to have a regime change in Iran, but this is not regime change. This is just enabling ordinary Iranians to stay connected to outside world during internet shutdown, and to be able to report mass crackdowns and mass killings when there is a mass protest. And basically the reason Iranian government shuts down internet is because they want to kill a large number of people without any pressure from outside. So having these Starlinks distributed within Iran definitely would help and would lower that risk.
So one thing I want to point out that I had heard is towards the end of last year, when there were still protests, there were a number of Starlink devices that were brought into Iran, but they were privatized very quickly by the people that brought them in, thereby monopolizing the use of people on the ground. That's just what I heard. It is an admirable approach, but these are the kind of issues on the ground that we have to contend with. One thing that I want to discuss with you is we touched upon, or Mehdi brought up, the US's involvement with funding technology. I know that there's oh my goodness, I forgot the name, but there's an act or a legislative law right now where governments, US companies can work technology-wise with Iran. For example, Google's Jigsaw is starting up VPN accessibility for large swaths of Iranians. Can you talk to us about the US's involvement with giving the green light in that regard for funding, in a sense, technology for Iran?
I wish I could just, draw up a formula that works in every scenario, but Washington is, works a certain way where, it's not the technology or it's not the specific virtue of a particular piece of legislation or policy, it's who you know. Sorry, that's the way Washington works. And it doesn't matter if you have a genius idea or the most laudable cause that you're trying to convince people in Washington to embrace and fund. There's plenty of money The reality is, number one, it's who you know. So that's the way it works. Number two, I think success matters. I think the success of Massa Act, for example, where politicians can take credit for something, is a way to pitch these kinds of solutions to people who are generally, interested in self-preservation and self-interest. That is, people just want to get elected. People want to keep their jobs. People want to get great reviews, at these agencies. So nothing succeeds like success. So I think strategically, what would be, I think, valuable is to use the success of being able to push through this piece of legislation, for example. And when you go and you try and convince people in power that you're asking them to do something that you think is, great, they may or may not care, but they will care if you can show that you were successful. And because you were successful, that means it gives them the opportunity to take credit for it and go to the mic and tell their constituents that they've been successful at something. It makes them sound really good on TV. Speaking of TV, just one more point that I want to make. One of the first things somebody told me when I came to Washington, and I'm not a government creature, I came from the private sector when I worked, when I entered the Trump administration. One of the first things somebody told me is, you know how to get policy through Washington, you know how to have successful policy initiatives in Washington? On TV. Because bureaucracies take time. There are multiple interests. Some people might conceptually be aligned with you, but the will to execute something is a lot harder than it seems. However, there's nothing like the pressure that comes from coverage on TV specifically, and media, that motivates people to do something, because their politicians are fearful of negative coverage. They don't want to be seen as lagging behind, the momentum of where things are going. And I recommend using this psyops in Washington to advance, whether it's technology or policy initiatives or anything else. Now, that doesn't sound very techy, but that's how Washington works. And regardless of what it is that you're pushing through, it's human nature. Use human nature to your advantage.
Len, you're our traditional media representative up here.
I was also going to add that it starts with all of us here in this room and those that are watching online. To be a part of that change, I think we were once a very politically aloof community, whether it be from trauma or just not wanting to get involved because we felt like our voices weren't heard. If there is something that you want to advocate for, you have to be the one to make that change. You have to start calling your lawmakers. It's something that we did with the Massa Act in specific. We have a group of activists. We affectionately refer to ourselves as the Massa Act Army. There's many in this room and many that are watching online. And we've mobilized, we've put aside our differences. We come from all walks of life. Several of us are young, some are older, and we just really rallied behind this piece of legislation to get it passed through call lists, connecting with one another, and we use technology to do all of that. But it starts with making your voice heard and taking the initiative to do that, like Len mentioned, because believe it or not, lawmakers do not like negative press whatsoever. It's completely true. And even just one negative tweet will get their attention. You think that your voice is very inconsequential, but that's not true. They're reading all of their tweets. I was on the Hill yesterday, and somebody from a Senate office told me, they were like, we see all of your tweets and we see that our tweets on Iran policy are performing significantly better than our tweets on anything else. And we don't have very many Iranian American constituents. So it's just the power of social media and technology and making your voices heard. And I would like to applaud the Massa Act Army for making a difference and finally stepping up to be a voice for the voiceless inside of Iran.
I would just add a note to that. I know a lot of these people that, say stuff in Washington and try and take credit for things. I've been amazed how many new Iran experts have emerged in Washington, which is very telling, actually. There are many politicians that have, don't know Iran from Iraq, but the success of a political initiative. Also, look, I mean, the Woman Life Freedom movement, of course, captured people's imagination. There's nothing like popular culture to put things on people's, radar. Look, the other practical thing to consider is, we're looking at politicians as the audience to persuade. Most of their staff is like 25 and younger. So who do you think tracks their accounts? Who do you think tweets for them? Who do you think, tells them what people are talking about? It's young staffers. Now, don't ignore them. I think it's just as important, if not more important, to reach the staffs of people in Washington than, the players themselves.
That being said, I actually want to throw it back to you, Sarah, and see how you got involved with being politically active and being vocal on social media, and how social media or technology in a broader sense started that for you.
Well, I was never politically active, like I think many people in this room. I was not interested really in politics. It's the human rights that really, like I said earlier, set my soul on fire. I saw the young people inside of Iran that were giving up their lives fighting for freedom, and I was sitting here comfortably in America wondering, what was so different? What is so different between me and those young women and men inside of Iran that were risking their lives? And why couldn't I be their voice? What was stopping me? So I decided to just start advocating for the MASA Act. It's our, first piece of legislation that we started working on, and it's become my passion project, along with the passion project of so many other Iranian American activists. And a lot of us refer to ourselves as overnight activists because we gave up, doing like fun stuff in our free time, and we spend a lot of time here now in Washington, D.C. instead. So that's kind of what started it for me, and we just connected through Twitter mostly. We started connecting with one another. We use the hashtag #MasaAct on Twitter. If you go look up that hashtag, it has hundreds of thousands of tweets because people from, like I said, all walks of life have really, really rallied behind this legislation to support it, because it is the first, grassroots supported legislation that I've seen. So that's kind of how we started, and then we just do call lists, call campaigns, tweet campaigns, we attend town hall meetings, we come out here to Washington, D.C. to advocate, and it's just regular, everyday Iranian Americans, and even some non-Iranian Americans, which is so special. We've been able to bridge the gap between so many different communities of Americans of non-Iranian descent, Israelis, like I mentioned earlier. There's people from all walks of life that have really come, and they're, I think, ultimately kind of inspired by our story, because it's very unique coming from a community that was, like I said, so politically aloof. And so every week I tweet out call lists and tell people, like, hey, go call so-and-so senator, go call so-and-so representative. I teach people how to organize. I consider myself a grassroots organizer, and it's really inspiring to, see everyone empowering people to make their voices heard. I actually have an example of a call list that we have printed out. It just looks like this. It's very simple. And they are over at my table right there in the middle. And I would love if all of you would come by and stop and talk to me after, so I could show you guys our call list and our letters that we have going out to different senators to get the MASA Act passed through the Senate, just like we did in the House.
Mehdi, I want to take it back a bit more broadly and talk about internet censorship and the consequences, and what people in the diaspora can do in vocalizing their concern, and also on the ground when you're talking to people once they've come out of an internet shutdown, for example, what it is that has happened and what's the consequence that we're seeing of such acts. It's humanitarian violations, it affects economic growth and everything. If you could just touch upon that, we get an intimate example.
So the main reason for internet shutdown or internet slowdown, internet disruption, whatever is happening during protests, is a number of things. Of course, Iranian government mainly wants to block images and videos getting out of Iran. This is the news cycle outside Iran highly depends on videos and images getting to them quickly and broadcasting them. And this is Iranians inside Iran, of course, are watching these videos through Iranian channels, mostly Iranian Mano 2, Iranian International, and so on. And this feeds into the protests. When Iranians see, okay, there are videos coming out, they are more likely to go on the streets. Once Iranian government slows down internet, these videos don't get out. And as a result, people feel that maybe there is nothing happening. Maybe it's just everything got shut down, or people went back to their houses. So that's one reason they disrupt internet during protests, and that's why it's vital to have those Starlinks or to have connections that don't depend on Iranian government infrastructure to be able to send those videos to outside world. Another reason is to just disable communications within Iran. I mean, a lot of the times when people go on the streets, there are encouragements from their friends in the neighborhood, like somebody texts others on WhatsApp and so on, let's just get out and do something. And once those connections are disrupted, people lose the ability to organize locally, and they are less likely to come to the streets. As a result, Iranian government, I mean, has been very, of course, this is their plan. They've done with what they call halal internet or intranet, or they have different names for it. They have moved most of their services to inside Iran. So the banks, all the servers that used to be hosted outside Iran, they are inside Iran. And the primary reason for this is when there is an internet shutdown, they can keep the internet running inside Iran, so the economic cost for the regime would be lower. So the banks would run, the people can pay their bills to the city or municipality and so on, so they can pay their bills. So basically, Iranian government much easily can just shut down internet and let the intranet run inside Iran. I think what we need to do, we need to make that, of course, create those alternative methods of access, whether it's Starlink or other technologies. We also need to build technologies that will work when there is an internet shutdown, but intranet is running inside Iran, so people can communicate through that intranet, but safely. So it's peer-to-peer connections or whatever the technologies will be. That's one other, I think I haven't seen, there are a number of groups working on this, but so far I haven't seen, I would say, a product that would really work. And probably it's lack of resources, lack of, also I think a lot of these groups are actually not Iranians, to be honest. I think you need Iranians in those groups to understand the context, to understand what's going on inside Iran.
When you say they're not Iranian, what are they?
They are international groups, and I mean, a lot of them are really, their heart is in good place. They want to help, they want to do something. But it's just kind of like they don't understand the context. If you ask them about Iran, they won't really distinguish between Iran and North Korea, or like, I mean, Iran is and for a lot of, people who are not really like familiar with Iran's politics on a daily basis, understanding Iran is difficult. Iran is a country has a very brutal dictatorship, but at the same time, because of the culture of the people, because of the history of Iranians in terms of technology, in terms of education, Iranians are extremely tech savvy in terms of adopting new technologies. they are probably faster than Americans, probably faster than many other nationalities. I mean, in most technologies, like people in Iran just get on them immediately. They have no, I mean, in some other places, privacy is an issue. People have other hesitations. In Iran, the people just jump on these technologies and use them day one, and they are so passionate. For example, Clubhouse is probably more popular inside Iran than it is in America. I mean, most Americans, if you ask them about Clubhouse, they don't know what it is. So this is the context, and people can understand. Really, sometimes it's hard, even for technologists who are not necessarily understanding the political context of Iran, to understand that these people are ready to take a lot of risk. I mean, sometimes it's like, I mean, I have to like people say, oh, are people gonna really use Starlink? I say like, yes, if they have it, they are gonna use it. They've been using these satellite dishes, even though it's been illegal. They've been using it forever. If they've been, everything in Iranian life is illegal. I mean, they've been doing all, I mean, from not wearing their hijab to, I mean, all sorts of things. I mean, on daily basis, the things that they do that's illegal is probably like, I mean, they could end up in jail. Most of them can end up in jail if the law is implemented as, I mean, if the state would have the power to implement the law as they wish. So that's I think the challenge. We need more resources. We need more Iranian engineers involved in these issues to make an impact.
On the inside and outside?
I think outside primarily, but Iranians inside have to help too. I think of course it's going to be harder, but they have to be ready to help. It takes us that. The Iranians who are inside, they have the insight, they have the info, even just sometimes bits and tips of like, just if they give us some indication what's going on, how the censorship regime is implemented, how the Iranian government is monitoring text. For example, just back in the Green Movement, just one engineer who had moved to the US just like a few months before I met him, he pulled me aside after a panel, actually I gave a panel in university, and he pulled me aside and said, look, I worked in a company that was censoring, basically monitoring the text. And he told me like the way they monitor the text, they look at for keywords, not only keywords, they also see how many people you are forwarding these messages to. So they run these filters that would say, if you are running a slogan against the regime and also you're forwarding it to a large number of people many times, then you become a target, so they go after you. And these things that are implemented internally, and I also mentioned that there's a Chinese company that's competing there, so basically they are implementing in both using an Iranian company and also a Chinese company. So these are just like knowing that kind of information, I think it's helpful to just say, I mean, then we started, of course, putting out the messages that stop using text in Iran. I mean, just move to WhatsApp, Signal, whatever it is. And those are much safer compared to basic text, because there's text Iranian government is reading them, is already implementing technologies to totally monitor text and so on. So these are, I think, type of information that Iranians inside are aware of it, and considering that most Iranians inside Iran are against the regime, they are completely happy to share that information if they can trust someone outside Iran.
Len, you had something
Yeah,
to say.
no, I think all of these are kind of like important insights into how people communicate. I would like to cut to the chase, if you don't mind. So why do we care about technology? Who's talking to whom? Who can track whom? There's one big objective here that everybody's after, or at least people here and aligned people. We want the regime on the ash heap of history. Okay, that's the prize at the end of the road, right? You want the regime gone. How do people with limited resources, how do they make the regime go away? Well, you know, there are revolutions and all of these big things that everybody covers and make movies about. And those things happen in different ways in different places and have different dynamics. I think what the people of Iran and people with limited resources anywhere can do and should focus on is three things in my mind. It's confuse, it's disrupt, and it's frustrate the oppressor, create ways that are extremely frustrating for the regime, very disruptive for the regime, to do what the regime wants to do, and send the regime to the ash heap of history by 1,000 cuts. Everybody can do something. Even one person in an apartment or in a basement or wherever they may be are equipped to disrupt, confuse, and frustrate their oppressor in many different ways. Some people do it symbolically by taking off the hijab. Some people create catchy videos with infographics. Other people can hack into the government servers. Other people can, even if they're in solitary confinement in Evin prison, can frustrate their oppressors from wherever they are. All of those things add up to change. You know, I don't know if you guys may have heard, like, you know, the parable of like the butterfly that flaps its wings on one side of the world and eventually creates a tsunami on the other side of the world. I think that is very applicable here. There's single acts of disruption, confusion, frustration of the oppressor lead to monumental changes, and people are not powerless. Everybody has the power to do it at their level. Some people have access to technological tools. Other people have access to their talents in other ways. They can speak, they can write, they can persuade, and they can frustrate. So I think if there's anything that I want to leave you with, it's not always the big thing that wins the day. It's lots of little things. And everybody can do something little. Everybody here can do something little. Everybody in Iran can do something little. Everybody can get 10 friends to do something little. And eventually, all of those things will add up to major change. And I think that's an important thing for us to remember.
And technology. And like you alluded to, technology is at the core of that. The government is using technology to do the things that they do. And then, you know, people in Iran and outside of Iran can utilize technology to protest and make their voices heard. Thank you so much. I mean, are there any other points that you guys want to make, actually?
I wanted to just say really quickly, I'll leave you guys with this. Keep the pressure up. We have to make our voices heard, and it starts with everyone here in this room, everyone that's watching online. It is so important to advocate for what you believe in, no matter how small of a difference you think you're making. You are making a change. Just like Len said, I want to echo, it starts with everyone. You can't wait for someone else to make these changes for you. You have to be the change that you want to see in this world, and that starts with every single one of us here in this room and every single person that's watching online. So, and I want to thank everyone that already has, because by being here, you are, you know, being a part of the change that you want to see, but there's so much more that we can do, and we've built an incredible advocacy framework. It's become popular now to talk about Iran, like Len mentioned, and so we really need to capitalize on this moment to be a voice for the people of Iran and start making changes that we are able to from the outside.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Oh, questions? Yes. The person in the back.
Where was it?
Thank you. Well, thank you, first of all, Sarah, and to everybody in your age group for doing everything that you're doing. You're really an army, and I hope everybody who's watching what you guys are doing from all over the world, the students all over the world, can learn from the Massa Army. Thank you also to our experts, but maybe I misunderstood, and I want to check with you, because if I misunderstood, maybe other people misunderstood too. I heard from what you were saying that the revolution in Iran, or the uprising and everything, they're not as organized, or they were not, Pharaoh Khan or calling people to the streets didn't work, or they should have done something to stop the Sepah from coming with their motorcycles, or they should do a billion cuts. I feel it's a little bit unfair. I feel the people of Iran did everything right, and they know all of these things, and we're learning from them. I don't think if you see any problem with it, that it was them. I think the problem was on our side, because when they took to the streets and we told everybody this is a revolution, our media, our representatives said, well, these are just protests. When they stayed in the streets for month and month, they said, oh, it's not gonna last long. When the children were gassed in schools, New York Times came out and said, oh, these are just psychological, whatever, this is a history. Everything that they were doing over there was right, but our people, like, they could have taken this regime down already 1 billion times by everything what they were doing. The problem was that on this side, our administrations, our governments were helping actively the regime. They were in the social media, and we still have this problem. Sarah can confirm that we don't get hurt. What is your advice, your expert advice on how we can change our side? How does Sarah get on CNN and tell them what is right and wrong? How do I get on Fox News National and talk about the hostages that were left behind? How can we change our social media and our technology and our policies to stop supporting the oppressors, but help the people of Iran? Because I think we can learn from them. As you said, they are young, they are educated, they're teaching us. The failure that we see is that when you see right now the same thing is happening in Israel to the people of Israel, everybody gets up, everybody stands behind them. Nobody asks, well, what does Hamas think about it? But when this was the Islamic regime torturing our people, putting them in jail, gassing them, killing them, murdering them, all over the news, they're asking, well, the regime said this and that, the regime that and that. There are not two sides. Either you are with the people against terrorists, or you are with the terrorists. So what is your expert advice on what we can change on our side to help?
Within the framework of social media and technology, keeping in mind what she said, whichever wants to address, Mehdi, I think.
So I totally agree. I think Iranians inside Iran, they did whatever they had to do, and they took extreme risk. And I mean, they lost 500 people just last time they protested. They had, I mean, based on some of the numbers we've heard, close to 100,000 people got arrested and tortured, and so they did their part, I think. But there is still a gap, and the gap is part of it, as you mentioned, of course, is the Western government who haven't been supportive sufficiently. Part of it is I would say, Iranian opposition, who has its own challenges and failures. And another part of it, I think, the tactics that I mentioned in terms of we have to really look at how we can better organize and mobilize people inside Iran that would help them to be safer and more effective at the end of the day, because we want to achieve objectives. We want to change that regime. I think the goal is not just for people to come out and then again we will repeat this cycle. We really want to finish this regime. And the question is how to do that, and I believe we really have to look at some of these tactics and use the technology to really make them safer. I mean, a lot of the groups especially leftist groups back in 60s, 70s, worldwide, I mean, they had all sorts of cells and groups and doing all sorts of things when there was no safe connection, communications, and so on. Why in the year 2023, with the existence of apps like Signal and so on, why can't we repeat similar things? I mean, so I think these are things we have to look at and see what can we do to enable people to act stronger, to have the resources to make the Iranian government much weaker and ultimately bring down the regime.
I just want to add something also. I sense your frustration because, you know, if not this, what can possibly, you know, be the last straw? We don't know. There's no formula. The stuff that works in other countries is not necessarily the stuff that's going to work in Iran. So I think what is important is, first of all, don't be disheartened. Don't lose faith, because we don't know what will be the final straw. Something will be the final straw. It requires all of the above pressures. It requires internal pressure. It requires external pressure. It requires experts going on various media channels. It requires disruptive technology. It requires all of these things, a sustained effort that, you know, has the stamina for the long run, because precisely you don't know which specific piece of that puzzle is going to be the final piece. So I would say it's not a question of blame. People are doing the best they can with what they have in the country. I think there's always, look, there's always, it's always important to be organized. It's always important to have a strategy rather than just kind of flail away, you know, and think, you know, think creatively but purposefully. So if more people, you know, commit to sustained action at whatever level they are, eventually what you're hoping will happen. But it's not a question of blame. It's just a question of not losing hope, staying the course, keeping your eyes on the prize, and it will happen.
Thank you to the panel. Unfortunately, our time's up. I appreciate
Thank you
your
all
time.
very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We welcome you all to a short break from some much needed coffee.
Dr. Hello. Dr. Rahman, can you hear us, sir? We can't hear you yet, Dr. Rahman, but we're going to turn we just want to make sure that you can hear us, sir. You can hear us. Can you give us a thumbs up? If you can hear us, would you mind giving us a thumbs up, Dr. Rahman? Okay, great. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it. We're going to go live shortly, and we'll be able to hear you. Thank you for staying with us. We appreciate it, sir. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead. Okay. Now we want to have.
This one. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is going to begin.
Hello everyone, I'm Naveed Mohebi, NUFDI's Policy Director.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Welcome back. Our next panel, The Republic of Death, Holding the Regime Accountable for Its Crimes, will discuss strategies and initiatives for those abroad to hold the Islamic Republic accountable for its crimes in the light of sacrifices made by Iranian activists and nations' transition from mourners to revolutionaries. Please join me in welcoming panelists Nazanin Boniadi, an Iranian actress and human rights activist with a focus on women in Iran, and Javaid Rehman, special rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the Islamic Republic, who is joining us virtually. This panel will be moderated by Michael Lippin, a journalist with the Voice of America and the producer and host of VOA's weekly podcast on Iran, Flashpoint Iran, although he is not speaking on behalf of VOA or USA GM here today. Please join us in welcoming our speakers. Tracy. Before the panel begins, please join us for a short video from NUFDI's policy team unveiling NUFDI's latest report, Hiding in the Shadows.
Hello everyone, I'm Navid Mohebi, NUFDI's policy director. Today, we are unveiling our latest report, Hiding in the Shadows, Exposing Human Rights Violations. Hello everyone, I'm Navid Mohebi, NUFDI's policy director. Today, we are unveiling our latest report, Hiding in the Shadows, Exposing Human Rights Violations in the 2022 uprising. This nation uprising after Mahsa Amini's, but it roots much deeper. This is the crescendo of revolutionary dissent that started in December 2017. Mahsa's murder was a catalyst that reignited this flame of resistance, as her death became the rallying point for Iranians. Hello everyone, I'm Navid. Our latest report, Hiding in the Shadows, Exposing Human Rights Violators in the 2022 uprising in Iran. This nationwide uprising began after Mahsa Amini's murder, but its roots go much deeper. This is the crescendo of revolutionary dissent that started in December 2017. Mahsa's murder was a catalyst that reignited this flame of resistance, as her death became the rallying point for Iranians from all walks of life, united under the banner of women, life, freedom. We have seen countless horrifying human rights violations during these protests. Killings, arrests, executions, and even the systematic blinding of protesters. After watching these abuses taking place and seeing the regime in Iran cut off the internet and attempt to brutalize the Iranian people without the world seeing, our team at NUFDI decided to investigate these cases extensively. This report is a product of that investigation. Our report, which is the culmination of a month-long research effort, has two primary objectives. First, we aim to identify the officials responsible for these heinous crimes at various levels of governance within Iran. Second, we intend to offer this research to policymakers in the United States and around the world as a tool for imposing meaningful sanctions on regime officials. Indeed, just last week, we presented an advance copy to the State Department. We have meticulously documented information about 100 human rights violators across Iran's provinces, drawing mostly from open source research and, importantly, these violators' own public admissions. While this information is comprehensive, it is not just about the numbers. It's about real lives that have been altered by the criminal actions of those named in our report. This report is more than just an academic exercise. It's a call to action. We hope it serves as a resource for policymakers and as proof to the Iranian people that their struggle is not in vain, and their oppressors will be exposed. We invite you to read our report and join us in calling for justice and accountability. You can access the report digitally below. The Iranian American community has shown it has the power to make a difference when we unite behind a cause. It's imperative that we urge lawmakers to pressure the Biden administration to use this evidence to act and sanction Islamic Republic human rights violators. Together, we can make a difference.
I would like to thank NUFDI for inviting me to moderate this distinguished panel with Iranian-born British-American actress and activist Nazanin Boniadi, and with the UN Special Rapporteur for the situation of human rights in Iran, Javed Rehman, who is joining us, as you can see on the video on the screen. And I would like to actually start by inviting Javed to share with us any prepared remarks that he has.
Thank you. I hope I'm audible to you. Okay, thank you very much for this invitation. I begin by thanking the organizers of this Iran conference taking place in Washington, and for this generous invitation. I do apologize, I'm not able to attend in person as much as I would have loved to have done that. However, in the available time that I have, I shall highlight some of the key human rights concerns that are regarding the violations that are taking place in the Islamic Republic of Iran, with a specific focus on the absence of accountability and the prevailing culture of impunity within the Iranian constitutional, legislative, as well as administrative framework. Now, in my report to the United Nations Human Rights Council of last year, that is March 2022, after having examined the absence of accountability, I had informed the Council as follows. I had said to the Council that while accountability for serious human rights violations represents a core obligation of states in international law, this was not the case in Iran. I wrote in my report to the Human Rights Council, and I quote here, I said that institutional impunity and the absence of a system of accountability for violations of human rights permeates the political and legal system of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The absence of accountability derives from various deficiencies within the state structures, including negation of the principles of rule of law and separation of powers. And that you can find in my report to the Human Rights Council, and the specific quotation in paragraph 48 of that report. Now, I've had deep concerns as regard institutional impunity and the absence of accountability. And these concerns were sadly once again proven correct from events subsequent to the tragic death in custody of the morality police of the 22-year-old Gina Mahsa Amini. Ms. Amini, as you are aware, was from the Kurdish minority, and she died in Tehran on 16th of September last year, 3 days after her arrest for allegedly failing to comply with the country's strict rules on women's dress code by wearing what has been termed by the state as an improper hijab. So, while in the aftermath of her death, the entire country was gripped for several months with large-scale and nationwide protests under the banner of Women, Life, Freedom, Iranian people faced and continue to face worse forms of human rights violations. Ethnic, linguistic, and religious minorities have continued to suffer from systematic and systemic persecution, targeting, and harassment. Women and girls have been targeted with the most serious assault on their fundamental human rights and fundamental human dignity. Regrettably, the morality police, the cause of much detestation and aggravation, has lately been redeployed, with women and girls being confronted, detained, and harassed. These policies are intended to further violate women's rights and their dignity by attempts to enforce the hijab. The state authorities, instead of recognizing the legitimate demands of the protesters, including ending the practice of enforced hijab and ensuring accountability for those involved in the killing of Ms. Amini, characteristically reacted in the most repressive manner. Iranian police and security forces violently cracked down on protesters, revealing a widespread pattern of unlawful lethal use of force. It was also tragic to note that ethnic and religious minorities who have suffered decades of systematic and systemic discrimination and persecutions have been disproportionately impacted in the current wave of repression. There has been gross overrepresentation of ethnic and religious minorities in the killing of protesters that started since September of last year. If you look at the statistics, over half of the total number of persons killed since the start of the protests are Balochis and Kurds. In one of the reported incidents on 30th of September last year, also called the Black Friday, in the city of Zahedan in Sistan, Balochistan province, according to verified reports, Iranian security forces shot and killed at least 95 persons, including 9 children, with over 400 persons injured. A majority of the victims were shot in their heads, heart, neck, and torso, demonstrating a clear intention to kill or to seriously harm. The constitutionally non-recognized religious minorities, in particular the Baha'is, have also been subjected to increasing repression and persecution over the last 1 year. Since September of last year, September 2022, protest, we estimate that at least 537 persons, including 68 children and 48 women, have been killed by the Iranian security forces. As I noted earlier, there is continuing violence against women and girls. This has been absolutely shocking. This violence includes cases of deliberate killings as well as sexual and physical violence. I'm absolutely horrified, shocked, outraged that despite appeals by the international community, including by my own mandate, Iranian authorities have thus far executed at least 7 persons associated with protests after summary, arbitrary, and sham trials, which violated the right to fair trial and due process rights. These summary executions are the symbol of a state ready to use all means to instill fear and to quash protests. I'm very concerned that several other individuals continue to face charges that carry the death penalty. Iranian authorities have also tried to shut down all avenues of freedom of expression, disrupting internet and censoring social media platforms. I am deeply disturbed at the reports of threats, arrests, and imprisonment of journalists for their critical and independent reporting, including in the context of protests, and indeed through the subsequent suspected school poisoning that affected the health of thousands of schoolgirls. In addition, and that is one of the key points that I want, the state has weaponized the death penalty as an instrument of fear and repression. This was evident through the executions of well over 582 persons last year, which also included at least 3 persons sentenced to death as children. As of today, the reports that I have, they inform me that at least 534 persons have already been executed in this year alone. This is a great travesty of justice, great tragedy, and great loss. In the light of the evidence that has been made available to me, I had taken the view that very serious and grave human rights violations had taken place in the aftermath of the protests that began from September 2022. And I reported to the Human Rights Council earlier this year, and I quote here, I said that the scale and gravity of these violations point to the possible commission of international crimes, notably crimes against humanity of murder, imprisonment, and forced disappearances, torture, rape, and sexual violence and persecution. End of quotation. And you can find my report to the Human Rights Council, and this paragraph is paragraph 75F. So now, please allow me to make a few points about the issue of ending of impunity and ensuring accountability. Knowing the culture of impunity and the absence of any domestic avenues of accountability in Iran, I have strongly advocated the establishment of international investigative mechanisms. An important positive initiative in this regard has been the establishment of the International Fact-Finding Mission, which, as you would remember, or some of you would remember, was established by the Human Rights Council after its historic resolution adopted on the 24th of November 2022. The other possibility, which was also witnessed in the conviction of Hamid Nouri by a Swedish court in the July of 2022, is the use of universal jurisdiction to try individuals for having committed very serious crimes in international law, including crimes against humanity and other very serious human rights violations. And I will end by this strong assertion that as part of the international community, we must demand an end to the culture of impunity for the Iranian regime. We must demand justice and equality for the victims, as well as ensuring the promotion and protection of human rights, which the Iranian people so fully deserve. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Javed, for that very thorough rundown on all the work that you've been doing through your mandate. I'd like to turn now to Nazanin on my right here. What's going through your mind as you listen to the very detailed description that we just heard from Javed about the many rights violations that he has been monitoring in Iran? What do you think of the work that he and his mandate have been doing? And also, what are the best ways, in your view, of trying to end the impunity that he talked about?
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, NUFDI. And I have to take a moment to thank Mr. Rahman for his incredible work. He's a staunch and vocal advocate for the rights of the Iranian people, so we thank you, sir. We should be very happy that his mandate was renewed, because we need a voice at the UN. And frankly, we've had 44 years now of this culture of impunity reigning supreme inside the Islamic Republic of Iran. We've, of course, been accustomed to mass uprisings once every 10 years, or about that, 1999 student protests, the 2009 Green Movement, Bloody November protests of 2019, and I would also add the Gaza Revolution Street of 2017. We'll notice that the ebbs and the flows, the time between the ebbs and the flows of these protests are getting shorter and shorter. So since 2017, we've had mass uprisings once a year, with the exception of the pandemic sort of putting a pause in things until last year, when, of course, we saw another mass uprising. And of course, because of this culture of impunity and the lack of avenues to justice inside the country, it's incumbent upon us and the international community to ensure that there is accountability inside Iran and justice for the Iranian people. So the work of Mr. Rahman is extraordinarily important, and it's really important also that we have this sort of multinational, bipartisan, and unified Iranian diaspora approach to supporting the needs and the wants and the desires of the Iranian people as they risk everything for freedom. So that's really where I stand in support of Mr. Rahman's incredible work, and with the understanding that far more needs to be done and far more unity needs to be shown for this cause.
Well, in terms of what needs to be done, turning my next question to Javed, the NUFDI report that we heard about in the video preceding our conversation identifies 100 mid-level officials that NUFDI argues should be hit with targeted sanctions. And we've seen the West in the past impose targeted sanctions against much higher level officials. What can you share about conversations you've had with member states of the UN, with civil society, about the issue of targeted sanctions? What kinds of targeted sanctions do you think would be effective in trying to stop the impunity?
Yeah, thank you for this question. It's an important question. Now, you see, I support sanctions. I support targeted sanctions for individuals where there is concrete evidence that they have committed very serious violations of human rights and violations of humanitarian law and international law in general. But the issue has been that these targeted sanctions are in fact quite disjointed, if I can say. Different countries have used different mechanisms, or they have targeted different people. So what is needed is a cohesive effort to have effective sanctions against individuals. The difficulty is that when you place sanctions against individuals, often they may prove purely academic, because they may not have any assets in the countries which have placed sanctions, or they may never travel to those countries. So to make these sanctions concrete, I think we have to address the real issues, have sanctions on those people who really have been at the helm of the affair. So I would include in those sanctions the very top people in the governance structure. And therefore, the international laws that we have, which prevent accountability and which allow continued impunity, should also be removed as regards people where there is substantial evidence that they have committed serious crimes in international law, for example, the crimes against humanity. So while targeted sanctions have a place, they must be effective, and they must be applied to those people whom there is substantial evidence that they have committed very serious crimes in international law. Thank you.
Well, one follow-up question, Javed, is have you sensed any momentum in the international community for a more cohesive approach to targeted sanctions?
Thank you. Again, that's an important question. If you look at my recommendations, I've campaigned that these targeted sanctions, they must be effective. And currently, if you look at the various entities, for example, the United States or the UK or the European Union or states within the European Union, they have these sanctions against individuals. But I think there needs to be a cohesive effort to ensure that these sanctions are placed against individuals after established evidence that they have committed serious crimes against international law, crimes against humanity, torture, very serious violence. But then these individuals somehow have to be impacted by these sanctions. In many cases, as I say, the effect is not so strong, because these individuals, because they're individual sanctions, they are not affected because they do not have assets which can be frozen, or they don't have properties, they don't travel to these countries. So it may not prove to be that effective ultimately. And that's why we continue to see violations taking place, in some instances, very serious violations taking place by these individuals, because they remain undeterred by these sanctions.
Nazanin, what is your view of the utility of continuing to have the West identify individuals, designate them for sanctions? Do you have the sense that it's more symbolic, or do you think it could actually make a difference?
I think it's symbolic when we don't enforce sanctions. Sanctions only work when they're enforced. So, one example is oil revenues with Iran, which have increased by 15 billion since the initial year of implementation of the JCPOA. So as long as we don't enforce these sanctions, they're not going to work. And it's really as simple as that. But I do think targeted sanctions and magnancy sanctions are very important. They've proven to be important historically. But that's why I mentioned a multinational approach. And I agree with Mr. Rahman. If there is no cohesive way of dealing and approaching with this on an international front, then we're doomed. Because, I've been meeting with international lawmakers. One country will tell me one thing, another country will tell me something else, and I'm thinking, are you not communicating with each other? Because I know that autocrats, we've seen this in recent history, in past weeks, they're very good at communicating and supporting each other. And yet we seem to consistently fail on that front. We don't have a way of being united in dealing with dictators and repression. So I think that's what's really needed.
Can you share anything, Nazanin, about the kinds of officials, governments you've met with and discussed this topic with?
Yes, the UK government, the US government, obviously, German officials, European officials. I'm about to go to Australia and meet with Australian lawmakers. It's really, the message that I'm trying to communicate to all of them is, please unite. Because at the end of the day, the Islamic Republic has stayed in power and been able to oppress the Iranian people because of its policy of divide and rule. And the only antidote to that is for us to unite and empower the Iranian people. It's really as simple as that. So that's what I'm trying to convey is all of our policies with regards to Iran or the Islamic Republic need to be that we unite and empower the people.
Javed, another mechanism that you've described for dealing with impunity, actually in a report that you submitted to the UN General Assembly in August, at the very conclusion of that, you had some recommendations, and you also talked about this idea of universal jurisdiction, of having countries try to prosecute Iranian officials accused of rights violations when those officials happen to be in the territories of those countries. Can you share anything about recent examples of universal jurisdiction being applied, and how effective a tool do you think that can be?
Yes, thank you. Again, that's a great question. You see, where there is absence of accountability domestically, and that's what I said to you just a minute ago, then we have to look internationally. And the use of universal jurisdiction in this regard is a very important mechanism, because what the universal jurisdiction does is to allow another state or another jurisdiction to hold individuals accountable for the crimes that they have committed in another jurisdiction. So, for example, when individuals commit very serious crimes in international law, such as the crime of torture or crimes against humanity, if these individuals are apprehended elsewhere in another jurisdiction, the courts of that country can take account of the individuals, they can arrest those individuals, they can try those individuals, and ultimately convict them for very serious crimes in international law, or grave crimes such as torture or crimes against humanity. And that is what we saw. And I mentioned to you the Hamid Nouri case, that this is what happened in Sweden, that Mr. Nouri was apprehended, arrested, charged, and then convicted last year for war crimes and murder, for the very serious role that he played in the mass executions of 1988. So therefore, I think universal jurisdiction is an important aspect, a tool for holding serious violators of human rights accountable, even though in their own countries they enjoy impunity and immunity. But these are serious criminals. They must not escape justice, and therefore courts outside of their own countries must take cognizance of this important principle in international law, that is the universal jurisdiction. Thank you.
Javed, when you think about the conversations you've had with UN member states, do you get a sense that there is an appetite beyond just Sweden to exercise universal jurisdiction? And how worried do you think Iranian officials are about this concept being applied to them if they travel overseas?
Yes, in my interaction with various governments, this issue has been raised. And in fact, as I mentioned to you, we have a case of Hamid Nouri now setting up a precedent. So there is that recognition, and universal jurisdiction is a well-established principle in international law. We've had instances in the past where individuals have been charged and convicted based on universal jurisdiction. And therefore, I encourage members of the United Nations to ensure justice. And that is one of the strongest tools in the armory of international law to ensure that criminals, individuals who have committed very serious recognized crimes in international law, do not escape justice. And therefore, I think that the international community is looking towards using universal jurisdiction to hold individuals accountable.
Nazanin, what have you heard in your conversations with governments about this idea of universal jurisdiction and having more cases like with Hamid Nouri? Do you think that's a prospect?
I think it's a prospect. I think we need to keep the pressure on the international community. Your voices really do matter in bringing about these changes. So please unite and amplify what Mr. Rahman and others are relentlessly working on. I think it's very important that we champion this collectively on an international level. There are millions of people in the Iranian diaspora that should be championing this.
Javed, I'd like to turn back to you and to see if you can give us an update on the next reporting that you will be doing on Iran as part of your mandate. If you could share with our audience what kind of reporting it's going to be, when it's going to be issued, and if you can give us any preview of what those reports might say.
Yes, thank you. So your audience might be interested that I am traveling to the United States at the end of next week. I'll be presenting to the General Assembly in the third week. I think it's the 24th of October. And I will be presenting to the General Assembly on issues of key concerns. A summary of what I have already detailed in my report, which is published and which you have referred to. Now, insofar as the next report is concerned, the next report would be submitted to the Human Rights Council. I'm currently working on it, and again, as in my previous work, I would be looking to engage with victims and with individuals who have concerns, with relevant stakeholders, with governments, with all forms of entities, to assess the very concerning and very worrying developments in Iran that are taking place. The human rights situation is dire. It is becoming much worse. There is a lot of repression. I mean, one of the big concerns that we have now is the bill currently before the lawmakers about enforced hijab and its potential repercussions, which I'm afraid is going to lead us to something which I have said on numerous occasions, which is going to result in a form of gender apartheid, you see. So there is a real concern about gender apartheid taking place in Iran. And I am going to highlight that in my next report to look at the various forms of gender apartheid that are practiced both in the criminal laws of Iran as well as in the civil law. I mean, this is a very disturbing situation that women are subjugated, harassed, ostracized, excluded, and targeted and victimized they have no fundamental rights, even to the extent that they cannot express themselves. The enforced hijab law is going to become operational, and so what has the international community learned from last year? There has been nationwide demonstrations, but to what effect? What has the Iranian authorities done about it? So I'm going to highlight and expose the Iranian authorities on the worst crimes that they are committing in my next report. Thank you.
Speaking of the ongoing rights violations in Iran, I want to turn to Nazanin now. And the world's attention obviously has shifted somewhat in the last couple of days, perhaps away from those ongoing violations inside Iran to what's been happening with the Israel-Hamas war that is now, I think, in its 6th day. So what I wanted to ask you, you've been quite vocal on social media, on Instagram and X, about how you see Iran's role in this conflict, and how you see that Iran's long-time provision of monetary and monetary support and weaponry to Hamas should be, in your view, another reason that the international community should shun the Islamic Republic. What can you share with our audience about what you're hearing from people inside Iran, how they feel about this conflict that just erupted and how it might ultimately affect them?
I mean, let's talk about indisputable facts. We see videos coming from sports arenas where sports fans very clearly articulated where they stand.
You're talking about a soccer match that just happened.
Yes. We can also point to the Islamic Republic officials' celebration of the gruesome terror attacks by Hamas on Israelis. We can also point to the fact that 70% of Hamas's funding has come from the Islamic Republic. So whether direct, actually, that they've gloated, yesterday on state TV, the Islamic Republic gloated that they were party to or helped with this attack. So these are the indisputable facts. Also, it's, conveniently for the Islamic Republic has ruined the Saudi-Israeli normalization process. It has completely diverted attention away from domestic oppression of the Iranian people. So these are the undisputable facts, and the fact that Hamas is an Islamic Republic proxy is also indisputable, and is furthering the aims of the regime. So with that in mind, I want to keep the focus on the people of Iran, because my heart bleeds for the innocent civilians in the region who are dying because of the Islamic Republic's policies. So we have to point the finger towards the people who are responsible, and that is the Islamic Republic authorities. But for 44 years, we've only dealt with the symptoms of the problem vis-a-vis Iran: the nuclear issue, domestic oppression, regional aggression, terrorism, hostage-taking, which of course we're seeing Hamas also engage in. It's an Islamic Republic from the Islamic Republic playbook. What we haven't dealt with is the cause. The cause is the Islamic Republic theocratic regime. And so it makes it even more important that we condemn and hold this regime accountable while the people inside Iran continue to suffer. The people of the region are being slaughtered. Innocent civilians are dying because of the Islamic Republic's policies. And so when I think about what's happening inside Iran, I think about Armi Tageravand, still in a coma after almost 2 weeks. There are also reports that she was actually dead on arrival, but that she's being kept alive by machines to avoid further protests. I hope that Armita stays alive and she recovers to be able to someday see a free and democratic Iran. I also want to point to the families who continue to bravely seek accountability for their loved ones, for the persecution and execution of their loved ones, the murder of their loved ones. Mahmouni Moulairad, the mother of 9-year-old Kian Pirfalak, who's reportedly currently under house arrest. Mr. Karami, who sought justice for his son and is currently in prison being tortured reportedly. The countless people inside Iran, like Fatima Sepehri and Narges Mohammadi, and the list goes on, of people who deserve our attention. And again, I want to emphasize, the root cause is what we need to address here, and it is the Islamic Republic regime.
Well, Nazanin, you just mentioned Narges Mohammadi, and her Nobel Peace Prize is another development that has been somewhat overshadowed by the war that has been unfolding between Israel and Hamas. The Iranian government acknowledged the award. They downplayed it. Narges Mohammadi herself, we know through her family, heard about the award and celebrated it in her own way with her fellow prisoners. What do you think is her fate as she remains imprisoned, and as we see the United States and others in the West call for her immediate release?
Well, as we saw in the case of Navid Afkari in 2020, despite international outrage, he was executed, showing the utter contempt of this regime for the rule of law. So what I can say is it helps to shine attention on these prisoners. It helps that Narges Mohammadi has been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. It helps for us to continue focusing on their cases. But please don't ever think that because we do, they will be saved. We need to continue to keep the pressure on them. What we do know for sure is that the regime continues to kill in the dark. So where we fail to shine a light on these cases, the chances of them being tortured and executed is much, much higher.
Well, if I can turn to Javed, how worried are you about what Nazanin just described, having individuals, dissidents in Iran who are facing the threat of execution, having the regime basically having the Iranian government try to get rid of them, hoping that the rest of the world will not know what's going on?
Well, I mean, as I just mentioned in my presentation, the Iranian regime instills fear. I mean, they execute people to instill fear, and that is a tool that is so evident. I mean, just last year, as I mentioned, nearly 600 people were executed, including 3 children, and already we are witnessing a very large number of individuals who are going to be executed. That consists of a very significant, very tragic, disproportionate number of ethnic and linguistic minorities, the Kurdish people, the Balochis people, the Baloch who have suffered for decades. They are in the Balochistan is the most impoverished province of Iran, and yet you'd see such a disproportionate number of people who are executed. And the tragedy of it is that over half of the people executed who are executed relate to the drug offenders executions. So the whole objective, it seems, of the Iranian regime is to instill fear through oppression, through executions, through targeting, to create an atmosphere of fear, so that people are not able to express their free opinions and expression, to exercise the right to expression. So if you look at my most recent report on political participation, on public participation, there is that determined effort to repress people and to stop them from freely expressing themselves. Look at the position of women, look at the position of ethnic and religious minorities. They are excluded from the mainstream. They are excluded from public and political participation, precisely because those who are in power, they want to remain in power at the expense of everybody else. So I think it's very important that the international community recognizes the urgent need for democratic reform, for political participation, and for people to be freely able to express themselves and to able to express their rights to enjoy their most fundamental human rights as we see it in the international community. Thank you.
Well, Nazanin, we heard Javed talk about the fear that the Iranian authorities are trying to instill in their people. What can you tell us about what you and other activists have been doing to try to help the people in Iran who are fighting for freedom to face this fear and to try to overcome it as they try to improve their situation?
Thanks for the question. I can speak for myself. I don't know what other people are up to, but I do know that more and more people have come forward and stepped up in the past year, and it's really refreshing to see our unity and our continued work on this front. So many people care about the people inside Iran now. And what I've been focused on is in 1979 in the Islamic Revolution, there was a network, the mosque network, for example, that Ayatollah Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic Republic, used for his propaganda, to get the international community galvanized around his campaign, if you will. And what we've lacked, I think, in 44 years is a concerted network, effort and network internationally that would help galvanize and amplify the people of Iran on an international scale. So I've really been focused. I can't go into details, unfortunately, because it does put people at risk. But internationally, there needs to be a network, which I'm working on, of sort of bringing organizations and individuals into a position of reflecting the needs of their counterparts in Iran. And that's all I can really say currently. But it needs to be an international campaign and system in place to mirror what Khomeini had in '79, which was the mosque network. Similarly, I'm also working on something to hold companies like Bosch to account for dealing with the Islamic Republic and, in fact, supplying cameras to the Islamic Republic to be used in surveilling the Iranian people and women without compulsory hijab. That should be illegal. And no Western country, no company, no corporation in a Western country or a democratic country should be allowed to get away with aiding that kind of oppression. And if they do, they need to be held accountable.
Nazanin, as you try to build this network of activists to amplify the voices of people in Iran, can you tell us anything about the kinds of connections that you have made with people inside Iran? I know there's a lot of sensitivity regarding that issue. And what has been the impact to the response to this idea of forming a network?
I think they're urging us to form a network. They're saying, look, the prominent dissident Majid Tawakkoli said to The Guardian in the UK, our hands are tied inside Iran. We can't create these networks. We can't do this kind of operational activity that we can do outside of Iran. So their request and their demand really for the international community is, we don't need you to save us, but please, can you at least get organized and unite and set aside your differences and just work towards a free and democratic Iran? We will do the rest on our side. We're risking our lives, in fact, to do everything on our side, is what they're telling me. But please, can you just organize? And that's really, I think, what is incumbent upon us is to do exactly that. We are millions strong around the world. I think we reportedly have $2.5 trillion between us internationally, the diaspora. Surely, with the brain drain that happened, surely with the intellect that we have in the diaspora, surely with the money we have in the diaspora, we can use not only our voices, but our votes to impact change. And that, I think, is the main message they're saying, is wherever you are as Iranians in the world, use your voices, use your votes to impact change.
Javed, as you listen to Nazanin describe her work on trying to get a network going, how optimistic are you? You also communicate with civil society, not just with member states of the UN. So what is your view of the prospects of having the Iranian diaspora unite in this kind of network?
Yes, I think the Iranian civil society, Iranian diaspora, they're very committed, and they are committed to generate and to bring about human rights reforms in the country. And I think it is, in fact, the civil society which is propelling the international community to actually listen to their very legitimate concerns. And as you would note from last year in particular, that the international community has responded to the voices that has emerged from the Iranian diaspora. And as Nazreen mentioned, that there is a lot of human rights activism, and there's a lot of passion in what the civil society and the diaspora does. So I would urge the Iranian civil society individuals, the diaspora, to continue their efforts. I would encourage them. I think their efforts have been successful in the sense that they have raised their concerns. They have alerted the international community of the very serious human rights violations taking place in the country. And therefore, I think that if they continue, and I'm sure that they would continue, the results would be equally positive. We have to be persistent. We have to be patient, but persistent, and our endeavors collectively as an international community, we will ensure that there is respect for human rights, and that Iran, and in fact the whole of the region, becomes a beacon for supporting human rights and for promoting human rights.
Well, Nazanin, we only have a few minutes left of our conversation. Are there any final thoughts you'd like to share with our audience today?
The only thing I want to echo once again, is the Islamic Republic has stayed in power with a policy of divide and rule, divide and oppress. And the antidote to that is unite and empower. Please walk away with that message, that there is strength in our unity, there is strength in our continued voices and our votes. And please don't forget the people of Iran. They are very good. This regime is very good at obfuscating and distracting and diverting. Please don't forget the people of Iran.
And Javed, in the minute that we have left, I'd like a final thought from you. And also, if you could tell us, you've been in the role for 5 years. What are your future plans? How much longer do you think you're going to be working on these issues?
Yes, thank you. I would say that I'm very thankful, I'm grateful to the Iranian diaspora, to the civil society, to the international community who have supported me in my endeavors to highlight my concerns of the violations of human rights that are taking place in Iran. And as I said, I will be in New York at the General Assembly, so I would welcome interaction from the civil society, or anyone who wants to see me. They're most welcome to come and approach me. As regards my mandate, if you look at the Human Rights Council special procedures, the mandates are limited to 6 years for every independent expert. So, as you know, you mentioned, I started my mandate in July 2018, and next year I would be finishing my personal mandate. That is, that I would have had the honor to be the independent expert for 6 years, which I think has served me very well. I'm grateful to the international community, to the United Nations, and to the civil society to have given me that platform to raise my concerns. But I very much hope that the mandate continues to serve its purpose and to serve the Iranian people and the international community once I step down next year.
Well, that wraps up our panel discussion. I'd like to thank very much the UN Special Rapporteur for the situation of human rights in Iran, Javed Rehman, and actress and activist Nazanin Baniadi, and NUFDI, of course, for organizing this panel. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The next panel is about to begin. Our next panel, the no longer silent majority, what Iranians inside want, will explore the perspectives and desires of Iranians living inside Iran, shedding light on their voices and aspirations. Should I keep going? Yeah. Discussing this important topic are Camilla Entekhabefat, author and editor-in-chief of Independent Persian, the first international newspaper published in Persian. Saeed Ghazeminejad, a senior Iran and financial economics advisor at FDD, specializing in Iran's economic and financial markets and NUFDI advisor. And Alex Vatanka, head of Iran program at the Middle East Institute. The panel will be moderated by Dr. Patrick Clausen, senior fellow, research director, and head of the Iran program at Washington Institute. Please welcome our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is beginning now.
Thank you all for coming. Let's see. Hopefully it just comes on.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is beginning now.
Great. So, So the point of this panel is to discuss how do Iranians feel about the regime, about events in the region, and about the West. Let's start with what do you think is the view inside Iran about how things have gone over the last year of protests? What do you think is the feeling about what's been accomplished out of those protests, and what are the lessons to be gained out of those protests, and what are the views inside Iran about how the United States and the West in general have reacted to those protests?
Thank you for having me here. Let me just give you a background on the protest in Iran. We have had 3 waves of protests since 2017. This is a movement, I call it the patriotic revolutionary movement. It's revolutionary because it wants to overthrow the regime. For decades, the dominant discourse in Iran, political discourse, was reform. Since 2017, what we have seen was that there was a structural break from reform to revolution. It's patriotic because unlike the 1979 revolution, it wants to focus on the national interests of Iranians, what's good for Iranians. It doesn't want to export revolution. It doesn't want to liberate the laborers of the world. It doesn't want to spend Iranian resources for the Ummah. So that's a patriotic revolutionary movement. We had it in 2017, we had it in 2019, and we had it in 2022. And these 3 waves of protests, which were really big, they were in all Iranian provinces. And these 3 waves have been connected with these smaller waves in between. So every year almost you had some kind of protest. The movement has become more radical over years, more violent both by the regime and both by the protesters, more nationalist. And what we saw in 2022, which was very important, was that for the first time, we have seen that you had a fusion of the upper middle class and the lower income class. So the movement in 2017 was mostly in lower income class. In 2019 also was mostly in lower income class. And something that's very important, and many in the West, because it's not being covered, I think don't understand it, is how much anti-79 revolution this movement is, and how much pro-Pahlavi is. So, and this is what I'm saying is based on data. It's not based on what I like or what I feel. So, one of the key slogans of this revolution since 2017 has been Reza Shah, bless your soul. So you have heard it again and again. You have heard other slogans in defense of the Pahlavi dynasty. And that's, we hear a lot about leadership. This person should be leader, that person should be leader. And the only name that has come so far in Iran, people during the protests have chanted that name, is the name of Pahlavi. And that's something we have seen in the data. I can actually go over some of this data for you, if I have time. Okay.
Let's move on to other topics, please.
Yeah.
So, Camelia, can you talk about how do people inside Iran view the reactions of the United States in particular and the West in general towards the protests of this last year? And what's been the reaction of Iranians to what's now the second Iranian who's won the Nobel Peace Prize in the last 20 years? And so what's been the response to the Peace Prize to Mohammadi?
Thank you very much for hosting me, and greetings to all these distinguished panelists and dear friends and everyone else who are here. Very good question, and it has so many speculation around of your question coming up since last summer and the death of Mahsa Amini. Nobel Peace Prizes, let me just get to this question. It was an absolutely a very big award and a great recognition by international community for all the Iranians, not only to Ms. Mohammadi. And astonishing to see in 20 years, for the second time, the second Iranian woman have received this award. I'm little skeptical to say, so what the first Nobel Peace Prize does and done for the Iranian woman, for the people of Iran. And let's see if the second one can make that changes we are looking for. I hope it wouldn't be only a political awards, because Iranian women or all Iranian people in the past 12 months ago, they spent so much with their life and about their freedom and about the children has been killed and some people lost their eyes. I hope it wouldn't be just a small gesture from the international community, which they haven't had any much else to offer to the Iranians, to support them stronger. At the middle of the protests in Iran, we heard and we knew that the United States were negotiating with the regime over releasing some of the hostages or releasing some of the money frozen in the international bank accounts. And it was heartbreaking for many Iranians when they learned, when they were protesting at the street, at the same time, the US representative or the Western representative negotiating with these regime people. And there were so many divisionist people during that 10 to 12 months comes to the picture. The people who tried to make some of the issues which never, ever in Iran being an issue, they've just put that out on the picture, such as the ethnic issues, religious, minority, majority. I am a person like many others at this room, born and grown in Iran. I even never could remember or never asked if any of our neighbors were Muslims or not. And in fact, I had lots of Armenian and Zoroastrian neighbors in our neighborhood in Shahrara. We sometimes learn at the school when the school principal asked some of those students to leave the classroom during the Islamic thought, and we maybe just learn at that time, oh, okay, they are not Muslim. Iranians are very relaxed about these issues. Even as of today, not so many Iranians know Mahsa Amini or Majid Reza Rahnavard, Mohammad Mehdi Karami. Those people who lost their life Have they been Muslim? Have they been Sunni or Shia? No, you guys don't know. Iranian doesn't know. Maybe some people who are in the human rights activism, they knew exactly their religious. I try to say those things portrayed in international media, and unfortunately, by some of the activists, it makes this division, which Iranian message hasn't been delivered abroad at the way Iranians were looking for, or the ethnicity issue, or if some Kurds or Baluch or Turks, they were complaining about the Fars and about the oppression they have received during these years or 50 years, 60 years in Iran. They haven't had this fresh memory of contemporary history in Iran, which Qajar dynasty ruled Iran over 100 years. All of them were Turk descent, and never in Iran they imposed everyone speak Turkish, or they never banned people speaking Farsi. Each person, anyone from any city, any tribes, they were free to speak their mother languages at home. And of course, we have one language to make all Iranians can communicate with each other, and it was Farsi, and it was Farsi for 1,000 and 2,000 years. Those small things, but big issues for international community, maybe make them confused and misunderstood about a real goal of the Iranian people. They were all united to make the regime changes, and the slogans from south to north, east to west, all people were united, and they were not complaining about each other, or the separatists were fighting another one. They were just asking for regime change, about unity, and they were mourn each of the dead from south the same time and with the same power in north. For example, when Mahsa killed, and she was from Kurdistan, at the same time, this small child, Kian Pirfalak from south, from Khuzestan, when he killed, I believe the nation mourned and grieved the same way for Mahsa and Kian the same way. Those things, I'm not seeing it as like accidentally popped up on international media or among of some of the fake activists. Maybe they have this idea, which this idea many, many times over many, many years trying Iran to divide Iran, to make the country become small pieces, to tear up, but they haven't succeeded. And I believe it was another great example, that current uprising in the past 12 months ago, which Iranians more than ever are united, and their goal is so clear. They want democracy, they want to live with each other peacefully next to each other, and one nation, one Iran, and handed over power to a person who that person loves Iran, loves that all Iranian ethnicities with this diversion of the ethnicities, and also to work for the Iranians. That was probably the best things I can portray to you about what I learned as a journalist and running the newspaper of last year events. And back to the Nobel Peace Prizes, I believe that was a beautiful award. We are so grateful and thankful, and all of us are very happy with Mohammadi and also all Iranian people, but I don't want to see that if they has been given to her as a small gesture to say, oh, we haven't forgotten Iranian people, here you are, take this prize. Prize have to have an impact and support. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I may ask you, Alex, Camilla said that many Iranians were disappointed that at the same time of the protests, Western countries were negotiating with Iran. So what do you think is going to be the reaction? I'd be interested in you commenting on that. And then also, what do you think is going to be the reaction to the announcement today that the $6 billion of funds which came from South Korea, now in Qatar, are not going to be available to Iran for the foreseeable future?
Thank you, Patrick, and thank you to NUFDI for inviting me. Just want to make sure, my reaction in the first part to the Nobel Peace Prize going to Narges Mohammadi?
Well, and in general to the fact that the West was negotiating with Iran at the same time that Iranians were protesting.
Look, obviously it's a beautiful thing that this Nobel Peace Prize was given to another Iranian woman. That's a fantastic achievement. We should all be proud. I am, and everyone I'm sure is proud. But the question is, where does this fit in as part of a strategy? And I'm not sure if I can see that strategy. That, I think, has been the issue for a lot of us Iran watchers for some time. What is the overall Western strategy? If you really push me right now, said, what is the American strategy? I will struggle to come up with pointing that that's the American Iran policy that's going to play itself out next couple of years, and that's the end goal. Now, I know it's easier said than done, but I think if you ask someone like Vladimir Putin or someone in China today, President Xi, they are more likely to have a long-term strategy for where they want to see the Islamic Republic of Iran as part of their global competition for power vis-a-vis the United States and the West in general. I'm not sure if the United States is there. In this wonderful town, we live in Washington, D.C., where you are on Iran depends whether you talk to Republicans, and what kind of Republicans do you talk to, the isolationist Republicans versus the non-isolationists. And among the Democrats, you also have some internal issues in terms of where human rights fits in and so forth. So, you know, when we're talking about specific steps that the West takes, and obviously the Nobel Peace Prize is given by committee in Norway, it's not necessarily a reflection of an American or a Western policy. But even if it was, the question is, where does it fit in? And I'm not sure if I know where that long-term strategy is, and I think the cynics in Iran would say, to your point, Patrick, that the negotiations going on, that we shouldn't wait for the West. We shouldn't wait for the outside world to come with the solution to our problem, the problem being the existence of the Islamic Republic and its policies and the repression and so on. So that's how I would answer it. I would, in many ways, it ties into the issue of leadership that Saeed brought up. You know, putting aside the Iranian diaspora for a minute, what I think was very disappointing, not surprising, but disappointing was, given the intensity of the killings that's going on at the hands of the Islamic Republic over the last half a decade plus now, you would have thought at some point someone inside the Islamic Republic, the so-called Nizam, would stand up and say, enough is enough. I know there are folks who say that, but where's that anger going? How is it being channeled? How is it becoming an internal, within Iran's borders, problem for the regime? And that's not unfortunately happening. So you have these angry people on social media, television, so on, describing how disappointed they are about 1979 having failed as a revolution, but they don't know where to go. And that leadership is missing. And if you look into someone like Mohammad Khatami, well, good luck to you. He doesn't really have a vision. I mean, the last we heard from Mohammad Khatami was he fully came on board in terms of what Hamas has just done to Israel. So that's one of the issues as well. Internally, where's the younger generation? I mean, the first generation revolutionaries are in their 70s, 80s, and plus, if you're Ahmad Jannati, almost reaching 100. Where are the younger demographics? Who is going to come in if you, for a second, and I'm not saying I believe in the reform movement, but if you were somebody who believed in the reform movement, right now you have no hope that anything internally can happen. And I think that's really a key message for the rest of the world, who might sit there and say, well, the Iranian people have to solve it themselves. Well, here you go. They don't actually know how to go about it. And the way you can maybe help them is going to be a tricky set of challenges. But the point I'm making is they need help in the sense that it could come from the diaspora and perhaps foreign civil society organizations and so forth. But let me stop there, Patrick.
If I can say something about the Nobel Peace Prize. So like everyone, I'm happy for Nargis Mohammadi. She spent a lot of years in and out of prison over the last few years. And she has done a lot for what she believes. And second, this is clearly a recognition of what the Iranian women have done over the last year and what the Iranian people have done. But I was in Iran when Shirin Ebadi got her prize, and the people were really enthusiastic. I haven't seen that enthusiasm this time. I think one reason can be what comedian Alex said. The other one, I think, can be the mistake that, for example, the committee members made during the press conference. One of them said, this is something along the lines that this is the recognition that Nargis Mohammadi is the undisputed leader of what's going on in Iran, which is someone who has been following Iran, actually mapping the protests, mapping the slogans. That's absolute nonsense. No one has called her name during the protest. And I think another thing we have to consider, and the Nobel Peace Prize is obviously a political prize, and Ms. Mohammadi has a political background that, as I said, we are seeing a patriotic revolutionary movement in Iran, and Ms. Mohammadi's political background is leftist Islamist. So that, I think, makes a lot of people who are active in this revolution a bit worried. Let me talk about something that's happening now, the Israel thing. So, for example, Ms. Mohammadi has been silent on that, and if you go and read what she has said before, she has signed a very strong anti-Israeli statement. That was in the past, people change, but the statement was very strong, saying Israel is involved in anti-human operation, in war crime. And so that was like, I think, 12 years ago, people changed. But another thing is that like her husband, Mr. Taghi Rahmani, who is like her de facto spokesperson, he also has very strong anti-Israel views. I think I saw a tweet from him from a few years ago, which he was lamenting that Haj Amin al-Husseini, the Nazi Mufti of Jerusalem, his proposal for Palestine wasn't accepted. So, and when you look at the issue of Palestine in this movement over the last few years, this is one of the pillars of this new revolution. And the anti-Israeli pro-Palestinian policy has been a pillar of the Islamic Republic's policy, the 1979's policy. And that's why I think we haven't seen lots of enthusiasm on that price.
May I have a comment?
Please.
I wish Islamic Republic was pro-Palestinian, which they are not. They are just pretending they are supporting Palestinian cause. They are supporting terrorist group. That we have to make differences between Palestinians and between a terrorist group such as Hamas or Jihad Islami. And I believe if there would be total peace in the Middle East, if the state of Palestine would create it, there would be not such a group like Hamas, Hezbollah, Jihad Islami, then Islamic Republic can support it, can make funds for them, and because of their existence, still can make the Middle East chaotic as it is today. So I believe if we are all pro-Israel, if we are supporting Israelis, we have to be also pro-creation of the state of Palestine. Once for good, we have to finish this situation in the Middle East, which has been created from this division between the Israelis and the Palestinians. And so that was a little bit, you said, if you like us to talk about Israel and Palestine, just the momentum comes up, I can speak about it. And if you travel to the Middle East, if you live in the Middle East, which I am living in the Middle East partially, traveling back and forth in the past 20 years, I can say even among of the most moderated Arab Muslims, people in the Middle East, there are a sense and there are heart and feeling for the Palestinians. If we want to be part of this area, Iran, I mean, and to live peacefully and have the support for the other nation, like what the late King of Iran has been created. At the same time that Iran had the embassy of Israel in Iran, it has the representative office of the Palestinian inside Iran too. It's good to have both of them. When you have access with both of those people, then the hands for the negotiations, for playing a crucial role, becomes much stronger. And I had a piece written years ago at Le Monde Diplomatique. If the king was alive and if the revolution wouldn't be taking place back to 1979, I haven't had any doubt that the state of Palestine would be created years and years ago, and we haven't had the current situation as we are having today in the Middle East.
I think Alex wants to get into this conversation.
Thanks, Patrick. Very quickly, just because the issue of the conflict came up. Look, as somebody who's been to Israel repeatedly, love the country, love to visit, I wish it all the success in the future. But to Camilla's point, you know, when you travel, as I'm sure some of you have done, in the small geographic size of this country, and you hear from Israelis about the demographic realities that they have with the Arab component of their population and the Palestinians in Gaza and West Bank, it's really hard to imagine how this situation can remain unless there is a political solution to this. And I say this as somebody who, as I said, support the state of Israel. But I think the idea that the Palestinians are just going to go away, all it does, and for those of us who care, obviously, in terms of the future of Iran, all it does, it gives opportunity for the extremists, for the terrorists out there to take advantage. If you demolish or eliminate Hamas tomorrow, but nothing changes for the people of Gaza and so forth, something else is probably going to come in and fill it. And when that somebody else is going to do that, that foreign entity is likely to be the Islamic Republic of Iran. Right? And I think if you look at the track record of the Islamic Republic of Iran since 1979, you cannot come up with one single example where they could go into a country that was otherwise functioning and was doing well, and their narrative, their message was attractive to a local actor. It doesn't exist. If you start with Hezbollah in Lebanon, and go all the way to the Houthis of the last decade, every time they were able to come in and become a player was because there was a security vacuum, there's a failing state, and they took advantage. Otherwise, the Islamic Republic really has a narrative that doesn't sell. It doesn't sell in Iran. Why on earth should it sell in the region? And I think the United States, the West, all partners need to start thinking, how do you push back? And you can't necessarily do it in a region wide. That's a colossal undertaking, and we also have to take into account, and we have to be humble. Right now, the United States has just come from 20 years of investments in the region, and frankly, most Americans are wondering why did we do it? So if you want to do something in the Middle East, it has to be creative thinking, it has to be smart, it has to have support. In this country, certainly, you've got to try and bring the very doubtful, skeptical American public along.
I think we really don't want to debate Israel-Palestine here, but Israel left Gaza years ago, and they had the opportunity to build a paradise there. They didn't do that for a reason. And if Palestinians in Gaza are, they are so much peace-loving and things like that, why the Egyptians have problem with them? So we don't want to, I just want to go back to how Iranians see the issue of Palestine.
Exactly. Let's talk about the Iranians. That's our main interest. How do Iranians view the situation?
So the issue of Palestine for Iranians, we see it emerged in the protest movement in 2009. So with the No to Gaza, No to Lebanon, I give my life for Iran. Funny story, Mohsen Kadiver, who is a duke now, he's a mullah. He went on VOA a few days after that and said, no. They are not saying no to Gaza, no to Lebanon. They are saying yes to Gaza, yes to Lebanon. I give my life for Iran. And then it came, it was other chains that have been repeated, like what happened to the oil money? It had been spent on Palestine. پول نفت چی شده؟ خرج فلسطین شده. Other chains, let go of Palestine, do something for us. فلسطین رو رها کن، فکری به حال ما کن. And probably before this flag thing, the flag chant, probably the most controversial one was the Death to Palestine chant that has been chanted in Iran. So the reason that Iranians are chanting these things is that, again, after 1979, the first figure who came to Iran, the first foreign figure, was Arafat. And he was embraced by all the factions of the victorious coalition, from MEK to Khomeini, from the freedom movement to National Front. And it wasn't just that he didn't have any role in that revolution. Many of those people who came and fought with the Shah, many of those armed groups, they have been trained by Palestinians. They actually have fought along Palestinians against the Israelis. So it's not that Iranians, yes, I agree. The good policy for Iran was what Shah was doing, which is having relation with both sides. But the fact is that that Palestinians have played a role in overthrowing the Shah, in toppling the Shah. And that's why Iranians, right now that they are realizing what they lost, they are also turning against Palestinians.
I'd like to change the topic a little bit to how the United States has approached protests in Iran. In 2009, after the contested elections, the Obama administration was quite convinced that Iranian activists did not want support from the West, and that any support from the West would be a kiss of death, and that this would not help the activists. And the Biden people, many of whom were involved in the Obama administration, took a very different attitude to the protests when they started in 2022. And they said that it's important for the West to speak out loudly in favor of human rights in Iran and in support of brave protesters in Iran. So do you think that Iranians see a difference in the approach between 2009 and 2022? Do you think that either one of those approaches was better than the other? What's your viewpoint about this change from the part of the administration in their attitude towards protests inside Iran? Alex, you want to go first?
Sure,
I
want
to hear from all three of you on
has
this.
to say. Look, I think, again, it's very controversial. I've been getting this question for the last 15 years. I do a lot of teaching for various branches of the U.S. Armed Forces, and that's one of the almost always the question. So what happened with the Obama administration? What did they get right and wrong? Look, whether you are in favor for it or not in terms of what happened with the nuclear deal, the Obama administration decided to gamble and go out there and see if they could actually have a dialogue with this Islamic Republic. And they kind of looked and decided that we can't have everything we want to have resolved, like human rights in Iran and so on, but we do care about the nuclear issue, and they focused on that, and that's what they got a deal. But there was a hope in the Obama administration that you could build on this agreement, that you could maybe build on it, and that's where it fell flat, because the Islamic Republic was not interested in building on it. The Islamic Republic basically took the money and ran away. It made no difference in terms of its regional strategy. It stayed the course in terms of support for the proxies. It made no difference to the lives of Iranians inside of Iran in terms of, the repression continued. So basically, I think the Obama administration came in, tried that. The Trump administration
Alex, can I push you a little bit
Sure.
on that? The Obama people would say to you it was more than that. They would say that the activists inside Iran didn't want help in 2009. And would have regarded the U.S. involvement in 2009 as a kiss of death that would hurt their cause. What do you think of that argument?
I have no idea of knowing whether having the United States on your side would have been the decisive moment for the movement in Iran. And by the way, in 2009, what is very different from today, as you know, 2009 was remarkable because it was an inside the family fight. You had the Mousavis of this world. These were children of the revolution, and they fell out. And Rafsanjani, as you know, is still alive. That's very different than today because it's coming from the streets up. This is not an internal regime fight. This is angry Iranians coming out. So that, in that sense, is different. So, but Patrick, to be honest with you, I don't know. I haven't seen the evidence in terms of folks saying to the Obama administration, don't do anything. I'd be skeptical. I think the reason why President Obama had secretly sent a couple of letters to Khamenei through the Omanis and wasn't willing to ruin that track that he had already started and just didn't know. And you have to forgive the Americans for this. You've seen repeated protests in Iran the last 44 years. And they look at the track record and say, well, there will be protests, but we don't know. Most likely it's going to be wrapped up by the regime. So if you're Obama in 2009, you got to worry about the nuclear issue, and you have to maybe gamble on going with the Iranian protesters. And they decided to go with the regime. And I think, frankly, in some ways, that's where we are today. I hate to say it, but I mean, the Biden administration might speak the language of support, but in reality, they're trying to focus on what matters the most to them, which is the nuclear program.
Sure. I believe that no matter is Obama or Biden in power, there are, first of all, they are the same path of each other, the same government of 2009 continuing to 2023. And thank you. And the nuclear deal, I was covering nuclear deal from 2013, traveling back and forth with all the groups were going to anywhere, to Geneva, to Oman, to Vienna, everywhere. I had a strong presence and monitoring the deal. The deal wasn't anything than saving the regime in the Middle East. For many reasons, we could say for the United States, it's good to have the mullahs in power. Why we should believe if President Obama said he did mistake at 2009 and haven't supported Iranian, he was genuine. Why then Biden haven't supported Iranian back to last year when there was another opportunity for them? There are many reasons here. I don't want to sound like portraying fake news or conspiracy, but the oil is important for them, still is very important. Iran with this size, with these people, with this wealth, it's too dangerous, even for our own neighbors. With respect of what Saeed says, Iran and Israel are a natural ally. There are only two countries in the Middle East that are not Arabs. Islam is the identity of most of our neighbors, which for Iranian, it's not. Maybe they are Muslims, but there is not their identity. Iran comes first for them. But still, Iran can be a threat for the natural allies of the United States in the region. Why we should believe they really want to change the regime in Iran? And also, they don't know if the regime change, who would comes in power. If a person like the late Shah, he is another big danger for their allies and even for the United States. Why they didn't try to support King Reza Pahlavi during the demonstration in Iran? Why? I'm asking regional countries, I'm asking for American policymakers. He was a face of the unity. I'm not saying this to make a propaganda, I'm just genuinely telling you the truth, but they were many different people, different voices to put him down, or sounds to the Iranian, they have many choices. They all happened because they wanted to scare the Iranian. If the regime changed, maybe there would be a civil war in Iran, maybe the Muslim community will be executed, because this secularism everyone was speaking about is to eliminating the Muslim Iranians in the country. That's what I'm always saying. A good policy is to having a good relation with everyone. It's not about we just support directly one faction and the other faction left behind. And at this point, this administration doesn't have any differences to offer Iranian than the other one. Even they really badly want to revise the deal, which they did. And about freezing this money, which you asked Alex, I guess, about, it doesn't make any differences. First of all, Iran is a very rich country. $6 billion, yes, it's a huge amount of money, but for Iran, it's nothing. And even I always believe the $6 billion would be absolutely spent for first aids, for goods, for food, for medicine, as they promised, because they don't need this money secretly spent for anything else. They have other cash resources to spend for terrorism. And maybe with this money, they just wanted to spread a little among of the Iranian, which their economy has been shattered in the past few years ago, but nothing majorly could change at the economy. President Trump, I trusted. This man was very genuine, maybe because he wasn't coming from the political clan dynasty. He just said, I am willing to sit face to face with Iranian leaders to solve the problem. They didn't want to sit down with anyone because they like to play this game, this back and forth, this mouse and cat things. As long as the United States is not sitting directly face to face with the Iranian regime's leader, none of the issues as we were looking for would be sorting out. And this can continue endlessly. And what I'm saying in Iran, Iranian cannot continue like that. They would make the changes themselves, and next time they wouldn't trust anyone who comes to portray activists for them or claim Iranian asking about ethnicity rights or religious rights or about language rights. Those things is so much past and is so much behind.
Saeed, did you have some comments to make?
In 2009, Iranians on the street, they said, Obama with them or with us. So Iranians actually asked for his help. On the U.S. policy toward Iran, I think the right policy would be maximum pressure on the regime, maximum support for the Iranian people. None of the U.S. administration has done it so far. Only Trump administration did part of it, the maximum pressure one, but they didn't have a maximum support in place. And having a max pressure, max support policy requires you to understand that this regime must go. And I don't think that's an understanding of the US government, that's not the understanding of its intelligence community, its defense community, its foreign policy community. I think the understanding, the consensus there is that we have to deal with this regime. If we make the decision, if they make the decision that the regime must go, then you can put in place the max pressure, max support, and I think toppling the regime by the Iranian people themselves, it's possible. We at FDD actually have a very long memo on that. I think we have like 300 policy recommendation on how to implement that. But the consensus is not that the regime must go.
Alex, any comments on what do you think were the results of the Trump maximum pressure campaign?
I mean, I think, you know, for an American president to come in when you've had successive American presidents going back to Jimmy Carter in 79 trying their hands at diplomacy, for some American president to come in and say, I want to try something different, that makes total sense. And you could say maximum pressure had a good chance to work, but there are a couple of structural reasons in the way. One was, today the Islamic Republic, I hate to admit it, but everyone in this room knows it, has pretty powerful friends in the shape of Russia and China. I mean, without Chinese buying discounted Iranian oil, Iran would be in a different place than it is today. So the world has changed. If you were the United States in 2001 trying to come up with an Iran policy, your options were much better than in 2023 because the world has changed so much. So that's an unfortunate reality. But one thing that President Trump did, which for the life of me I didn't understand, is he said very early on, and he made it very clear, that I'm going to put sanctions on you, but that's about it. I'm not going to, put myself in the driving seat here and come get you. And when he said that, when he said, I'm not going to go to war. And, he didn't have to go with Iran, but he didn't have to say, I'm not going to go to war with Iran. That impact of keeping everything on the table would have, I think, kept the Iranian regime much more nervous than they were. As soon as the Ayatollahs in Iran learned that it's just about sanctions, they looked for going around the sanctions and buying time, and they did, and they succeeded. So again, going back to a point I've made earlier, Patrick, you cannot have a policy on Iran that will last for a Democratic administration, a Republican administration for 4 years. This is a generational challenge. Where is the committee on the US Congress on Iran? There's committees on China. Where's the committee? Why don't Republicans and Democrats agree on the bottom line in terms of what they want to see on Iran? It doesn't exist. It's become a political partisan issue in this country. And that is not how you do long-term foreign policy strategic agendas. So unfortunately, that's how I see it. I hate to be the one who is kind of, I'm not being negative about it because I hope that the United States will wake up to the need for a long-term plan, because Iran naturally fits in the American part of this multipolar world that we live in. It's not going to belong to Russia and China. It belongs with the West. That's where Iran belongs. But the West needs to do a lot more creative thinking to enable that country, a very significant country of 85 million people, to come back where I think it belongs in this international order.
I want to say something about what Alex said. I don't agree that China is a very close ally of Iran. I think in the region, Saudis and UAEs are closer to China. If you just look at the number, the trade number, the trade number between Saudi and UAE with China really dwarfs what Iran sells to them. And I think that's an opportunity for U.S. to pressure China. And we have seen that China has been pretty risk-averse when it comes to Iran. But the thing is that we really didn't push them that much. Like on oil thing, What you need to do, there are like 4 pillars. One is you have to go after the end users in China, which are private refineries. You have to sanction them. The second one is you have to go after the banks. These are again, Chinese banks. You have to sanction them. You have to go after tankers and insurers. The insurers have been taken care of to a certain degree. So that's the usual way of using sanctions against Chinese oil import. And I promise you, if you do that, the import of Chinese oil will go down. And even after that, you have even a better option that requires using some military forces, short of war. But you can go and confiscate their tankers. You can actually kill 3 birds using 1 stone.
Can we get back to how Iranians look at international affairs? And I'd be very interested in your views on how do Iranians look at the sanctions on Iran? What's the attitude towards the sanctions on Iran? Camille, why don't you start?
Sure. Sanction is not good, right? Who could say sanction is good or they like to be sanctioned? For example, my own family lives in Iran. My mother every day were complaining about the changes in supermarket, grocery shopping of her. And their incomes wouldn't increase, no one in Iran except some group of the people working with the government, or they subsidize based on their income affiliated with the regime in military or government offices or so. Sanction is not effective, but effective on the regime perhaps, but on Iranian life makes their life so complicated. The regime has its own way to raise money for its own cause and to pay its supporters, but Iranian doesn't. And we shouldn't forget, at least there are 2 million of the armed forces devoted people, I don't know, you could say they are revolutionary guards or they are private guards. They are connected with this regime. They make a huge dangers and differences. When it comes, we're speaking about the one to confront the demonstrators, the people who were complaining about the living conditions. They are all things matter to the Iranians, and it makes them be more frustrated from West when they come to street to protest, and they were saying rather than, for example, Raisi was here, some of the colleagues I guess pointed out for UNGA, rather than sanctioning Iran president for murdering Iranian last summer, putting him banned, not coming to the United States, ridiculously they sanctioned former President Ahmadinejad. Okay, you can sanction entire regime's people to not come to the US, but why not Ibrahim Raisi and his people? They come September here, they went to the podium of the United Nations. Why they didn't put him on sanctions? That type of sanctions makes Iranian jubilant and very happy to see this real current leader are humiliated. That they said, okay, what is the sanction for? The goods we were shopping daily basis are increasing the prices, but the regime's people and affiliated still, they are fat, their children can study abroad, and it just makes them to not believe those sanctions be effective on the regime. And one more thing, Said spoken about the regional countries, the UAE and Saudi Arabia as a great example. Iranian comparing their life with their life. Every day at the social medias, they were saying, oh, look at Saudi Arabia, how well are doing this, look at what their crown prince is doing, look at the UAE. They were seeing the life quality of the neighboring countries, and they were asking why we shouldn't have this. I have an answer, because the West doesn't want the monarchies were restored in Iran, and the future of no monarchies in Iran, it would be maybe another Islamic Republic or another self-made politicians in Iran. Said spoke about Ms. Mohammadi's political vision on Israel. I don't care, many Iranians doesn't care, because she's no one, she is someone in human rights activism, but in politics, she cannot be the leader. And that's why I'm always saying, and Iranians saying, please don't say who is in prison is our leaders. They are not. They are very good people who are active in society, in social activism and human rights activism. But they are not a political leader. A leader should have a political vision. It shouldn't be curse this neighbor or that neighbor or confront these people and that people. That comes from a very strong opinion makers who knows what is speaking about and make friendship with everyone. And that vision also has been well portrayed. When I'm looking at Saudi Arabia, I was working in Saudi Arabia at 2000 for Associated Press. It's unbelievable what we are seeing now in Saudi to make comparison with 23 years ago. Iranians were seeing that in the pictures too, and they were thinking why they have to step back. Those things makes my people very frustrated and makes them, they have to really gain their power back, and it coming back with the unity and with their own support, not as support comes from West.
So time is running short. Could I have a few short comments from both the other two speakers about how do Iranians view sanctions?
Look, to be honest, I think when you look at the long list of failures of the regime, sanctions is basically put on Iran because of the policies of the regime. They don't need to be sanctions. Americans don't wake up desiring to put sanctions on Iran. This is a reflection of an ideological system that has for 44 years, you know, I don't want to use a cliche, but essentially taken Iran hostage. I mean, at best, they have 15% or so of the support of the country, but that 15% support are people who get the money, who have the guns, who run the intelligence services. And the question is, how do you push back? I mean, that's where we are right now. How do you push back? And I think the time right now actually is not a bad time to think about pushing back. You have a supreme leader who's been there since 1989. His demise is an opportunity. His natural death or otherwise will be an opportunity to go in a different direction for the country. But you need to prepare for it. And you have to think hard, and that includes folks inside of Iran. It includes Iranian diaspora, 6-7 million from New Zealand to Argentina. It's a wealthy, educated, mobilized diaspora. It also includes governments in the West. Because I think, unfortunately, I hate to say this, if I was Russia, if I was China, I would do anything to keep this regime in power. I would make Raisi the next supreme leader. I'd keep this regime for another 44 years because the last thing I want is a US embassy opening up in downtown Tehran because that's not in my geopolitical interest. So you've got to recognize that this isn't just about going out in the streets, although that is part of it, but you've got to put a lot more energy, effort, and you have to have cohesion. You have to have a lot more policy cohesion across the board to get it done. So that's my 2 cents.
More like 10 cents, but Saeed.
Yeah, I think no one likes to be sanctioned, but Iranians, I think, blame the regime for the sanctions. And I think Iranians, after the JCPOA, they are finally convinced that as long as the regime is there, their economic situation is not going to significantly change. Remember that the 2017 uprising happened when the JCPOA was in place.
20 seconds.
And a last comment from Camelia.
Camelia, okay. And also, worldwide, Iranian point of views. One day, سازمان مجاهدین خلق, they are at the terrorist list of the United States, and when they met with Khatami, they were lifting up the sanctions on them. I mean, they were removing them from the terrorist list. Another day, Houthis by President Trump put it in the terrorist list. When Biden comes in power and it's not a good terms with Saudi Arabia, they were removing it from the terrorist list. Even the interpretation of the words and the dimension of using to call who is terrorist and who is not, and how they deal with Iran as an Islamic terrorist regime, maybe one day is good friends and another day maybe is a bad friend. Those things also is in the mind of the Iranian, and they can't trust any of those administration based on the evidences seen on the table. Thank you.
Well, if I may close with a personal comment, I'm a cynical Washingtonian, and I think that a lot of US policy towards Iran has been designed to meet the domestic political needs of US politicians rather than to address problems inside Iran. And so indeed, I can recall going back to why President Clinton first put sanctions on Iran in 1996. He did it in response to the Republicans taking over the Congress, and he wanted to undercut those Republicans' objections to his policies. I think Mr. Trump's policies towards Iran were very much designed to prove that he thought that Obama had been a fool, and I think Biden's policies towards Iran have been designed to prove that he thought that Trump was a fool. And so I'm afraid that a lot of U.S. policies towards Iran have not really been about Iran, but have been about domestic U.S. politics. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Please join us for a 5-minute brief networking break before our final panel of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The panel is about to begin. Rashidian, a longtime Iranian-American activist from Southern California, Ian Berman, Senior Vice President of the American Foreign Policy Council here in Washington, and Dr. Reza Behruz, an Iranian-American physician, writer, and activist, in conversation with Nazanin Ansari, Managing Director of Kaihan London and Kaihan Life Publications, and a NUFDI advisor. Welcome.
Okay. No, I can sit in.
Yeah? Okay.
Oh, no, nice, better.
Okay, yeah. See? Yeah, that's right.
Well, thank you so very much to all of you for staying to the end of the day. I know what a long and successful day it has been. Without further ado, as someone who has been following Iran and Iran's presence on the international scene, one of the heartaches I've had throughout all these years is hearing that the Islamic Republic is not a theocracy, but its system is one that resembles that of the American democracy, with free elections, a parliament, free press, all that. And that more than that is that those who rule the Islamic Republic, the theocrats, are rational actors. Certainly this type of thinking was prevalent in think tanks in Europe, in government sittings in Europe and the United States, and Iran was considered as a rational player. So the question about what to do with Iran certainly became change the regime behavior. And one of the main issues that they concentrated on was the nuclear file. So how did this happen? Why is it that governments around the world looked at this theocracy with its messianic message as a rational actor willing to be part of the world order? And for this, I think you all remember that for those of us who considered human rights, democracy in Iran, we were considered as warmongers. And those basically who promoted the Islamic Republic, whether you want to call them lobbyists, apologists, influencers, were considered as the thinkers, as the intellectual experts. Now, obviously this has all changed in the past few years, and it's thanks to you, activists here on stage, and many others like you, who have, and NUFDI specifically, who has really brought and transformed the image of Iran in the minds of politicians and parliamentarians everywhere. Now, I want to ask you, Ilan, why do you think that, give us a background, how did this understanding become of what the real Iran is? How did it become so distorted?
So I really think that's the most important question. Before we get there, I think your comment about incorrectly shaping the optics around the Islamic Republic is exactly right. I'm always remember the admonition that totalitarian regimes tend to name themselves the opposite of what they are. So the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is neither democratic nor People's Republic nor really even Korean. And you can sort of make the same reference to the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's not Iranian, truly. It's not really Islamic, and it's not a republic. And so that shift, the shift from understanding what this regime is to this perception that Iran is just like us, to paraphrase the old Cold War phrase, the Islamic Republic officials, they love their children too, everything is fine, they're exactly the same. That shift has been actually very profound. And I would only point out that we tend, and a lot of us do, and I'm guilty of doing it as well, but I think the shorthand we tend to use for this is kind of unhelpful. We, more often than not, tend to call this the Iran lobby, right? We've all called it the Iran lobby. But it's actually a much bigger problem than that, right? Because what you've seen over the last quarter century has been the emergence of this extended influence and patronage network that extends into academia, where it is not only entrenched, but it's busy infecting the next generation. It extends into the halls of governmental power, even today, and it extends into the think tank policy community. And the proof of concept is that as someone who doesn't speak Farsi, right? I've worked on Iran for a long time from a US national security perspective, but I don't speak Farsi. I don't have access to the sources that would tell me that these people are wrong. For people like me, they have reshaped everything we know about what's happening within Iran, what's happening within the Islamic Republic. They have convinced us over time that it's either a nuclear deal or war, which is incorrect. They have convinced us that the Iranian economy is doing just fine, thank you very much, which is also not correct. They've convinced us that the real divide in Iranian society is between reformists and hardliners, also not correct. Right? So what we have now, we've had this, late last month, we had this moment, this inflection moment where the emperor was discovered to have no clothes. We sort of, those of us that really puzzled over how come we were seeing different things that were being published, were we being misled? Was somebody else being misled? We understood what the mechanisms of this influence operation truly are. And I wrote a piece in Newsweek yesterday arguing that in the wake of those revelations, we really need to rethink everything we thought we knew about Iran, we Americans, because this network has worked overtime for the better part of 3 decades to convince us that, I'm a big sci-fi guy, right? These are not the droids you're looking for. Everything's fine, right, in the Islamic Republic. Everything's actually not fine. And as a result of this, we've become so lulled into this sense of complacency that we really haven't paid attention to alternative futures for Iran, including the state of the Iranian opposition. And I would actually argue that that's the biggest accomplishment of this, the echo chamber, the Iran lobby. It's to convince everybody in the United States that the Islamic Republic is permanent, it's steadfast, it's here to stay, when none of those things are true.
Dr. Reza, you've been very active and vocal about this echo chamber, and What are your thoughts about how was it, I mean, you've been observing them, how did their influence come about? What did they do?
Yeah, I think, I also disagree with the term Iran lobby because, I mean, there's so many appellations that you can use to describe this entity. Just like Dracula that has many names, you can apply the same concept to them. But I think what they did is that they gained their influence by using the nuclear file or the JCPOA negotiations for the JCPOA as a stepping stone. And that's how they emboldened themselves. The negotiations for the JCPOA and the nuclear file, it basically empowered them. And they did it in two steps. Number one, they created what they call a grassroots organization. That was step one. So they gathered influence. They attracted people, Iranian American people of influence. They also gathered a lot of wealth by interacting with individuals who were influential. And then the second step to their modus operandi was to become a full-fledged lobby for the Islamic Republic. Now, as it pertains to the nuclear file, this is what they did. Once the nuclear program of the Islamic Republic was exposed, I understand this was in 2003, and those who exposed it were the MEK. Now, whether this was deliberate by the Islamic Republic or if it was not, nobody knows. But once this became exposed, this nuclear file became exposed, these echo chamber, for lack of a better term, were tasked with one thing. They were tasked with inflating this nuclear program and putting it in the center stage as to serve two purposes. Number one was to create a leverage for the Islamic Republic to negotiate for the relief of sanctions. And the second purpose of inflating the nuclear program was to make it so big that it would overshadow other malign activities by the regime, such as human rights violation, sectarian violence perpetrated by in many countries in the Middle East, and of course the support of a terrorist militia. So the testament to this is how they lobbied in 2009 that the money that was allocated for fostering democracy in Iran, they defunded it. Obama defunded it in 2009. $85 million a year went away. So what they in this way, what they did is they reduced U.S.-Iran policy to one thing, and that was nuclear file. And once it was big enough and in center stage, they were tasked, this echo chamber, so to speak, start lobbying for diplomacy with the Islamic Republic so it wouldn't go any further than what it is right now. So basically, and in that process, they gathered, they're on the pretense of anti-war and anti-proliferation, they gathered a lot of money from organizations such as Plowshares Fund, which basically a non-nuclear proliferation funding source. And anybody who disagreed with them were warmonger, were labeled a warmonger right away. So this is how they used the nuclear file as a source of power for themselves.
Arzu, I mean, we heard about how Ilan described universities, think tanks. What has been your experience? I mean, the people in universities, chairs of departments, some very controversial characters in top universities. What has been your experience with that?
Thank you again, NUFDI, for hosting this, because I think this is the key, is to having events like this. For years, we couldn't get past anybody in DC. So to go back to what is the echo chamber in DC, we had no access to congressional representatives. It was such a challenge. For years, I think Dr. Reza, myself, and a few others that are here, that we've been activists for so long, we felt alone. And I'm so grateful now because there's so many new activists that are doing so much, and you all paved the way for us to be able to really make some challenging changes. And I think what I've noticed is we still have some ways to go. The university systems in the United States, we've got to get in there still. I think that's one of the key projects that's going to be upcoming. Is the goal is going to be is to see, that reformist way of thinking, which is not reformist, it is the Islamic Republic. They infiltrate our universities. They're still in think tanks, believe it or not. They just have different names. I think Dr. Reza Behruz said that they have different names that they use. And I think that's what some of the new challenges will be. And I also feel that what I'm seeing with the newer activists, and a lot of them come to me because I've been an activist for so long, is I'm seeing that they're starting to go back to that old rhetoric of spinning it around and saying, well, who's your leader and what organizations? And luckily we have NUFDI, and we do have someone that is very well qualified, and I will refer to him, which is the Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi. And he is the most qualified to be able to stand in front of Congress, to be on the news channels in front of media. And I'm seeing that because these activists come to me and say, well, Arzu, who do we go to? And what do we do? The representatives are saying this to us. And I'm like, you have someone. You have organizations now, and you have, someone that is well qualified to be able to represent you. So I think I'm seeing the spin now. The past year, I saw a huge challenge that we overcame, which was we got through. I mean, man, I remember I couldn't get through to anybody, and now we can get through. But I'm seeing it spin back around. So I just want to keep that momentum going, I think.
Ilan, also, Arzu just was talking about feeling isolated for many years and feeling alone and all the doors being closed. But from my observation, with these very smart, erudite, capable individuals, is that their doors were open for them. Let's talk about that. It's not that they were trying to open doors. They thought they were facilitating dialogue and understanding.
No, absolutely. And Reza and I were talking about this before the panel, but I actually would feel much more comfortable if the title of the panel was The End of the Echo Chamber ? Because I actually think that this is not a finished story, that this is actually something that is still problematic. And I'd only point to two examples. Earlier this year, just a couple months ago, Hossein Mousavian gave the keynote address at the U.S. Strategic Command Conference planning regional security issues in the Middle East, right? Which would not have been my pick as a keynote speaker, but nonetheless. And Ariane Tabatabai still has her clearance. She's still working as Chief of Staff to the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations and Low-Intensity Conflict. So to say that the echo chamber is gone and that its power has dissipated, I think it's a little premature. What I'm really concerned about is that, like any living, breathing organism, this is something that is changing form. And so while NIAC may be much less influential than it was in the past, you now have an institution like the Quincy Institute, which in the context of Iran is promoting exactly the same thing. And by the way, right, if we're in Washington, personnel is policy. You notice that the personnel have migrated from one to the other, that there is this cohort that is still active. Not all of them, some of them have been sidelined. But it is not, in my mind, it is not a finished story, and it's still one that has the ability to continue to reshape our perceptions of Iran in a very detrimental way.
Dr. Reza, what were the challenges that you faced while being on social media, while being vocal? What were your personal challenges?
Well, I will just give a general statement regarding, and if I may, I speak on behalf of other people who paid some sort of a price for activism or being vocal against the so-called echo chamber. You know, you name it. You know, calling your place of work, trying to get you canceled under various frivolous accusations, being harassed online, threatening emails being sent to you. You know, I can go down the list for of what they're capable of. But this was in the past. This was in the past. They're not as aggressive as they used to be. I mean, we're talking about during the Trump administration, which almost everything was going against their way, and they were struggling to survive. And now they're basically, I mean, I can give a counterpoint to Elon, whether we've succeeded. I mean, I agree that there should be a question mark there, whether they're completely dissipated, but I think that there are signs for success. I mean, these emails, if you read them, the degree of sycophancy and allegiance that is expressed to those emails regarding the regime and the foreign ministry and the person of Javad Zarif, it tells you about and this is from 2014, by the way. You can just basically visualize or conceptualize the depth and the dimension of this vast operation. So, you know, there are currently signs that we have succeeded. Just having this conference is success, because, you know, maybe 5-6 years ago, another organization in this city, which was Iranian American, was having similar conferences almost every month, and now it has been reduced to 0. So that in itself is that it means that they've lost their voice. A lot of the individuals who were part of this conglomerate that we call the echo chamber have been sidelined, and you know, they're rarely invited to universities to lecture, whereas they had a strong presence in the media and in universities. Hossein Mousavian, yes, I mean, I don't know how he ended up giving a speech at the strategic conference, but I remember 3 years ago, we gathered some signatures from Iranian Americans, and we sent a letter to William Barr, who was the Attorney General at the time, that this individual is complicit in crimes against humanity, terrorism of dissidents. His presence is menacing to the Iranian American community. What is he doing here? You know, he was instrumental he worked with the Obama administration to engender the nuclear program, but what is he doing now? An investigation should you know, be conducted to see what is he up to, what is he doing in the United States, and we published that letter on social media, and I wrote an op-ed which was published in the New York Post regarding this letter and regarding the story of how he was involved in the assassination of the Kurdish dissidents in Berlin, as well as possibly being complicit in the assassination of Feridun Farrokhzad. So, almost overnight, his presence from, you know, giving interviews here and there and sitting in think tanks and publishing op-eds every month, he completely disappeared from that. Until, of course, last month or 2 months ago that he showed up. But even when he showed up and gave that speech at the strategic conference, there was a huge backlash from Iranian American community and also from the American community. So, you know, we can look at the glass half full, that we have succeeded. There are people who have resigned from this echo chamber, denounced it. They basically reflected upon their past, and they determined that they were misled, and they changed course. And I think that was the framework was already there, but I think that the turning point for this of these individuals who were misled, or individuals who were not political at all was the murder of Mahsa Amini and the national uprising that ensued. That trigger what would be best described as an awakening of the diaspora, particularly the Iranian American community.
Arzu, what has been your experience? I mean, have you suffered at the hands of their ploys? Tell us a bit about your experience.
Sure. I mean, I think Reza covered most of it, but I think what one recent is an organization that's actually in DC. I will refrain from stating the name, but I think another challenge for activists is that, I mean, like Reza's a physician, I'm on the business side of healthcare, and sometimes some of these individuals in think tanks, you know, or organizations are like, hey, we're analysts, stay in your lane. And I've heard that a lot. And that was one that I think was consistent. Hey, you're in healthcare, stay in your lane, or you don't, you know, you're not an analyst. But I think it comes back to our culture, our passion, our fight, and I think, you know, Sarah in a previous panel said it best, you know, we're a voice for the voiceless. But this particular organization in DC, very well known, you know, I was attacked in a huge forum, actually kind of in a way, and in Farsi language said that they will fix me. And I said, oh, okay. So several letters from organizations went out on my behalf. And, you know, and I have, you know, I try to keep the dialogue, like I've said, I'm an Iranian American. I was born in the United States. I believe that we have our differences. And I think that, you know, these other organizations, I think what was the issue with all of us was that they were hostile towards us. And I think they tried to make the reformists seem that they had a good side, but they, you know, that reformists are good and we'll sit and have dialogue with you. But I think that, you know, we have our challenges still today. But I think that what Reza covered is exactly kind of what we've gone through. You know, the threats, I'm an organizer, I'm on the ground, I organize protests, I'm one of the organizers. So the smear campaigns online, you know, don't go to her protests, or she's promoting something, and things like that. I mean, those are all there, and they're still relevant to this day. I think that that's challenges that we'll still continue to face, or, you know, the warmongers, we still get that. I mean, we still, believe it or not, get that. But I think we're, like I said, I see the positives and negatives of it both. I think that we've overcome so much, and with this movement of the, you know, that happened within this past year, it really just changed a lot for us. In DC, the doors are now more open, like I said, and we have access to a lot of these wonderful individuals that are here today. And I think, you know, we're lucky enough to have conferences now like this that can represent us and get dialogue within, you know, outside of just the Iranian community.
Let me ask you, how do you think that, Ilan, the dynamics has changed or will change because of what is happening in the Middle East today between Israel and Hamas? Many of these think tankers, like the number two, at the Defense Department wrote to her counterpart in the Foreign Ministry, who's head of the intelligence, who's part of the intelligence, asking him whether she should go to Israel or getting the permission to go to Saudi Arabia. How will this change?
So I think it's a good question. This is, you know, let me put on my analytical hat for a second and sort of, you know, put on my think tank hat, because I'm guilty of this also. I think we're at this moment in that we were in right after September 11th. September 11th really sort of took off the blinders of what we had become accustomed to. Before September 11th, that we had taken it as a sort of part of doing business in the Middle East, that there would be sporadic terrorist attacks, that Americans would, or American allied citizens would be killed or held hostage, and it was sort of the price of doing business in a volatile Middle East. September 11th changed that for us, and we said, you know, this is it. The new normal is, you know, we're going to go after terrorist groups hammer and tongs. But fast forward 22 years, and we realized that we really reverted back to the old normal in many ways. You know, a perfect example is the role that Qatar is playing in the housing of the Hamas leadership, and how Qatar is still a major non-NATO ally of the United States. So I see this as actually a very important moment for all of you, but also for our reconception of Iran and its place in the Middle East, because it's very clear that there are organic connections that we all know about, but we need to sort of popularize, to emphasize for the analytical community between Iran and this vast proxy network that made possible the atrocities that we saw in Israel on October 7th. Unfortunately, in this context, this administration is not our friend. I hate to say it, But it's very clear to me that at least in the early going, the administration has said the right things about standing with Israel against Hamas, but it hasn't said anything about the role that Iran has played in laying the groundwork for this to be possible in the first place. Because, again, personnel is policy, and it's very hard for people to say the policy that I've been pursuing for the last half decade is totally wrong, and if you don't like my principles, I'm going to change completely. This is sort of where we are, but it makes the administration very resistant to really pivoting the way it should with regard to a sterner policy towards Iran. And that means that our job is harder, because we need to expose, so that there's really no daylight and no ambiguity, the connections between Iran and this proxy network, how Iran is fomenting instability in the Middle East, and to provide creative solutions, not partisan solutions, but creative solutions about how we can really help the White House get off of where it is currently and move in a more constructive direction. And I think this is beginning to happen at least a little bit. There is the White House, in response to pressure, in the aftermath of October 7th, today announced that the $6 billion ransom payment, I know we're not supposed to, it's a ransom payment, right? We all know it's a ransom payment, has been frozen. Now, it hasn't been frozen indefinitely, but it's been frozen, at least for now. And this is part of Qatar's attempt to put a good foot forward. There is now a congressional effort in the House to create congressional restrictions to permanently freeze that funding, right? Things like that really have the ability over time to move the ball forward in the direction that we wanted to move. So I sort of counsel all of you to understand that this is an ongoing conversation, that we cannot assume that, yes, Reza, I fully agree, we have made progress. I wouldn't rest on my laurels.
Well, there is this other argument that, yes, since Mr. Biden's presidential term started, Iran has actually, the Islamic Republic has increased its enrichment. It's much closer to having nuclear capability. And dealing with this situation, given, you've got proxy wars, you've got Hamas, you've got Hezbollah, and then for them to also have this nuclear capability, it's better to have a relationship and to have an understanding and dialogue with those who are in power today. Do you agree or not? Doctor?
I don't really know if whether I agree or not is going to make any change in policy. Certainly this echo chamber believes that diplomacy is the only way forward with the Islamic Republic, as if it is a normal governance, which I think even the Biden administration knows, unless it's been infiltrated to its core by the agents of the Islamic Republic, then I think they very well know that this regime is not amenable to discussions or diplomacy, the way they call it. Now, echo chamber calls it diplomacy. You can name it appeasement, you can name it a bargain. I really don't know the answer to that. Whether there should be a channel. Certainly, in terms of hostage situations, which the Islamic Republic has turned it into an enterprise. Certainly, there needs to be some form of a channel to negotiate at least. I mean, we're talking about at hostage negotiation level, but I wouldn't call that diplomacy. This is like a policeman, basically, or hostage negotiator of a police department negotiating with a hostage taker. So this is not. I wouldn't call that diplomacy. I wouldn't assign it that kind of a nomenclature. In that regard, maybe certain channels need to stay open, needs to stay patent in order to, for humanitarian purposes. But for the nuclear file, I think that the horse is out of the barn. I mean, right now, they're at 80% in terms of enrichment. So, it really doesn't matter. You need to move past that. It happened. I mean, there's really not much you can do about. There's no turning back in terms of this is the bell that cannot be unrung. and they need to move on. And if they want to maintain a channel, it should be for humanitarian purposes.
Arzu, another, Elon was talking about how Iranians are so divided. And certainly, divide and rule has always been a strategy of the Islamic Republic since it was born. Can you envision a possibility of you all getting together with these erudite, intelligent Iranians who obviously, they've been promoting diplomacy with the Islamic Republic, but who also, are Iranians. And if you want to bring about change in Iran and we say, let's have controlled implosion, why not start it here and let the world see how Iranians can really come together for the sake of Iran? Do you envision that?
Well, I think we're seeing it right here. I mean, NUFDI's done a great job. I mean, we have to give NUFDI a round of applause because they've done it. Yeah. They've done it. This is, I think this is the starting point. And again, it goes back to when you look at other organizations that are, that I don't want to say the word lobby, but that are, really those organizations that we fought for so many years. The thing that they had is, they had a lot of funding. And I think Dr. Reza and I dug into their funding deep once for years ago, but I think that was their plus. And I think that the world is now seeing, and I want to, Dr. Reza was mentioning the word diplomacy. And I'm a broken record about this. You cannot have diplomacy with a terrorist organization. The Islamic Republic is a terrorist organization that funds terrorism around the world. If we look at what they're doing in Venezuela, if we look at Hamas, I mean, there's lists of facts about where their funding goes. And I really have an issue when I see diplomacy is key. That rhetoric is reformist, and it's Islamic Republic's rhetoric. They're a terrorist regime. It's not
What
capable.
about for getting together for a controlled implosion and downfall of the regime? Join forces against the clerics.
I think that it's possible, and I think that, like I said, the starting point is here at NUFDI. I think organizations, and they were far more advanced. I don't want to say advanced, but they had funding. So I think that that's where we're starting now. And I think that an organization such as this has done such a great job. And I am a promoter of it because I really believe that for years, we were individuals fighting. And now we're a team now. And I think that there's pockets that are teaming up. And I think that this is the key to it. And I think that as a pillar in the community that tries to bring everybody together, I do believe that we can have some sort of, systematic approach towards it. I think that it's possible.
Could I just jump in? Because I actually think that what Reza and what Arzu said is so important, right? So two things. First of all, and I'm just going to use sort of a very colloquial example, but I think you'll understand what I mean when I say this. All of us, every single person in this room has a friend that hates silence, right? And you know what I'm talking about, right? You're having a conversation, and you stop talking, and this friend has to fill the empty space, right? They have to fill the empty space with something. Is that you?
Like asking questions.
Right. No, but the reason this is important is because this is America. America does not believe that we can have diplomatic silence. We have to talk to somebody. And that's what helps explain to a very large measure why the United States keeps coming back to this poisoned well of negotiations with the regime. It's very simple. The regime is the most durable people that are there to pick up the phone when America calls. America cannot have silence. It can't abjure silence. And this is important because as activists, as Iranian Americans, you have to understand that you have to give America somebody else to talk to, right? It's very important that you break the Islamic Republic's monopoly on dialogue. And it's particularly important as a result of something else that Reza said, right? The nuclear program, the horse is out of the barn. right? We are, and by the way, that 80% enrichment, that's an artificial number. The reason the Islamic Republic is saying 80% enrichment is because the Israelis say they would bomb if they hit 90%, right? We all understand this, right? This is artificial gradations when you need single-digit enrichment for civilian purposes, right? Everything above that is heading towards weaponization, right? And so if you understand that the nuclear program is increasingly mature, it's increasingly distributed, and it's increasingly irreversible, then the conversation has to shift to the finger that's going to be on the trigger, right? It has to be a regime character conversation, right? And that's where you guys excel. But you have to speak up, because in the absence of you guys unifying and having louder voices, the only people that Washington is going to end up talking to are regime officials.
Yeah. So, just to break the silence, any questions from the audience? Yes, please, go ahead, sir.
I completely agree with everyone on the panel here and the activists. I've been an activist actually for almost a year now.
Can you wait a second? They're bringing the microphone so they can pick up your...
Right after Mahsa Amini was killed, I went to the October 22nd rally. I think it was the biggest one in D.C. besides the Mahsa one. I immediately started calling politicians, Senate, Congress, everyone. I started this a long time ago, as well as you probably did as well as Sarah and other activists and Risa. And I was telling them that there was no news media coverage. I think until maybe November or December, and I said, do you know what's going on in Iran? That they're killing women for not wearing the hijab, they're doing this, doing that. And everybody acted like there was nothing wrong. I kept calling senators, congressmen. I'm still doing it to this day. When I'm off work, I'm constantly on the phone reminding them. I'll call the same Senate office or congressional office 2 or 3 times and tell them, you know what's happening. I called Omar's office and I says, I asked her aides, I says, how can you, in your right mind, support the terrorist regime of Iran? You're one of 3 people that didn't vote. You need to change your mind. You need to talk to her and talk to other politicians. Anyway, I'll ask you the question I wanted to ask you. So what should we do as far as we're calling politicians and everything? What is the next step after, hopefully we'll get the Mahsa Act passed on S-2626. What is the next step after that? We don't want to, let's say if the Iran government got overthrown, we don't want a vacuum. So what is the, who is going to represent? We don't want Met, we don't want NIAC, so that's what I wanted to ask.
So, Dr. Reza, what do you want after that?
I think there's so many projects. So you first have to know your enemy. And I tell this to the activists because they have different spaces in regards to burnout. And there's so many projects that we still have here to do. I think we need to figure out who's in our university systems. We need to see the rhetoric that's going into the university systems, the professors, the deans, who's in there giving the rhetoric of diplomacy with Iran, reformists. That's the only way that it's going to change, because they're the ones that have access to, students. So I think projects, but it is a process, and it's not overnight, and it's, there's definitely that feeling of burnout, and I'm always in these spaces, and I said, get to know your enemy. When you get to know the enemy, and you get to know what their survival of the fittest. I think I wanted to quote Elon, because his article in Newsweek that came out yesterday is great. Iran's clerical regime is dedicated to its will to power, has no interest in reform. And I think that that's such a key, that's extremely important for us to know, that they are not, there's no reform with them. But there's projects within the United States as Iranian American activists that we can continue to do. And so I know, okay, Mahsa Act was one. Now let's move on to the next. There's a lot of funding that comes into the United States. There's things that we can do here. And we can also help our friends out across globally. I'm in different telegrams and WhatsApps and across Europe and Australia. They need help too, because they have a lot of ties with the Islamic Republic, whereas not as much in the US. So I think there's projects. I think that that's a different topic that we can get to, but also let's see the names of these echo chambers, these think tanks. Yeah.
Let me put it this way for you. There's a famous proverb within the dissident community, Iranian American community, There is an Islamic Republic right here in the United States that needs to be overthrown first before we get to the Islamic Republic in Iran. And that's basically where we come into the picture, the Iranian-American community. We don't have any power to mobilize units, and we can organize a liberation army and march into the, and save the day. So this is what we can do with our voices. My recommendation or my thoughts for the future is that we should hold the line. We should always provide a counter argument to their propaganda, because propaganda is just a sentence that everybody has to agree with. Okay, if there's one person that comes and disagrees with that, challenges that propaganda, it completely loses its value. Okay, and 90% of what is being put out there by the echo chamber is propaganda. It's completely mitigated when just one person challenges that piece of propaganda. And that's the reason a lot of these members of echo chamber, they immediately block somebody who challenges their tweets, for example. So I would say we hold the line, like Elon said. This is not a situation that we have completely gotten rid of this. They still exist. They walk the corridors of the Congress. They're in White House. They haven't gone away. So this is not the time to disarm ourselves, but to take everything seriously that is basically is promoted by these individuals. For example, when the issue with when the scandal with Rob Malley broke out, we went on a campaign and collected over 200 signatures to Chairman McCall to investigate this. We want, as members of the Iranian-American community, we thought that we deserved to know how did Rob Malley's conduct affected the national uprising in Iran. The Iranian-American community deserved to know. The Iranian people inside Iran deserve to know. What did he do that was so egregious that his security clearance was, and it led to inquiry, and Chairman McCall appropriately responded. But of course, the State Department has been not been very forthcoming regarding. It's so egregious that it's almost embarrassing for them to reveal what he has done, to be dismissed under those conditions. So keep on, fighting with that. I see that on social media, a lot of people are active. They challenge these individuals. Their presence has really been reduced. It's visible. There are positive signs that they've been very much neutralized, but they're not gone yet.
Elon, since the Semaphore piece came out on Iran International, there was a lot of, obviously, within the Iranian-American community and those of us in Europe, that aha moment, look, we got them caught. But they had a lot of support from diplomats, from government officials, saying that all of these brouhaha is nothing, and vouching for their characters. And it seems that nothing really has changed, and they're hoping that it will be yesterday's news.
Right. No, I think that's right. So let me answer this sort of roundabout way, because I want to follow on to what Arzu and what Reza said. So just two very basic ideas, right? Very simple ideas. When people have nothing, they're very radical. And when they have a little, they're very conservative, right? History shows us that that's the case. Iranians have a little. They don't have a lot. But in order to build confidence in investing in change within Iran, you have to give them a structure, right? Now, I don't particularly know what that structure looks like, right? Maybe it's a new constitution. Maybe it's a set of principles. Maybe it's whatever it is. But there has to be a roadmap, a clear roadmap. Right? The second idea is that you can't fight something with nothing, right? And the Islamic Republic is going to continue winning until there is a coherent coalition with principles that can articulate an alternative future for Iran, right? So this sort of goes to, I think goes to your question. To me, right, as not part of the community, but as someone who is very keenly interested and invested in the community, more clarity, right? Bringing together these enormously capable, disparate strands of opposition together into a cohesive whole is precisely what is needed to break the monopoly of the Islamic Republic. Otherwise, those people are going to continue to have a reception because those people have styled themselves as explainers of the current system, right? So the problem that you guys are having is these people are in entrenched positions of power, right? They are chiefs of staff at the Pentagon, they are tenured university professors, they are whatever they are. But they have made their living as explainers of the existing regime in Iran. You guys are trying to explain how the regime really is. You have to sort of rise to their level, you have to make coherent arguments, and you have to come together so that your voices are louder. That's the only way that your interpretation of what's happening outshouts them. It's not enough to count on exposés in Semaphore or Iran International to get rid of your pesky echo chamber problem. You have to have an alternative voice that provides an alternative interpretation of events so that Americans can understand that what Srita Parsi, what Aryan Tabatabai is saying, whoever, right, I'm not of the community, I can name names, whatever they're saying is not the only way to see the problem.
Any more questions? Please.
Arzu, thank you very much for your kind words about NUFDI, but really the credit goes to our supporters.
Oh, please wait for the mic. He's running.
So the real credit really goes to our supporters that make an event like this possible. To people like yourself that come from all the way from Europe to moderate the panel, to Ilan that every time we call on him, he is available, to Dr. Reza that comes all the way from Texas to come here to be part of the panel, to Arzu, and really everybody that support us at NUFDI.
Any more questions? Yes.
I actually have a question for Mr. Berman, and my question is that you wrote not too long ago that the, and I quote, U.S.-Iran policy is deeply broken. Over the past 40 years, actually, the Washington has witnessed what this Islamic Republic has done to its own people and the rest of the world, as much as they could. And in the recent development, that unfortunate attack to Israel, and we all know where the main financial support came from. My question to you is, when and if Washington is going to rethink his policy, what does it take, in your opinion, that they would rethink their policy between U.S. and Iran? And do you think that will happen under this particular administration or not?
Well, that second question is the hard question. I don't know the answer. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that the administration is progressively getting mugged by reality, and it's becoming harder and harder to sort of discount the fact that Iran has its fingers. The statement that Iran was not responsible for this attack, but Iran was responsible for his Hamas capabilities generally seems a distinction without a difference, really, to me. But the problem that I see in terms of American policy is American policy on Iran is generally stupid, right? I'm sorry, it's generally stupid. It vacillates from engagement and sometimes appeasement to pressure, but the end result is the same. We've sort of whittled down our problem with Iran to precisely what Reza said, to the nuclear file. And every administration since 2003 has focused almost overwhelmingly on trying to figure out a way to slow down the nuclear drive, right? Whether it's through inducements, whether it's through sanctions, through payoffs, whatever it is, or through pressure, right? But all we've done is kick the can down the road. We've slowed it down. We haven't arrested, we haven't diverted the Iranian nuclear path. The problem that I see is, because American politics are generally terrible these days, is that we're about to go directly into that cycle once again, where you could very easily see that, right, we are now, right, between Ukraine and Israel, 2024 is now a foreign policy election, right? I mean, very clearly. in a much more organic sense than what we've ever had before. But you could very easily see our Iran policy become the last administration's Iran policy with no change. I personally was not a huge proponent of maximum pressure. I didn't like the name because maximum pressure suggests that you're doing everything you can. In fact, maximum pressure didn't talk about support for the opposition. Maximum pressure didn't really talk about human rights in any meaningful way. They didn't talk about women's rights, right? There's a lot more that we could do. So what I worry about is that we're not innovating in our policy. We're not looking at the region, how the region is changing, adapting our policy. We're simply, our Iran policy becomes a reflection of our internal politics. And that's, I think, a very dangerous place to be because the clock is ticking. The nuclear clock is ticking. And also, the time for real meaningful change within the regime is running out. Because the Iranian regime understands something that I think Americans still don't. David Menashri, who's the dean of Iran studies in Israel, he talks about it this way. I've heard it talked about different ways, but he talks about it as two trains, right? Two trains have left the station, the regime change train and the nuclear train is traveling much faster, right? It's true. So there is a point where one works against the other. A nuclear Iran is going to be much freer to repress its own population without meaningful consequences from the world. This is why a sclerotic, aging, decrepit, intellectually bankrupt regime is investing so much in this capability because they understand very well that nuclear powers don't go to war with one another, right? And so the time is really running out. So what I worry about here is that America's not innovating. America's not having this moment where we say, you know what we've been doing so far hasn't been working. We really need to try something new. So that's my job to highlight, but that's your job to activate in the sense that you have to provide policy solutions and alternatives to American policymakers.
Well, on that note, the panel has come to an end, and hopefully next year we'll have more happy news and a better U.S. foreign policy. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And thanks to all of you for a great first day of the Iran conference. It has been NUFDI's sincere honor to host you. Please keep your name tags and bring them tomorrow. We will see you at 9 a.m.